800. Fuck that, dude. I'm gonna go farm again. Fuck. It's gonna be annoying. Nope, no one.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. We got a pretty big one today, I'll tell you what. I'm quitting World of Warcraft, and no, you can't have my stuff. Well, that's about it though. Hope you enjoyed the video. Check out my Patreon, buy Raid Shadow Legends, and also Ridge Wallet. Like the video if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Alright, we'll do an actual video. This isn't the last World of Warcraft video that you'll see. I do have one more planned after this, simply due to the fact that I don't want this one to be my last. But honestly, I'm not even sure where to start here. I guess from the beginning would be the most logical step. In March of 2005, Mom Season Show drove me to the video game store. All of my friends were quitting another game I played, Star Wars Galaxies, for this new MMO that took the world by storm, World of Warcraft. Alright, I'll check it out, I said to myself. Sounds like it could be pretty decent. The graphics are kind of awful. I don't see how it could be so popular, but let's mess around with it. Fast forward 16 years later, here I am. I've played the game pretty consistently over the years. Yes, even all of the Warlords of Draenor expansion. People ask me all the time what my favorite expansion is, and the true answer is the Warlords of Draenor because it was so bad and I got so bored that I started up this very YouTube channel as a way to keep myself occupied, because playing with myself in my garrison sure as hell wasn't enough for me or the other 7 people who played it through its entirety. But one thing led to another, and about 6 years after that, here I stand with a YouTube channel that's grown far bigger than I could have ever hoped or imagined for. I suppose that this is the case for a lot of channels. I imagine it's pretty common to dick around with videos here and there, expecting nothing more than your own amusement, but somehow, some way, things sort of spiraled out of control. The channel is now a responsibility. Hey, wait a second, I didn't sign up for this crap. Quick, everyone unsubscribe. It is though, it's a responsibility, and I've been very vocal over my time on YouTube about being, well, vocal. Fucking Blizzard! Shit! And that's what we're doing today. We're gonna be pretty vocal. As always, I do want to preface the entire video with my usual spiel of it's all my opinion. They're like buttholes, everyone has one. World of Warcraft is a good precursor to politics, I feel. Even people trying out other MMOs stirs the pot of controversy. I feel like I need a PR agent to proof watch this video, lest I offend anyone with my brazen taste in gaming.
Paid character progression and services has ruined World of Warcraft.
You stupid with me!
Consider this video a form of that survey that you guys give people when they unsubscribe, because, admittedly, mine was less than constructive. So, let's strap on our big boy underwear and handle this like grown neckbeards, shall we? You guys are about to make me bust out the spray bottle on your asses. No. Bad neckbeards. Bad. No. There are ultimately 3 reasons why I'm moving on, and I'll explain them, but I'll go in an order of what I think you'll find the most interesting, starting with the fact that I just simply don't find it worth my time nor money, so I'm moving on. It's something I've done before. I didn't enjoy the Battle for Azeroth, so I quit about halfway through the Battle for Azeroth when Classic came out. In fact, I've expressed this several times, that if Classic were not out, I probably would have quit World of Warcraft a long time ago. And the main reason for that is probably something you guessed by now if you've paid attention to my previous videos, and it's mainly microtransactions. There are a lot of other reasons, but the primary one is the cash shop. I know to any longtime subscribers, I'll sound like a broken record here, but current World of Warcraft I don't find to be worth my time because time isn't the most effective way to progress your character. Money is. Since the release of the WoW token and the inception of carry runs, you can now buy anything officially from Blizzard through the in-game cash shop. Just because you don't see high-level mythic keystone clears or arena carries or heroic or mythic raid bosses doesn't mean they're not there. Don't get confused, they are there. These carry runs are officially sanctioned by Blizzard. In the game, you can pay real-life money for an in-game service. That's against the rules, as it compromises its integrity. However, in the game, you can pay real-life money for gold, and then use that gold to pay for in-game services, and that isn't against the rules. Come on down! You're the next contestant on The Price is Bullshit. It still completely compromises its integrity, but Blizzard now profits off of it, so don't worry about that too much. If they were to announce tomorrow that in the cash shop you can now just buy raid clears, you can now just straight up buy gear, mythic plus 15 clears, people would flip an absolute lid, but because there's this one extra step, it's obfuscated enough to be deemed acceptable. But the truth is, ever since the token's inception, these have all been purchasable with real money, completely in the clear of the terms of service, and many people are doing it, which is why you see so many of them. Instead of banning cheaters, Blizzard now just profits off of them, and because of that, I feel like real money has too much of an influence.
Got something that might interest you.
For example, their legendary system. Those base pieces are pretty expensive. You could go mining or herbing, do some crafting and farm up enough gold to get them, sure, but you can also just click a button 3 or 4 times and get it instantly. Being able to say that I earned this thing that's only attainable through an investment of time is so important in games with character progression, and when that line is crossed where time isn't the only path to get something, the experience as a whole is made less because, surprisingly, there's no accomplishment through swiping a credit card.
Swipe or no swiping! Swipe or no swiping! Swipe or no swiping!
You're too late! You'll never find it now!
And yeah, granted, there will always be people who'll find a way to do it. They'll go through a third-party website, which are really hard to find, by the way, because Blizzard does a really good job of keeping their game clean, as evidenced by their group finder, still to this day being infested with advertisements. But I digress. There will always be people who'll go through these sites and get by a ban, but the issue is if the people running the game cut themselves on the profit, it of course causes more people to do it, right? No longer do people have to go through these shady-ass third-party websites where possibly your card number gets stolen, possibly your account gets banned, or more than possibly your personal information gets stolen. Of course, if you're able to buy currency through a secured, instant, guaranteed, and officially advertised and supported service, people are going to be doing it now more than ever before. Plus, I just think that a failure in enforcing your own rules doesn't warrant cutting yourself in on the profits and contributing to the destruction of your own game. The line has been crossed, and for me, it's no longer
So many
to me,
worms.
it's now a scheme to separate me from my money by dangling instant progression-laden services in front of my face, and you now disadvantage yourself against other people if you ignore it and refuse to cough up the extra dough. If I just play it as a game, I feel like I'm disadvantaged. Again, this is me. I'm not telling you how you should think about it. This is what I feel whenever I played Current, and it's gotten to the point to where the game itself has to be so over the top exceptionally good for me to look past it, and although I do think Shadowlands is an improvement over BFA, it's nowhere near close enough. Like, there's very little that you can't buy with real money in the game at this point. You can buy levels, you can buy currency, you can buy gear, you can buy raid progression. Paid progression is bad enough for any genre, but it's absolutely terrible for RPGs, a genre that's centered around character progression. So, due to that, and the many other issues that the game has, I quit. And the only reason I stuck with Classic is because it was promised to be a re-release of the game in a state before it was bastardized beyond redemption. And they flat out lied about it, as proven with the character boost. I felt like this was such a betrayal to the Classic community. And I'm not alone in this. What you're looking at is an unedited capture of the comment section of one of their Burning Crusade videos. Don't believe me? Just go check it out for yourself. This is what Blizzard has done to the Classic community. Just an ongoing stream of people tired of the BS, people tired of the lies, and people tired of the greed, and can you blame them? I have zero trust in them to put gameplay first as they so claim, so I'm quitting. We now have leaks of the WoW token in the cash shop, which Blizzard has said nothing about, which should tell you all that you need to know. I mean, come on. It's the very definition of this meme. If something is data mined and the forums are filled with thread after thread asking, this isn't actually coming to the game, right, Blizzard? Right? And it's met with a deafening silence, that's all I need to know. Even if it doesn't come out. That's the thing with trust. It's hard to gain and easy to lose, and if you lose it, the player feels like their time spent isn't worthwhile. For example, unlocking your epic flying, or getting all of this awesome crafted gear, or having a big nest egg of gold. It all has this black cloud hanging above, and that's telling me this is a waste of time because it's likely that eventually people are just going to be able to buy this officially through Blizzard's cash shop with no risk of a ban. I know to a lot of you it's not a big deal. Whatever, that's you. I acknowledge that you exist, but I think it's fair to acknowledge that I and many others also exist. And if you agree with what I'm saying here, I encourage you to let your voice be heard and show everyone just how much you supposedly don't exist. I make this video not just to express my own voice, but to the countless voices no one can hear anymore because they've moved on and were just labeled as haters. Many of them being my friends, by the way, which is another reason I'm quitting. Friends I did the rank 14 grind with, casual friends. Players from all levels of gameplay have quit due to the cash shop, so even if I were to personally look past all of this, my experience would still be lesser because I now have less friends playing. I know that this is a cliche of every YouTube channel that's ever existed, but I don't take pleasure in shitting on things. You may find it entertaining, I personally don't enjoy it. That's not to say it shouldn't be talked about. After all, it seems to be the only way to get things changed, as evidenced by them lowering their completely ludicrous $35 charge and cloning your classic character down to $15. You see, now you're only getting screwed a little bit instead of a lot. Thanks for putting the player first, Blizzard. By the way, am I the only person who sees something wrong here? There are like 5 level 60s playing on these classic era servers at any given point, so why are they even charging people for it? Forget raiding and battlegrounds. It's hard to even form a dungeon group at this point. The game is nigh unplayable, so how about a widget showing how many players are currently online before you charge people $15 to unlock the characters they've already leveled and geared? No? Asking too much? Okay, just so we're clear here. How often is it that the player base feels like they have to fight for the game against the very people running it? It's exhausting. Gameplay first should be in the best interest of both parties. What's gameplay first about paying money to skip 57 levels of character progression? And if your response is improved accessibility, isn't it this very same gameplay destroying accessibility that Current has been suffering from for the last decade that's chased away an audience large enough to populate 70 servers for a 15-year-old version of their game in the first place? It's just so fruitless, and no one can say I didn't try. I mean, when you take the time to make a 1-hour video saying that the level boost isn't the end of it, and next will be mounts, pets, toys, and so on, and in return people call you a conspiracy theorist, call you Alex Jones, and then like a week later, oh shit. Well, I for one am shocked. I mean, what could go wrong in putting your faith in a company that's already gone back on their word multiple times? Or maybe showing basic math like 2 + 2 = 4 and that bots will abuse the level boost. And then people reply, nah fam, 2 + 2 = -17. It's not viable to skip 57 levels of progression. Well, apparently they invested into the name change service and switched to Harry Houdini because ever since screenshots like this came out, they've magically disappeared.
What is this, Bernard?
Doesn't look like anything to me.
They cannot see the things that will hurt them. I've spared them that. Their lives are blissful. In a way, their existence is purer than ours, freed of the burden of self-doubt.
I don't understand.
You're a fucking monster.
Or how the old world is now abandoned because players feel a little silly leveling in a completely barren world when there's a big button on the login screen that sends you straight to the Outland. Of course, this is also due to dungeon boosting, but even though that's harder to do now, it's gotten way worse. 90% of the Alliance, if they boost, do so at level 15 and higher, as that's the minimum level to enter the stockades. Therefore, Westfall, the most popular Alliance leveling zone to get to 15, is a good example to provide. Here's Westfall before the boosts were added, and here's Westfall in the afternoon on one of the most populated servers after the boosts. And the expansion is still fresh. This is when the game gets the biggest influx of new players, and it's a dead world on one of the most populated servers. These aren't Nostradamus level predictions. Anyone who wasn't willing to throw away common sense and over a decade of history could have made these predictions. But sadly, even with everyone collectively agreeing that bots had overrun the game, it wasn't enough, and now that it's in, it's here to stay.
They're actually getting to level 60 now to make themselves look a little bit less obvious. Oh, another one, here we go, quick inspect. Full communal. Another one. Varani. Exactly the same talents as all the other bots. And they always sprint back inside. Another one. Navin. Jesus. I've only been standing here for a few minutes. Another one. Night Elf. Bring it to me. Oh yeah. You're really fooling everyone else with that name. Look at all these bots. 2, 3. Oh my god.
The character boost has already damaged the game irreparably, and if/when they release the token, it'll mount even further. So again, this is me. I personally am unwilling to go through it again. Yeah, they are a business, and yeah, it's their right to earn money at the cost of gameplay, but it's also my right to unsubscribe because the product they provide is now compromised past the point of playability. Clearly, speaking up against it isn't enough, so the only route left is to speak with your wallet. They ostracized a community large enough to warrant over 70 servers for a recreation of a 15-year-old version of their game. Just try to wrap your head around that for a moment, and when you do, try to wrap your head around the fact that they're now doing it for a second time. I mean, if I truly wanted to turn my channel into a shit on Blizzard channel, it would be trivial. It writes itself at this point, but it's just not what I want my content to be. I mean, of course, why would you surround yourself with things that annoy you? It's a pretty normal reaction. It's not the atmosphere I want to set for the channel, but you're put into this awkward position. Do you continue to do this and share your true feelings and thoughts? Do you stick true to your subscribers in this way, even if it takes the channel into a direction you don't want to go in? Or do you sit down, shut up, and mute yourself because you don't want to churn waters and turn your channel into an outrage machine? You should have seen this video in its first draft. It was over an hour long. I was going ham, but I had a change of heart. If my heart's behind something, I want it to be an expression of a love, care, and passion that this game used to give me, not the frustration and disappointment that it now gives me. So, negative honesty or positive indifference. These are the two paths that have been laid before me for the past few months, and I refuse to go down either. I instead choose to carve my own. The second reason for my quitting is, for all intents and purposes, this is a classic channel. As mentioned, I quit playing current. I don't really have an interest in that. Classic overall, I enjoy more, but there's a drawback, and I've known this ever since I made the transition. That's the fact that Classic is classic. It's a solved game, it's a beaten game, therefore, in the long run, it just doesn't lend itself very well to a YouTube channel. There's an eventual finish line of things that I can talk about, and while I feel like I haven't reached it yet, there's a ton of stuff I still want to talk about. It just makes sense to put an end to it before I reach that point. I have, at this point, over 600 videos about World of Warcraft. I'm very proud of that number. These videos were created with a passion behind them, one that's been waning due to the aforementioned circumstances. In running a YouTube channel or a stream, or any form of online entertainment, there are a lot of abstract things that the viewers don't really see. One of the most important being passion. It's the reason why we get out of bed in the morning. It's the reason why we care for things and people. It's the tinder that lights the fire and keeps it burning bright. And it's important in the realm of content creation because the more passionate someone is about something, the better the end product is. For example, you have two streamers. One is completely miserable. They're not engaged. It looks like the last place that they want to be in the entire world is in that chair in front of that camera. And you have streamer 2 who's having the time of their life. They're clearly enjoying what they do, glad to be a part of the community that they built, excited for the future, happy. The show that streamer 2 puts out, unless you're into misery porn, is superior to the show that streamer 1 puts out. If you care about something more, you care about putting more effort into it. It's the same with videos. You'll think about what you're talking about more, run it by other people, get other people's perspective, and learn new editing tricks if you're passionate about it. You can say it with anything in life really, and everyone relates to this in some way. So that's where I stand right now. I feel really frustrated and stifled creatively because I've started to lose that passion, not for video editing, but rather for the subject matter, World of Warcraft. And if I were to continue to force myself into it, it would just result in the videos becoming less and less interesting, less entertaining, and lacking passion. It hasn't gotten to that for me yet, but I can feel it coming. So what I need to do is to channel my energies into other things, of which there are plenty. I already have a bunch of stuff finished in script form, but I haven't put in the time because I just preferred to spend it with Classic. But now with the level boost and the revving of the microtransaction chainsaw in the distance, the scales are tipping. I have no idea what'll happen, or if you guys will even like it. Some of it is out there, not gonna lie. Got some pretty weird shit coming your way. I fully expect after posting this video that this is goodbye to a lot of people. But before you head out, I want you to leave with my sincere and undying thank you for the time that you've given me over the past 6 years. Time is the most important thing in life that you can spend, and the amount of people I've reached over the years is something that's so incredibly special to me, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It's something I'm very proud of. Back in the day when YouTube was first starting up, I was the viewer who, when a certain channel released a video, it made my day. It turned a shitty day into a good one, no matter what was going on. So having known this perspective, to be that channel for other people is something I'm very grateful for to provide, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Well, almost anything. I will trade it for my personal happiness because, as I've explained, I think it's just the best thing for everyone involved. So I have no idea what'll happen, but I follow my heart in all things in life, and this is what my heart is telling me. The fact that this channel exists at all is a result of me following my heart. And the only thing I do know is that I'd rather have a channel that's dead instead of one that isn't alive. The third and final reason for me quitting is the biggest one. Even bigger than the previous 2 points. It has nothing to do with the game, YouTube, or anything like that. It's a very personal one, and I'm gonna keep it that way. I've bared my heart up until this point, but this is where I'll draw the line. A trap that I feel a lot of content creators fall into is that they overshare. They let go of too much personal information about themselves or their personal life, their relationships, and unfortunately, it's later used against them in various ways. And from the beginning, I promised myself that I wouldn't cross that line. It's one of the reasons why you haven't seen my face. As far as you guys know, I'm just another voice in the ether. A government text-to-speech program meant to spy on all of you and collect data, but there was a glitch in my code and I just sort of talked about World of Warcraft for 6 years. Saying it's been tough is an understatement, but it's given me a lot of perspective of the value of time and how we need to use it in the best way that we possibly can. No exceptions, no compromises, no settling. On YouTube and out of YouTube, I want to do things that matter. I want to make things that are close to my heart and share things I'm passionate about and meet people who share those passions. Ultimately, I feel like I don't get that anymore from World of Warcraft, so ultimately, I'm moving on. It's a decision that brings all sorts of emotions. I'm sad because I'm moving on from something that's been a part of my life for the past 16 years. I'm sad that I'm leaving behind the people playing it. I'm sad that I'll be leaving the World of Warcraft community. But I'm excited for all of the free time I now have because, goddamn, MMOs are time consuming. And I'm excited to get into things I've been putting off for years and sharing that with you all and seeing what this next step of life has to offer. But most of all, I'm relieved. I want to give my thanks to you, the viewer, for giving me the time, as you've done so many times. I want to thank my fellow content creators in the World of Warcraft community. You guys know who you are. Behind the scenes, it's just a group of friends or like-minded people. And I know we all disagree with each other on various things sometimes, but I've always had a great respect for the care and passion that they've shown. And I wish them nothing but the best in their future endeavors. In closing, I want to say that I'm not here to take away from anyone's fun or enjoyment. If you're enjoying yourself, good. It's nice to have things in life that you enjoy. But it's also not nice to have things in life that you enjoy taken away from you, which is why this video exists. For me, at this point, I feel like the bad outweighs the good, and why pay $15 a month for that? I'm sorry if this disappoints you, but hey, disappointment is my middle name. And I'm not really sure where I was going with that. Hang on, let me redo.
You are not prepared.
Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt. Ah, level 18.
You are not prepared.
We're too late. This entire city must be purged.
At long last, no king rules forever, my son. To ask why we fight is to ask why the leaves fall. Why do we fight? To preserve balance and bring harmony. For the Alliance.
champion. We got some more Azurite for your Uncle Magni.
Too long I do the maiden's blood desire.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video.
MMORPGs are games that players can sink thousands of hours into, so understandably no one wants to play one of these games that are perceived to be dead, dying, or in a state of decline. So in this video I'm going to list the most played MMORPGs going into 2025 that all have healthy populations and shouldn't die anytime soon. Unlike most people who make these kind of videos, I won't be using data from mmopopulations.com, as this website is verifiably wrong about most games, as you can see with its data on Albion Online, claiming that this game has only 15k daily players, when the devs released data saying it was above the 300k range only a few months ago. This list has a few new additions, as well as some changes in the rankings compared to the last time. Interestingly, there's a few MMOs on here that have actually been growing in player base for quite some time. But before we get into it, support the content by listening to today's sponsor. Starting out with Foxhole. This is an MMO that many people overlook, but with thousands of players at war on a single server, Foxhole certainly qualifies for this list. In this game, players spawn in as nothing more than a simple soldier, a small cog in the war machine, and everything relating to combat logistics, from bullets to weapons, vehicles and fuel, is all supplied by other real players. Foxhole fully released in September 2022 after multiple years in early access, and has actually been growing in player base ever since, whilst also sitting comfortably at very positive reviews on Steam. Oh, and if you're looking at this game and wishing there was a medieval version, then I have very good news for you. The developers of Foxhole are indeed making a medieval version called Anvil Empires, which you can already wishlist on Steam now. MapleStory is another surprise MMO on this list that in the past few years has seen a major resurgence in player numbers. Look at the player count on Steam charts, it's on a 4-year uptrend, and that's not even considering that most people play via the Nexon launcher, so actual player numbers are much higher. If you've never played before, MapleStory is a 2D anime side-scroller MMO that has surprisingly fun combat, boss fights, a nostalgic art style, and tons of classes, as well as a highly active content creation community on YouTube, Twitch and Reddit. Whilst researching this video, I was really surprised to see MapleStory doing so well, so perhaps it's time for another revisit soon. Star Wars: The Old Republic. Despite being 13 years old at this point, Star Wars: The Old Republic still has a reasonably sized player base, and is still receiving updates, although much less frequent than it used to. If you've never played it before, SWTOR is a traditional tab-targeting theme park MMO that's highly praised for its story. The game also has a nice player housing system, and a decent mix of PvP and PvE content. Realistically though, despite having a player base, SWTOR might only have one more expansion left in it before going full maintenance mode. Luckily, thanks to the story, this is a game that's still possible to enjoy solo. Since my last video, Lost Ark has had quite the fall from grace, going from one of the most played MMOs shortly after its global release to barely making this list. Despite its drop over time, the game does still have a player base, and I still think Lost Ark has the best combat out of any top-down MMORPG. It's definitely worth trying out if you've never played it before. Big titty anime characters, flashy combat, epic PvE boss fights both solo and group, with some PvP available if you fancy it. Hopefully the devs step in with a drastic update sometime soon to bring people back to the game, because at its core the gameplay is very good. The endgame loop, however, not so much. Modern RuneScape, aka RuneScape 3. This is the least popular, most heavily monetized version of RuneScape. We do have accurate data for this game, and as you can see from the chart, the player count has mostly flatlined over the past 10 years, ranging from 25k to 35k concurrent peak players. In my opinion, RuneScape 3 is worth playing, only if you play Iron Man mode, which prevents the pay-to-win cash shop completely ruining your sense of accomplishment. This point-and-click sandbox MMORPG has a ton of content, and I actually plan on revisiting it myself with a fresh Iron Man character soon. EVE Online, another 20-year-old MMORPG that still has an active player base that we can also see accurate player data for over at eveoffline.net. This is a free-to-play sci-fi sandbox MMO that's famous for its massive galactic-scale battles in which you'll join a corporation, earn money with your spaceship, and work with others to control sectors of space. EVE still ranges from 25k to 35k peak concurrent players every day, and given that there's no other similar MMOs, it probably isn't going away anytime soon. New World has recently had a console cross-platform release, so the Steam chart numbers no longer accurately reflect the entire player base, but in total with console, I'd estimate the game to have daily peak concurrent player numbers in the 30 to 40k range. If you've never played it before, New World is quite a unique MMO in that it has a Souls-like feeling combat system and blends aspects of survival with theme park MMORPG. It's got dungeons, raids, an open world, as well as PvP battlegrounds and territory wars. Sentiment from the PC player base towards New World was quite negative in 2024 due to a lack of meaningful updates, with the focus clearly being on the cross-platform release and rebrand. I suspect the game will see player numbers rise again with the next major expansion. Guild Wars 2 has recently turned 12 years old, and due to it being the king of horizontal progression in the MMO genre, as well as it being a buy-to-play, no sub-fee title, this game has easily maintained a consistent player base. Whilst we don't have exact player data numbers for Guild Wars 2 with most people using the official launcher over Steam, I'd expect it to have somewhere in the range of 40 to 60k daily peak concurrent. It was announced earlier in 2024 that Guild Wars 3 is in the early stages of development, and Guild Wars 2 is still earning decent money for NCSoft with regular updates, so I'd expect this game to remain popular and stick around for a fair few years to come. Once Human is a new free-to-play open-world post-apocalyptic survival MMO and has taken a rather interesting seasonal approach to its design. Every few weeks there's a new season where everything resets and the world is different each time. This causes big fluctuations in the player numbers, as it's obviously pointless to start playing the game 1 to 2 weeks before a reset. Regardless, the game's maintained a large player base since launch, and with both mobile and console releases on the horizon, I'd expect player count to increase quite a bit for this game in 2025. Elder Scrolls Online, another hard MMO to estimate player count, as most people play via the official launcher rather than Steam, and it's also really popular cross-platform on console. For this one, I'd estimate around 60 to 80k daily peak players, maybe more. ESO has just turned 10 years old and it's still getting yearly expansions. The game's got content for everyone, fans of PvP, PvE, player housing and story enjoyers, and it's a buy-to-play MMO, although to avoid spending hundreds on DLC, you're probably going to want to subscribe. Black Desert Online released globally over 8 years ago at this point, and it's still one of the most popular MMOs, especially in Asia. The Steam data for this game really isn't accurate, as most people play off Steam, with there being different launches for the game depending on your region. BDO is a sandbox MMO that to this day is widely considered to have the best action combat in the MMO genre. It's certainly more of a mob grind style MMO, although in recent years the devs have tried making more traditional PvE style content. Despite having a daily peak concurrent player base that I'd estimate to be likely close to 100k, many BDO players haven't been happy with the recent updates. Hopefully things improve in 2025. Albion Online has continued to rise in player numbers over the past couple years, not only due to its mobile release, but also releasing new servers. A few years back, this game only had NA servers, but now it's got servers for both Asia and Europe, so more people can enjoy the game without getting wrecked by bad ping. If you've never played before, Albion is a free-to-play sandbox MMO that's got a lot of interesting content for both PvP and PvE players. It's regularly updated, has a large content content creator community, and recent data released by the devs shows the game reaching a milestone of 350k daily players, with 27k concurrent being the Steam record. Given that most people play off Steam via the official client or on mobile, I'm estimating the game probably has a concurrent peak of around 100k. Throne and Liberty is a new addition to this list, releasing on Steam with an initial peak of 300k players, bleeding out to around 100k 2 months post-launch. If you account for the console player base on both PS5 and Xbox, as well as the separate Korean version of the game, then the player numbers are most likely much higher. Throne and Liberty is one of the few Korean MMOs to take a more Western approach to design, including traditional PvE content in the form of dungeons, raids, and solo bosses with interesting mechanics. This game has a rather clunky tab targeting combat system, a focus on guild vs guild territory wars at endgame, and unlike most Korean MMOs, a progression system that isn't an infinite RNG grind. Given that this is a game that's just recently launched, I would expect it to fall down quite a few spots on next year's list, unless the devs can release some updates to improve its fundamentally clunky gameplay. Final Fantasy XIV is a theme park MMO and the #1 competitor to World of Warcraft that's known for both its storytelling and epic endgame raiding. Like WoW, FF14 has a major expansion roughly every 2 years, and we don't really have any concrete data on actual player numbers other than Steam charts, which only show a fraction of the actual player base, given that most people don't play on Steam and the game's also available on console. Final Fantasy XIV is definitely in the top 3 MMOs in terms of popularity. However, based on a number of factors such as social media engagement, viewership and trends, I'd personally estimate it to be number 3. Old school RuneScape is truly an MMO that's not only stood the test of time, but has also gone from strength to strength, gaining players and relevance since its release. OSRS is one of the few MMOs to show player numbers, and the game frequently peaks at 150k concurrent. As of releasing this video, it's probably much higher, with the temporary game mode Leagues 5 having just released. I'm probably playing it myself right now actually. If you've never played it before, the appeal of OSRS is that it's an MMO that will keep you addicted for thousands of hours due to the incremental upgrades and content being designed in a way that doesn't make previous content irrelevant. The game's highly customizable nowadays thanks to the RuneLite client, it's cross-play on mobile, the game's very frequently updated, and in 2025 it's likely there'll be an official HD mode released by Jagex, enticing more new players to the game. In the past 5 months alone, I've put over 1,000 hours into OSRS on my new Iron Man character, and I genuinely believe that this MMO will still be here in another 10 years time. World of Warcraft stopped publishing its subscriber numbers almost a decade ago at this point, but that hasn't stopped people combining a bunch of data to make solid estimates. In 2024, Bellular Gaming made a full video estimating WoW to have roughly 7 million subscribers. Now obviously you've got multiple different versions of WoW. You've got Retail, Vanilla Classic, Classic Expansions, and Season of Discovery, but all of those are accessible with one subscription, and many WoW players will hop between the different versions of the game depending on what's hype at the time. On every metric, WoW still seems like it's the top dog in the MMORPG genre. From Twitch viewership, social media engagement, YouTube and Reddit, WoW does the highest numbers and doesn't appear to be going anywhere anytime soon. But that's it for this list. We've had quite a few new entries this year, as well as some older MMOs surprisingly climbing the rankings. The ones that surprised me the most personally were Foxhole, MapleStory and old school RuneScape, as well as seeing how much Lost Ark has dropped down by. How much do you think this list will change in 1 year's time? You reckon there'll be any new additions? Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 perhaps? If you enjoyed this vid, then help us out with a like for the algorithm, subscribe for more MMO content, social media on screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Wow, this new Star Wars Outlaws game looks pretty great.
That's pretty good.
You know what? Let's check out the official website and see if we can...
Wait, what? Oh, it's already...
MMORPGs are games that
Hey everyone, welcome back. So if you hadn't heard the news, this week Jagex revealed a potentially very exciting new game. It's called RuneScape Dragon Wilds. This is an open world co-op survival crafting game with third-person combat. It features MMO-inspired character builds where you can take on the role of a warrior, a ranger, a mage, and plenty of other traditional RPG-themed classes, slashing, shooting, and casting spells against a host of fantasy creatures while collecting loot and exploring a massive open world with its assorted biomes and points of interest. All the while also doing the survival game loop of gathering, crafting, and building. Now, we have only seen a brief glimpse of this game so far, but it's looking quite promising from what little has been revealed, like a hybrid of Valheim and Enshrouded with the added layer of RuneScape's magical skill system and its world building. Also, according to some early hands-on testers who have already played the game in its alpha state, this is shaping up nicely with some very positive early impressions that we will cover later in today's video. I am tentatively quite excited. Like, this looks like something that I would definitely enjoy playing. So today in this video, we're going to go over everything we know about RuneScape Dragon Wilds. So for starters, they've released 2 official trailers, a 2-minute teaser, which was mostly environmental flybys, showing off various zones and points of interest. So we see some forest, rivers, medieval towns, castles, ruins, dungeons, swamps, waterfalls, a weather system with thunderstorms, nighttime with this bright stars in the sky, and finally this noxious wasteland. All in all, I would say this looks pretty good in my opinion. The visual style definitely reminds me of a blending of something like Valheim and Enshrouded. Yes, it's certainly a low pixel count compared to some super high fidelity UE5 games, but it's also built in a way that I think creates a ton of atmosphere. Just in general, I like how this looks. I like how Valheim and Enshrouded look, even though they might not have like the highest graphical asset fidelity. They create appealing worlds to spend time in, and hopefully this is another such example of that. Beyond this 2-minute trailer, there was another brief 30-second trailer, and this one had some gameplay and combat highlights. It opens up with a group of players running through what looks to be a destroyed town. It then cuts to an NPC quest giver. We see this dragon encounter. We got a ranger firing on a goblin. A little bit more combat. This spectral axe chopping down trees. There's some base building in here with the player snapping template pieces into place. And then lastly, what looks to be something like a boss fight versus this dragon. Heading over to the Steam page actually gives us quite a lot of detailed information on what to expect. So the game takes place on RuneScape's forgotten continent of Ashenfall, where dragons have awoken. We play as adventurers who must gather, build, skill, and craft to survive while exploring the world, battling fantasy creatures, and ultimately taking down the dragon threat. In fact, it looks like a core loop of this survival game revolves around hunting these dragons. You're going to level up your character, you'll do all the progression with crafting weapons and gear, acquiring powerful spells, and then tracking down the dragons, using every tool at your disposal to vanquish them. In fact, they word this in a way that implies that there are going to be many dragons for you to track down and fight, with the ultimate goal being to take down the Dragon Queen. The game also features the traditional survival loop of gathering resources which you will use to craft items and build bases, but this is done with a magical twist. For example, you can use spells that will explore ore veins with the snap of a finger, or something we've seen several images of is this conjuring of a spectral axe that you toss out in a straight line, chopping down any trees within its path. It actually looks pretty neat. Now, beyond all the basic survival stuff, there is also the added layer of the RuneScape inspiration. Here they say you will embark on quest, level skills, and wield powerful magic runes. Jagex goes on to say that the game blends high fantasy with light RPG elements and iconic RuneScape lore. As you explore the world, you'll uncover ancient secrets and battle legendary RuneScape creatures. Also, like many early access survival games, they say that Dragon Wilds is going to be heavily shaped by player feedback as it progresses through the alpha in early access into 1.0 and then further beyond. Now, in terms of the current state of the game, here's what they say. RuneScape Dragon Wilds started alpha testing in late 2024 and is launching in early access in spring 2025, so sometime in the relatively near future. From there, they say that their humble team of heroes will be developing the project with player feedback at its core. Now, moving on to the early access segment of the Steam page, we get some further details. So for starters, they say that their current estimation is that the game will be ready to leave early access at some point in early 2026. However, However, they will take longer if necessary to make sure the game is as good as it can be for 1.0. This is pretty much what every early access developer says, but worth mentioning. Now, as for the version of the game that will be launching into early access, it is going to contain the first few regions, the survival systems, RuneScape skills, as well as magic survival spells. There will be gear to craft, a robust building system, challenging combat, dungeons to delve in, and the first dragon to hunt. So it does appear like when this game comes in early access sometime this spring, there will be one dragon hunt to go for. So you're doing all the survival crafting exploration stuff, ultimately gearing yourself up to take down that one dragon. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the one dragon, which seems to be a little bit worried, like how much content is there prior to that dragon, and then even post killing that dragon, maybe still want to power. We have no clue. Maybe it takes 100 hours to kill the first dragon. Like, really no clue at this point. We'll see, right? Then throughout the course of early access, their plan is to, of course, add more content and features. This will include new skill spells, more quest enemies, seasonal events, resource types, and expansions to the map, as in more zones, more areas to explore, and in those areas, more points of interest. And here they also gave the typical EA game spiel about listening to and implementing changes based on player feedback. Again, it's literally, you could just copy paste the exact same sentence into every early access game. We're going to really listen to player feedback, and we're going to make the game as good as it can be prior to 1.0. Those two things, they're in all of them, because of course they'd say that. And I believe them. I believe they want to make the best game that they can prior to coming on 1.0, because that means they make the most money that they can. All right, so in addition to the Steam page, they released a brief Q&A in a video form where they speak to the game's executive producer. Although, to be perfectly honest, this really was just a basic announcement with them saying, hey, we're making this game. It's a survival crafting game in the RuneScape world. Please check it out and follow us on Steam. That was basically a summation of the entire video. However, after that, we got a blog post on the official Jagex website, which gave us yet another overview of the game, but it also gave some details about an upcoming live stream. So they said, we're so delighted to finally be able to introduce you to RuneScape Dragon Wilds as an all-new standalone co-op survival game in the RuneScape universe. Then they touch on the fact that the game has been in alpha testing for a while, saying, you may remember that we put out the call for alpha testers in September last year, and since then we've been rigorously testing the game with you, the community. The feedback that we receive from our alpha testers has been instrumental in helping us understand our direction and helping us do everything we can to make this game the best it can possibly be. We've made the decision to launch into early access on Steam for the same reason. You, the players, get hands-on time with the game and give us feedback to make it as good as it can possibly be. And then they wrap up the blog post, and this is the good part, by mentioning the date for the upcoming stream. On April 15th, they're going to be doing a live stream in which they will provide a deep dive with the development team, answering your questions and showing off elements of the game. So it looks like we're going to be getting a lot more details and actual gameplay footage in about 2 weeks from now. Awesome. Can't wait for that. Now, just yesterday, as of the recording of this video, just yesterday, PC Gamer released an interview with the game's senior community manager, and while much of the roughly 10-minute video was going over all the basics that we've already talked about, there were a couple of really interesting points in here. So first, they talked about what they're hoping will set Dragon Wilds apart from its contemporaries. In other words, what's going to make this game different from Valheim and Enshrouded. Here's what he had to say.
But I think the thing that makes us really stand out is, apart from the fact that it's a RuneScape game, is that we have our skill spell system. Our survival magic really doesn't turn the system on its head per se, but it really fundamentally challenges how you experience a survival game. Being able to conjure a spectral axe that goes through a row of trees in one swing, being able to explode fallen trees into immediately cut planks or shatter rocks with the snap of your fingers, things like that make it so much easier to streamline that survival process as you become more powerful.
And you know what? Right out the gate, this was initially one of the things that I found immediately appealing. Like, beyond the similarities that you can clearly draw to Valheim or Enshrouded, the game's magic system I was really interested in. I really hope it's fully fleshed out. Like, if they can take the full-blown range of magic in RuneScape and throw that into a survival game, that would be really interesting, because for the most part, the magic in the other survival fantasy games that I played is fairly really basic, bare bones, with not a ton of different options. Like, I love Enshrouded, but its magic system, and especially when you like look at its skill tree, there isn't too much there, or at least I would like to see it more fleshed out. And again, I love Enshrouded, it's a great game, but having a survival crafting game like that with a very deep and very diverse magic system, that would be really cool. But in addition to that, they also touch on something else that I'm quite interested in, and that is PvP.
Some of the team put together a very experimental PvP build during a game jam. We initially broached the subject with players and we said, hey, would you be interested in testing this? It's going to be very jank, full disclosure. And the players said, you know what? We want in. We'll give it a go anyway. We'll try it and see how it comes out. They got hands on with it, and it is jank, I must stress. But players said, hey, this is kind of fun. And so it is a toggleable option in our alpha tester builds, and players have been getting to try it out. If in the future players turn around and say, actually, we kind of would love to have dedicated PvP servers in the future or whatever, then we have those options there. And it's about listening to those players and giving them the ideas early, letting us have those conversations and see where it takes us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down, dude. Dedicated PvP servers for players who are interested in it. I think it's a great idea, and I hope they continue to look into that going forward and make that a possibility, because all these games, like, I'd love to have some PvP, at least some options, right? It doesn't have to be a forced PvP full loot drop game or full character death crazy, anything like that, but yeah, I would love to see it personally. Okay, so beyond all of that, like, that's all the official details that we've gotten from Jagex. We also have, as mentioned at the top, some early hands-on impressions from people who have already played the game. The aforementioned alpha testing that's taken place over the past few months, well, people have been playing it, of course, and coinciding with this official announcements that came through this week, some of those players decided to share their experience and thoughts. NDA be damned, apparently. Now, full disclosure, I have not played this game in any form. I have not signed an NDA, so I am not breaking an NDA because I haven't played the game and I haven't signed one. What I'm doing here is sharing the experience of other players who have played the game and just have decided to share their thoughts on it because everyone's talking about it right now. Okay, so here's what we learned from some of the early testers. First off, I gotta say, just in general, there was a lot of genuinely positive praise for the game, with quite a few comments that looked like this. I got to play the alpha for this game, and as an old school RuneScape player and a massive survival game fan, I was super impressed. Normally, everything that Jagex makes that's not old school RuneScape is pretty whack, but I saw a lot of innovation and clever design pulled from contemporary titles like Valheim, as well as plenty of the magic that makes old school RuneScape special. Super excited. That's really good to hear. Or this comment: I was concerned with how they were going to intertwine the skills from RuneScape into a survival game, and I've got to say they really hit the nail on the head. My group had the pleasure of enjoying the alpha testing earlier this year, and it was a blast. We were all Valheim enjoyers. Half the group had never played or had no desire to play old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3, but thoroughly enjoyed testing the game. Now, beyond these generally positive impressions people seem to have, some players also shared some information about various systems, features, and mechanics. So for example, when it comes to the RuneScape tie-ins into this otherwise survival open world game, there's quite a few of elements of transferring between the two, cross-pollination here. So this comment said, you'll find characters and skills which are from RuneScape. You'll find construction as a rabbit hole in itself that you can build some crazy cool houses. You will find yourself going, oh crap, this is what my character does in RuneScape, but the animations are different. Think similar to Elder Scrolls. It's literally like Elder Scrolls, but RuneScape with the NPCs and skills you love plus more. That sounds pretty interesting. Or here's this other comment that said, it's RuneScapey in some good parts, lore writing and humor, but the location is brand new. Magic and runes work similar-ish to RuneScape, but all skills have magical abilities associated with them that cost runes. There's many similar monsters and items, plus the skills themselves, of course. And then finally, this one that said, for those who haven't played the alpha, it's Valheim with RuneScape's magic system. I mean, that's really all I need to hear. Like, Valheim with RuneScape's magic system? Yeah, sounds good. Here's a quote talking about the servers and how the open world looks. This said, yeah, it's open world, and at least in alpha, you could create your own server that people could join, or you can just run it solo. You can definitely explore, and it's a pretty dang big game. It has a backstory that I believe in today's announcement video, they explained how you got to where you're going. Dragon's Wild also has full-blown narrative and questing system. I played in the alpha test. My buddies compared it to Valheim the whole time in a good way, though. We loved having an actual story and side side quests that we could follow. Looks like base building is going to require structural supports, also similar to Valheim. I thought the building was solid and definitely better than most survival games of this type. You do have to consider supports for your buildings, and there were plenty of ways to make buildings unique. And then we got some info on combat mechanics and gear. It's Souls-like on a basic level. If you've ever played Valheim, kind of like that, it has iframe rolls and shield parrying. There's gear sets for tanky melee, light melee, wizards, and archers. And then finally, this quote about combat said, it's you swinging your combat items like you were to swing a sword or an axe, but you have abilities you can use for mage as well. All right, now, while most of the comments that I saw were positive, with people expressing that they enjoyed their time with the alpha, there was some critique here and there as well. Here's a couple of examples. Combat put me off a little, to be honest. I'm sure they'll improve stuff from the alpha version, but it kind of felt like every other survival game, except it had some spells, runes, etc. Or this quote that said, played the alpha for this. It was all right, but nothing different to any of the survival crafting games we've seen. It doesn't have much going for it beyond the RuneScape brand either. The systems and content were very thin compared to Valheim or Ark. Not an MMO, and at best, a middling survival game that I'd play for a weekend then not touch again. Ouch, a little harsh, but it's their opinion. Right? And finally, I'll wrap up with this quote, which kind of split the difference, expressing interest, but also some concerns. It said, I played in the alpha, was basically RuneScape Valheim. I look forward to what this looks like in the full release. My only criticisms are, needs more optimization, but that's more of a UE5 issue. And secondly, needs more of a RuneScape identity, but I'd expect this to come in the beta releases. Okay, so with all of that said, considering everything that I've seen and read about this game, I am definitely looking forward to it overall. Like, I see a lot of potential here. RuneScape is an IP rich with history and lore. The open world co-op survival genre in a fantasy setting has been one of my favorites in the past few years. And again, you can draw some pretty clear parallels to the likes of Valheim and Enshrouded. In fact, many of those alpha testers themselves made similar comparison. And that's a great thing, in my opinion, because I think both of those games are fantastic. So if you're coming out with a game that says, hey, it's a lot like Valheim and Enshrouded, but it's got RuneScape on top of it, that sounds good to me. Like, if Jagex can deliver a similar experience plus the added layer of RuneScape stuff and what looks to be a fairly interesting magic system, yeah, I am absolutely interested. Now, we're going to be learning and seeing more quite soon. As mentioned, we got that deep dive live stream planned for April the 15th. Should that be significant enough, I may release a follow-up video going into details about everything they cover. And then, of course, once Dragon Wilds is eventually playable, I 100% intend to dive in. This just looks right up my alley. Hope it's good, but that is all for today. Thank you, as always, for watching. Hope you enjoyed this recap of everything we know about RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Looking forward to seeing and hearing more. Yeah, just as always, hoping for good games. Hope this is another one of said good games. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all next time. Take it easy.
What up? They have an op, dude. What is it now? It's like 10k now. Yep.
Skyforge is a really fun, action-packed, full-on PC MMO that is extremely enjoyable on the surface, but is held back by its lack of polish and the undeniable, overwhelming feeling you're playing a really overdeveloped mobile game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, I'm Josh Stripe-Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMOs I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff, ring the bell for all the future notifications, and as usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch, who keep the channel alive. I don't care how small the text gets, I'm keeping all your names on one page. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Skyforge. Now remember, this series is called Worst MMO Ever, but they're not all irredeemably bad. In fact, Skyforge was downright fun for a few hours I spent with it, but it's not without flaws, and that's what I'm going to focus on. And this gets pedantic, because honestly, Skyforge feels so close to being awesome. It's just ruined by some absolutely unforgivable amateur level mistakes. So Skyforge, it's on Steam and it's free, and wow, the top reviews do not paint this game in a favourable light. We will come back to these later. Skyforge is published by My.Games, so I checked them out and oh, a sci-fi shooter called Warface, a fantasy MMO Conqueror's Blade, the Eastern-looking Revelation Online. I see, I think me and My.Games are going to get to know each other very well over the next few weeks. So I launched Skyforge and we face the first issue. Resizing the game doesn't. The first screen you get is a calibration screen, and while you can select windowed full screen, it doesn't actually make it windowed full screen. It stays full screen, full screen. What a great start. Make a character, and if you're thinking that looks a bit pixelated around the edges, that's because it is. I don't know why, textures are lovely, edges aren't. I've got anti-aliasing on, it doesn't do anything. Oh, and you can have a mask on. This seems era appropriate. Here's a strange bug. You can use this slider to change your character's run style from light to heavy, but when you slide it all the way to heavy, the camera zooms into the model's face. Why? I'm not affecting the face, I'm changing the gait. I want to see the whole model so I can see what the run animation looks like. This happens with a few other sliders too. Have you just used these sliders with the pre-programming of changing something on the face parameter so it still just zooms into the face? Game starts. We're a soldier on a train. We're on our way to kill some bugs, and we get told very directly, be careful, you are not immortal. Remember this line, it will be important later. WASD movement, space is jump, the UI is clean, the graphics look fine, the movement feels good, lighting is consistent, ambient audio fits. Okay, everything looks good, so we head over to this sergeant, press spacebar to talk, and now the minor yet jarring problems begin. The game is voiced, mostly, but the voice acting does not match the subtitles. Look, I know this isn't game breaking. What it is immersion breaking. This is a really common design fault in a lot of Eastern games translated over to the West. They care enough to subtitle, they care enough to voice act, but they don't care enough to match them up. It's a signifier the company has talent and skill enough to make a high quality game, and money enough to afford voice actors, but not the patience or care to make sure they've actually polished it together, and we will see this lack of polish throughout. I hang around to admire the scenery and the light rays and it looks awesome, and then the game actually shouts at me for wasting time. I actually like this. It adds a sense of connection between the player and the avatar. Your actions are being observed and reacted to by the NPCs in the game. Now to combat, which is the main part of this game. Skyforge is an action MMO. Left click for basic attack, right click for a larger AoE sword swipe. Shift is dodge and you'll gain more abilities as you level up. Hits feel nice, good visual flair and sound effects on impact, but the occasional animation snapping and somewhat slow responses on changing direction. It's a really sharp combat system with occasional interrupts and half-second input lag. Not enough to make it unplayable, but enough to occasionally be noticeable. This town dude is also voice acted, and right, the voice acting in this game is interesting. Just have a listen.
Thank you. I thought they'd tear me apart. When the creatures started coming in, everybody panicked. People screamed, and I ran. The headman told us to go to the barn and barricade ourselves in. And I fell behind when I went to get something from my house.
Some of the voice acting is great, but most of it is bad. Very bad. Don't worry, we'll hear some really, really bad stuff later. Kill some mobs, then have a nice little cutscene and fight the first mini-boss. Now, while fighting, you'll see orbs fly off the enemy. These refill your health and are somewhat important in the later game. They also means the best way to restore your health is by attacking, so it's promoting aggressive gameplay, which is a great way to encourage the player to engage in combat. It's what the reboot of Doom did. Killing the mini-boss gets us another cutscene. We rescue some people and then get thanked by all of them. And look, when I say the voice acting is laughable, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Hey, over there. You can come out.
Come out! It's safe now!
Thank the gods, you got them all!
Thank you. Thank you! You're our saviors.
We're saved.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We thought it was the end of us.
Despite winning the fight, we are ambushed, and the next cutscene is actually quite nice. Visuals are decent, music is good, fight direction is lovely. Skyforge feels like a high-budget game made with a low-budget attitude. Oh, and in this cutscene, we die. Like, we just get straight up murdered. But that's not a problem, because we are, subverting the expectation of the earlier intro movie, actually immortal. And then we're treated to a great cutscene, and, okay, just watch. I've not edited this.
Arise, immortal. It is not the end. It is just the beginning.
Did you feel that? That jarring switch from cutscene to gameplay. The music was rising, the camera was zooming in, the emotional intensity was building, and then it was just gone. Skyforge is good at cutscenes, it's good at gameplay, and it's awful at transitioning between the two. Fight our way through the hidden temple we appear to be in. I'm enjoying the visuals and the combat, and then another cutscene. Okay, this has happened twice, and now it's annoyed me. This is the second cutscene we've been overwhelmed by enemies. Why don't you just actually overwhelm me with enemies in gameplay? Cutscenes are used to show events you couldn't show via gameplay or wouldn't make any sense. If you want to have the player feel truly helpless, just throw an actual mass of enemies at me and kill me. I want to fight what you are showing me. But with the cutscene done, we are now back to some one-on-one with a random dude. I wonder if I can win by just spamming left click and doing absolutely nothing else.
Is unstoppable.
Yes, you can. This is not a well-designed encounter. I talked to this dude, he's meant to be impressed we're an immortal, but I don't think anyone has told his voice actor he needs to act impressed.
Birds thought you were dead. Couldn't they smell you? And you don't have a scratch on you. You must be immortal. You were born under a lucky star. Come on, it's my duty to bring you to Alienar now.
Being an immortal, we are sent to the main city, which is a lovely sci-fi flying cars, all in nice lines, huge towers of glass and silver style futuristic city, your standard city in the clouds look. And here we meet Harida, who gives us a massive exposition dump through text. This is a remarkably lazy, very amateur way of advancing the story. Don't show or have the player experience, just tell them what they need to know and how they should feel. Basically, we are an immortal, but not a god. Not yet, but if we work really hard and help people, we could become a god, and that's the whole plot of Skyforge. We are sent to meet Flavius, a god who is devoted to science, and also the only voice actor who can actually emote.
Oh, rookie! Hello. Liking immortality? Not getting to your head? Oh, my manners. I'm Flavius. I'm trying to advance science here while others are waving their swords.
We're now sent to the training hall to choose a class, and the terms and conditions box pops up. What? I thought I'd already accepted these, but no, apparently you accept the T's and C's of the game now. This is the class hall, and I feel like I'm back in Otherland. Is this 8 squared? Are we about to be ambushed by shaders? So in Skyforge, you've got a load of classes, and you can switch between them once you've unlocked them all. There are 3 free classes, a tank, a DPS, and a healer, and a wealth of premium ones covering all combat styles. There's loads of choice if you're willing to pay for it, and don't you worry, we will look at the shop later. I go with the Cryomancer, an Ice Wizard DPS, and just to cement this game's similarities to Terra, the wizard uses a floating disc focus weapon, exactly like Terra. Now begins a combat tutorial, and here is my issue with this. This combat tutorial explains an attack, spawns some enemies, and makes you use the attack. Technically, it's ticking all the boxes of a good tutorial, explaining an ability, then putting you in a position needing the ability. But it's missing the emotional impact of using the ability to achieve something. This tutorial is technically correct and emotionally void. Here's an example of a better one. In Warframe, you are trapped, alone, and being hunted. You are shown how to bullet jump and you use it to escape. You're shown how to melee fight and you fight your way to safety. You're shown how to shoot and you defend yourselves from enemies. The tutorial takes place within the actual story of the game and you feel connected to the actions because you need to use them to survive. This tutorial takes place in a white training dojo. You're told to use the bomb, you use the bomb. You're told to use the spike, you use the spike. You're shown a shield, you use your shield. It's an extremely basic derivative training section, and you are never in any danger. It's linear and dull, and it remains that way right up until the end when suddenly there's actually quite a nice subversion of expectations. It doesn't make up for the lack of interest in the tutorial, but it does definitely do something with it. The training simulation now breaks, and suddenly you have to use what you've been shown to actually survive as the dummies become hostile. Nice way to turn it around, Skyforge. Set up for a payoff. Well done. But this does also mean the simulation has glitched, which makes it even more like Otherland. To survive this massive wave of enemies, we're given temporary god powers, a little taste of what we'll have later, and it's fun mowing down hordes of enemies who only moments ago were actually an issue to us. So the weapon you use changes based on your class, but every other item remains, so you don't need loads of class gear sets. Keeps builds nice and simple. One small issue with the world map, it's lacking any real detail. The minimap shows NPCs you can talk to and quests and other players, and the world map just shows the area you're in and you. It just feels lacking. We take this shuttle to the Divine Observatory. This is the game's central hub, and it's actually quite busy. I have a look around, and I love the environmental design. The use of the vertical space with these spinning library-style walls of shelves, the towers above, the sight lines through to the area, the lovely colour palette clashing with itself. It's a beautiful area. We get a bit more plot. Basically, you're immortal. People pray to immortals to help them, so if you help them and more people pray to you, you become a god. And the more people believe in you, the more powerful you become. This is a clever, lore-friendly way of explaining levels. It's your worshippers increasing in number because you've done stuff. Similar to Warframe, Skyforge has a central hub location, and then all the missions take place in small, instanced zones accessed via the main map, and you open the map with K. There are 9 main zones, and each zone has levels within it. There's even a narrative plotline actually marked on the map of the zones, so you're always sure where to go next to follow the main story. I love the fact that early game direction is given to the player, and I love the fact the storyline is actually shown on the map in a geographically consistent way. But this map screen feels so mobile gamey. It feels very tower defense level select on a Newgrounds game in the late 2000s, and Skyforge is full of these choices, these mobile choices. We'll see even more later. The main gameplay of Skyforge moment to moment is solid. It's in the mid to high quality PC game section, but the menus and the systems are just so mobile game feeling. First mission, we're off to Dankit Forest to help someone. Chat to this dude and just a whole host of voice acting issues here.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't think I'd make it. Those creatures appeared out of nowhere. My whole...
Notice how it just cut off at the end. Well, that happens all the time. It's another glaring example of the lack of polish on Skyforge. Oh, also, the big bad guy is called Thanatos. I'm not joking, Thanatos, the god of death. If you listen carefully, you can hear all the Disney lawyers working out if they can sue yet. Once an enemy has low health, you can press E to perform a more stylish kill. The Cryomancer just entombs them in a stalagmite, and you get all your combat energy back so you can use more special attacks. And now another issue which again feels mobile. Spacebar is a context button. It's jump, then it's also talk to NPCs, then collect items, then interact with items on the floor, then pick up a new weapon, then activate consoles. Spacebar is context sensitive, and in the chaos of an action game, you can be trying to pick something up or activate a console while actually spamming jump. The glory of a keyboard is you can keybind different keys to do different things. You don't need to bind all the interactions to a single key because you have multiple keys. The only reason you would do this is if you were limited on keys, like on a phone. And now we get this really weird first-person cutscene that's never happened before and doesn't happen ever again. So someone resurrected the boss and then powered him up, so we fight a game. And it's great fun. Skyforge seems to excel at fights pitting the player against one or a small group of elite enemies. It allows the mechanics to shine, so we win. And the end screen shows us the rewards, and also the rewards we would have received if we were a paying premium member. Oh yeah, you gotta gently encourage the players to sub. To be fair, the premium features don't get pushed on you in the early game, which is nice. We report back and we learn the dude who teleported in and resurrected the boss is called the Grave Digger, so when he enters the battlefield he can return target creature from the graveyard to his hand. I see. Now we meet a powerful goddess called Ayana and my face does a weird twitchy thing. Just watch. I'm pretty sure my face has never done that. Oh, and also during this cutscene, the voiceover volume levels just vary wildly. Just listen, I've not altered this at all.
I've been told that you had an encounter with the Gravedigger. We cannot underestimate this threat. The army of death on Aelion is weak and uncoordinated. And a strong leader? That will make it much more powerful. The entire planet is in danger. It is the duty of every immortal to help catch the Gravedigger. And we cannot rest until he has been captured. The well-being of Aelion is in our hands.
Cockery card?
Iana commended you. It is a good sign. Your journey started with luck, but that was only just... You may prove yourself with short missions alone or with a group, with whole regions, occupied by enemy forces, or with even competitions against other immortals.
That's just another small issue in a long list of small issues that again isn't game-breaking but does make Skyforge appear artistically amateur. We're now told about the class quest temple accessed via the map scene, so I go to the map, click the temple, click quest list to advance my class and get some new skills, and nothing happens. Wow. Okay, so to be able to click this button, you need to open the menu, try to click it, then close the menu, and this completes the quest, making it clickable. Skyforge feels like a game with a really high budget and absolutely no quality assurance. Now we get a robotic companion, or ARC, which we can upgrade with Victor medals to do extra stuff. Victor medals are one of the many currencies the game has, which again feels mobile gamey. We're now sent to Factory 501, where this dude 100% assures us that nothing is wrong and they just build totally safe military-grade combat robots, and then to absolutely no one's surprise, the robots all turn on and start attacking people. The factory layout, design, environmental ambience, both sound effects, music and lighting is top notch. This is a great map, and the tank boss is the first time I started really enjoying gameplay. Combat seems to have fixed any small bugs it has, and the responsiveness is there. These are the mechanics we need, mechanics you need to work around. This is a great fight. And after the fight I try some parkour, and we are back to being inconsistent. Some boxes can be jumped on, some can't, and there's no way to tell before you try. And now we fight a small group of enemies. And then we fight a tank with a small group. Oh, that's good. This is progression. Enemy A, then enemy B, then enemy A and B together. Progressive overload of combat challenge. Good design right there. And then a main boss with even more mechanics, interacting with consoles while being attacked, fighting off mobs, overloading a shield, dodging incoming attacks. For all of Skyforge's flaws, the spectacle of the bosses and the mechanics of the boss fights are really good. Chat to a dude, get told the enemies are called the Reapers, make a mental note to drop Commander Shepard an email later, and then get back to the observatory, and now we discover the most mobile-y looking interface yet. Pressing K opens the horizontal questline path, but also opens this screen, the city layout with the Tower of Knowledge. Look at this screen. Look at this and tell me what type of game this reminds you of, because to me, this is a time-gated mobile city builder. And to further that, the Tower of Knowledge is this building, and clicking on it gets us this screen where we improve ourselves by spending currency, by clicking this button. There's no gameplay here. It's literally grind the game to get the currency to click this button so you get better. This is a mobile game. We're off to Oki Island next. The loading screen is a badass looking spider which I hope we get to fight. So I arrive, chat to some locals, and the voice acting seems to have stopped. Maybe it's for the best. More plot. We are told Zintara, Ayana's assistant, is hunting down the Gravedigger and we need to go and help. Somehow. Oh, neat little combat display feature. Enemies have symbols above their heads showing the type of enemy that they are and the combat tactics they will use. 3 dots are mobs and will swarm you. A dagger is a powerful DPS enemy, a shield is a tank, and a triangle is a support enemy such as a healer or a debuffer, so you know what to focus on. More bosses, this one adding an area denial mechanic with flames on the floor. We level up some more and gain a new skill, Whiteout. It's an AoE localized ice storm that absolutely wrecks low health enemies. While on this mission, I do try and explore the map for some secrets. I don't find any, but I do find some death. It seems that you are immortal, but you can't swim. I find a message transcoder. We play it and oh, it seems that the voice acting is still there, but only certain characters. I haven't edited this. This is what the game looks like now.
I'll be ready for their visit. I will prepare a nice surprise for them. And you will be part of it.
Take on another mini-boss, and I can't overstate how fun the combat system actually is once it stops trying to be a crappy mobile system. Then we do our best Sherlock Holmes impression and investigate some blood. Yes, Watson, it seems there's just so much blood and it's all being dragged that way. Maybe we should go that way. Sometimes you'll pass these creepy holes in scenery and purple ghost hands will chase you and swipe at you, and the only way to beat them is to keep dodging until they go away. You know, if this is a well-designed level, now this mechanic has been established, it will hopefully be repeated in the boss room. And it is. And we fight the spider from the loading screen. And this is the first fight I'm actually chasing down the health orbs because there's a lot of unavoidable damage here. And then the goddess Ayana arrives, and this voice acting, Christ, this, just listen. It is dire. I had to endure this, so you do too.
Were you going to start without me? You'll be the only one dead today. Although it's too bad you won't stay that way.
Then I'll kill you both. And when you resurrect, I'll kill you again. And I'll keep doing it until you crawl away in shame.
You shouldn't have underestimated me. Feel my wrath.
A bit loud. It's a bit loud.
I have no time for this. But one day, I'll catch you off guard, and then you'll pay dearly for crossing me.
Also, mistake I've only just noticed, the game doesn't know how it spells Zintara. The first time you see her name written down in text from earlier in the mission, it's spelt with an X. Now her nameplate has a Z. You do not know how to spell your own NPC's names.
He wasn't joking. Now you have a powerful enemy. I suggest you start getting ready for that promised encounter. It's simple enough. Fight invaders, help mortals, and they will believe in you.
You couldn't have found a less expressive voice actor if you tried. That was truly awful. If you did the voice for this character, I don't mean to offend you, but how are you getting work? Back at the observatory, and we learn there's now been a temple built in our honor. This is another mobile scene style thing, and is a daily reward generator. Another mobile game system that increases our power while providing no gameplay.
I'm at 10k now, dude.
I have lost the use of the M, I, O, P, and K keys. I can still move with WASD, still jump, and escape still works, but I cannot open the inventory
Look
or
at
quest
that.
list or character sheet, and I've got no idea why. I have to actually go into keybinds and rebind them to get them working again. What a random bug. And while we're here, let's have a look at the cash shop. You can become a premium member for 30 days for 9,000 diamonds, or argents, and buying the diamonds is, yep, as I guessed, abusive pack sizes. Premium currency is sold in specifically awkwardly sized packages to be as mathematically manipulative as possible for the player. Whenever you want to buy, it will always be just out of reach of a pack, so you're encouraged to buy the next more expensive pack. This is not a consumer-friendly practice, and I hate it. It's also something mobile games do all the time. Look, you need 9,000, but you can buy 6,650 for €7, or 12,025 for €12. But if you buy the 12,000 pack, you're going to be 3,000 over. But the next thing in the shop is going to cost you 4,000, so you may as well buy the next pack up. I have a look around the shop, and the most expensive pack is 30,000 Argent Diamonds, and that gives you a class and a skin. And the cheapest way to get 30,000 is to buy the 50,000 pack for €45. The shop is expensive, and as we'll discover later, actually sells stamina increasing items so you can grind more. Yet Skyforge is the world's prettiest, most graphically intensive mobile MMO, just playable on PC. Next quest was sent to meet Marcus, another immortal who needs a hand with something. Find him, have a chat, and the game gets caught in a conversation loop.
What brings you here? Ah, so it's you I've heard so many things about. I'm really happy to meet you. It's true. I'm interested in the Gravedigger. But it's a strange story. Here, I saw him as clearly as I see you now. I thought I was a dead man. Everything pointed to that. But then, instead of killing me, the Gravedigger asked for help. Though he didn't elaborate, he just let go of me and told me to run. Which is exactly what I did. There are other people who saw him... Hey, who are you? What brings you here?
You see how it reset? That happens twice before it plays all the way through. And now another mechanic. This boss can poison you, and to remove the poison you have to dodge, and this is great. Because before, dodging was a purely positioning tool. Now it's a debuff remover and you have to ration your dodges. Nice use of the mechanic. And here's a strange animation feature. Talking to any NPC starts with a moment of jiggle, as if the NPC has suddenly spawned in and their frame has been shaken. But with all the female models, this means all conversations start with boob jiggle. I'm not kidding, just watch.
Hey, I'm Sabrina.
I'll be honest, I put that bit in so those of you watching on second monitors would hear the word jiggle and actually start paying attention again. If that was you, like and sub. This scientist tells us the organization dedicated to stopping any alien threats is called the Threat Neutralization Agency. Seriously? TNA. Oh no, some aliens, better get the TNA out. More bosses and, okay, the combat is fine. The environments are lovely, the music is top quality, but it's extremely linear. It's basically a one-player story game with multiplayer tacked on. If you ordered Warframe from Wish, you'd get Skyforge. More NPC voice acting and more terribly trimmed audio files. Listen, the sound guy has cut off the end of almost every single voice clip in this conversation.
Someone besides the Phytonides here. When I get back, I'll stay off salad for a while.
Skyforge feels like two games, like two teams of developers. One was making a linear action combat game, one was making a city builder time-gated mobile game, and they both got ordered to make an MMORPG and so decided just to smash together what they had. The bosses are fun, the wave defense mechanic is fine, the combat's great, but the Bastion missions updating from the main quest storyline completion and the temple being upgraded through a mobile interface, and the multitude of other mobile-style currencies and systems all cheapen the overall feel of the game. Off to Factory 902 to stop more wild machines, and this opening fight is actually decent. Some decent mechanics, some healing, fights are getting more interactive and I love it. The bosses in Skyforge are spectacles of lights and sounds and bright contrasting colour palettes of explosions and lasers, and Skyforge excels at this. It's a spectacle boss fighter. The boss fights are great. Everything connecting all the boss fights together, the terrible voice acting, the badly trimmed audio clips, the mobile interface and the abusive priced currency packs, they all feel cheap. New mechanic, you can pick up certain weapons and use them to fight. The game says they're super powerful, and they aren't. They have very limited uses, and your regular attacks are often better. We now meet an NPC I'm remembering as Perverted Lord Flashheart, and I'm not playing his audio because he actually says he once saw the goddess Ayana's underwear, and if we wait a bit, he'll remember what colour it is. Yeah, everything between the boss fights is bad. These flying boss monsters are actually reminding me of shaders from Otherland. Wonder if any of the development team worked on both games. It does seem a coincidence if they didn't. Next up is a giant Rubik's Cube boss, and I personally love this because I just have a soft spot for man versus strange geometric things. I love unknowable, impossible, reforming machines. They just creep me out, and fighting them is something I find fascinating. The mechanics of the fight are good too. Big attacks, big spinny area attacks, ads getting spawned. I like the Rubik's Cube boss. This was fun. After killing it, I have the Warm Breeze event advertised at me. Looks like some kind of summer event, so you know what? I think I'm pretty satisfied with the combat so far, so let's go and try the event. I open up the quest menu, I go to the globe, I find the training. Let's do this.
I think 11? No, 10. This is insane, man.
So it's some kind of skating thing. I'm doing the training and the collision detection on the mines seems a little bit off, and the jump isn't super responsive. You press spacebar and then it either jumps right away or about a second later, depending on how the game is feeling. You've got a load of mechanics here though. Boosts, jumping, bombs, little UFOs that slow you down, and then these goddamn boards which switch from green to purple, and when they're purple, you fall through them. This goddamn jump was harder than the rest of the game. I spent way too long trying to make this, but eventually, after several minutes of failing, I was a jumping machine. It's basically the hoverboard section from the first Ratchet & Clank game. It's not bad, it's just not necessary. But that was training, so let's queue up for a real race, and while I'm waiting, let's just read some reviews. Is it a good game? Once upon a time in a faraway land, yes, it would be, but not in the present. Combat system? Decent. Visuals? Stunning. User-friendly UI? Maybe when you play the game upside down, you can keep it from spilling out all the sub-menus. Free to play? Oh, sure, if you call scavenging the bottom of the barrel free to play. Can it be played solo? If I was asked the same question 3 years from now, I'd have said, yes, you can. Now, you'll be lucky if you reach rank 30. Does it have a group finder? Yes. Does anyone ever think of using it? Nope. Is it pay to win? Yes, 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 and yes. I remember this game. The old progression system was a lot of fun. What made your game crap was the terrible mechanics of tedium and the infinite grinding of generic content. Love when devs are so incompetent they remove the best parts of their game and emphasize the worst parts. I've played this, meet new friends across the world, raid the dungeons, and doing stupid things together. Doing Avatar, becoming Elder God, form a pantheon. Such sweet moment. I miss my old friends. I just write review today, even though I stopped playing on 2018. Perhaps one of the worst MMORPGs I've ever had the mispleasure of playing. Disclaimer, it's fine if you like this game, I like it, but I'll still criticize it to hell. Don't let the beautiful graphics and good action combat fool you. This game was maliciously developed to make you feel frustrated in order to convince you to spend money. Due to an error on the game's behalf during checkout, I was charged 3 times for an item and only received 1 item. When contacted, they said it wasn't their fault and they would not refund the money. Will not be purchasing anything from any of the games in the future, both on PC and mobile. Bad MMORPG, good beat 'em up. If you expect an MMORPG as advertised by the dev, don't bother. If you want a game like Warframe, maybe you'll like it, but it is clearly not an MMORPG as Skyforge claims to be in the official FAQs. There's no open world. You are given a mission, enter a small instanced linear zone, kill all the monsters, kill the zone boss, claim the reward, then leave the zone. Repeat, and that's it. That's
this is
There are a few
insane.
zones where you'll be doing daily missions along with other players, or more like competing against other players in who's gonna tag them mobs. Oh, here's an interesting review. I typed in Skyforge mobile feel to Google and got this Reddit thread. Progressing feels like a mobile game, so it's not just me. 20 minutes later, the PvP version of the hoverboard racing still hasn't started. I guess that tells us all we need to know about the popularity of this event, or the player base, one or the other. I head back to the training hall, see if I can try some of the elite classes, maybe give me a taste, see if I want to buy them, and no, the character models are gone, replaced with enemies. You can't try the premium classes for free. That's actually a real shame. More questing, more fantastic voice acting. Behold, this man's voice acting.
You knew Nora too? Of course. Immortals don't care about us simple folk. But Laertes was different.
The true hero of this land.
He's gone.
The fact they got the one word in the subtitles wrong for that exclaimed point made me laugh way more than it had. had any right to. I also like how this guy's just jammed his whole arm through his crotch. That's dominance right there. This enemy poisons you and causes death. Its name? Death Poisoner. I guess it was let your child name the enemy's day. I've killed the boss and now there's a giant invisible wall preventing me from leaving without talking to an NPC, but I'm rather entertained watching this soldier fight off this attacking insect with what looks like mild annoyance. Also, invisible walls? Really? Come on, you're better than this. Oh, there's fashion and costumes, and to continue the terror comparison, you can just wear a suit. I mean, what god wouldn't wear a suit if they had the choice? The enemy design in this city is actually fantastic. The insects carrying the bodies of soldiers and then attacking you with the bodies and the soldiers' weapons is disturbing, and I love it. By now, I feel I've got a pretty good grasp of what Skyforge is. It's discount Warframe with mobile-looking interfaces, laughably bad voice acting, and minigames that no one plays, but I'm going to keep going and see if it has any more surprises for me. And, amazingly, it does. I fight some spider bosses, liberate some cities, then go to a prison to stop a riot, and this is where the difficulty ramps up. Honestly, the difficulty curve so far has been nice. It started too low and had just found a nice, comfortable middle, but here it becomes a wall. These two basic enemies give me more trouble than any previous boss. And this enemy actually fires an electrical arrow cordon and traps you in it. The enemy now have crowd control against you. And this is the first time I die. Okay, challenge. I like this. Let's do this. This is a really, really good boss fight. The prison section is the moment the solo game, provided you want challenge, becomes fun. It's possible, but punishing. You need to actually use your abilities, and suddenly the hit point orbs become actual lifesavers. A bit more plot. The prisoners feel abandoned by the regular gods and have turned to the Gravedigger because he listens to them and treats them like human beings, so now we have some moral ambiguity in there. Nice touch. The jail really shows what Skyforge can do well. Fantastic boss fights, but time-consuming mob fights. The tank enemies in the jail are just damage sponges. They're probably just a DPS check. It is possible but repetitive to win, and taking down these groups takes a while, with a lot of backtracking. But the bosses, oh, they shine. The clash of enemy flame sorcerer and my cryomancer melding into this lovely juxtaposition of fire versus ice. Red and blue particle effects filling the arena, mechanics, dodging, healing, charging, blocking, absorbing. This is a beautiful fight. I'm almost sad the Gravedigger appears at the end and teleports the dude away. I hoped this fight would last longer and we'd see an actual winner. With the jail riot sorted, I want to explore some of the sights of the main city, so I take a sky taxi over to the park. This is one of those fluff areas in MMOs that players don't go to because there's no actual content here, but they look nice, and for me that's enough. I love nice looking areas. It adds to the character of the game and the world's history. But then I bump into this, a conversation between two guys and a girl. But both guys are voiced by the same voice actor, and he's not even trying to do a different voice. This is a joke. Have a listen to this.
How do you like being a test subject? Does your head hurt? It's fine if I don't move it too fast. The white coat said it should pass soon. How long did you last? My personal record? 4 seconds.
Am I missing something here?
Didn't I tell you? I received a letter from the lab of some pantheon a while ago. They researched the effects of hypnosis on mortals. It's one of their key areas of research now. The Gargonite invasion, you see.
And what was in the letter?
They needed people with high intelligence quotient, and I was offered to take part in the research.
Oh, experiments.
They said they got some interesting data. Hopefully it will help them.
At least the view from the end of the park is just stunning. Skyforge is a nice combat system with some lovely graphics and actually really engaging boss fights featuring various mechanics and challenging encounters, held back by a general lack of polish, mostly in the audio and subtitles, and really brought down by its similarities to exploitative mobile games with both menu layouts and cash shop premium package deals. It's not a low quality gameplay experience by many standards, but it's not polished to the standard it needs to be to compete in the competitive MMORPG world. It's the store's own brand of cereal. It's not bad, it's just not as good as the rest. So to finish the review, I will award Skyforge Warframe ordered from Wish out of 10. thank you for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
Bro, just drop me one, dude.
What up, friendos? You know when you see something online and you just say, that's very weird? Well, that was my initial reaction when I saw Paradise, the game, because it's one of those things that it's very obvious going to draw eyeballs because of what it is. And what is it? Well, Paradise was presented like, oh, limitless possibilities, Grand Theft Auto, but in a bigger open world, fully multiplayer, loads of stuff to do, just the craziest thing in the world, just an insane game that everyone would love to play. That is obviously quite clearly, from even just the way it's presented, trying to draw inspiration from Grand Theft Auto and how popular Grand Theft Auto is. The problem is, obviously, that this is basically the day before 2.0. And why do I say that? Well, everything about this project is just confusing. And I use the term project loosely here, but the day before, basically what it was a bunch of unknown people saying, we've got this revolutionary, amazing, forward-thinking, just groundbreaking product that's going to do X, Y, and Z, and realistically they didn't, right? They had something very limited, very broken, very buggy, very early, and they just consistently oversold on what they actually had and what they were capable of doing. And there was no very blatantly obvious give us money right now cash grab to turn it into like a money up front fraudulent scheme, but it was very clear that they were using the leverage of the popularity of what they were building and the eyeballs they were getting to try and make money from other things, such as unrelated apps that they were releasing and things of that nature, as well as potentially taking money from companies like Nvidia. So the day before is what people are very comfortable colloquially referring to as a scam, for many reasons. The biggest one being they said, we've got X, Y, and Z,
medium size.
Up until the day the game came out, and then it was give us money, we've got X, Y, and Z, and then you loaded up the game after giving them money. It didn't have X, it didn't have Y, and Z was covered in human shit. So that's what the day before was. And Paradise appears to be very similar in nature, and that's why people are going to call it the day before 2.0. And the very weird thing about this game is, when it was originally announced, obviously I made a video about this, and it just looks like parody, right? They just have a character walking around talking to NPCs in very limited scope areas, but pretending as if this is like a crazy, huge, massive open world, when you can quite clearly tell it's running at like 3 FPS in a tiny area dominated with Unreal Engine Store pre-bought assets, which a lot of people see assets and they say, oh, that makes the game a scam and whatever else, but realistically, assets are assets, not a big deal. so long as the game that you build is actually fun and worth the money that you spend on it, and it isn't just building something out of stuff and then saying it's, you know, this huge thing, and it absolutely isn't. So the big gimmick of this game is all the NPCs are AI, so you can like ask them questions and they'll reply to you. And
more. Why don't you take a look around and pick something? Don't waste time asking.
And this is the big thing that the game's being sold on, so you can walk around and talk to characters.
Show me your boobs.
Excuse you? That's like totally out of line. Show some respect, you creep.
What the fuck is this game?
So this is the idea of what they thought was going to be the fantastic game, The Paradise, and all of the trailers are just utter fucking garbage. Quite clearly, this is not a real game. And the big reason that this is in the news today is that they go out of their way to use the likeness, which is a protected thing, by the way. You can't just use somebody's likeness in a commercial product like this, of influencers, and say, oh, you know, there's going to be all these top AI influencers in our games. And when they show it in the trailer, they show you like kissing a character, which at the time that they mention it is
real influencer powered by AI.
So that's apparently, I'm gonna guess, Ninja. And then they just have, I assume this is related, right, as a sentence. You've just said that, and then you show Ninja, and then you show this clip of you like kissing, I don't know who this person is. You're having like romantic relationships. Obviously you're not, because the game doesn't exist. But in this alternate reality that they're trying to say this is real, they've put in their marketing material that they've published to the world to 1.4 million views, that you're just like, they've created AI representations of real people without their permission and have you having like romantic relationships with them, which is fucking weird. That is incredibly weird to do in the first place, even if you remove all the other issues with the game. But then obviously once you start actually looking into this project, it's fucking, it's just beggars belief. They released this 3 months ago, and it's just nonsense. Like, this is the fakest marketing material I think I've ever seen. So the premise is, this is a live AMA with a bunch of the team, and all the team are Chinese people, so they're speaking in Mandarin, so you don't know what the fuck they're saying, and they apparently have a translator, but the woman sounds like it's an AI reading it, but pretending not to be an AI. And all the people in chat, it's just dominated by like 1 or 2 accounts that seem like they're like paid actors, basically. Like this Justin Hall guy just repeatedly speaks to the thing and asks questions that seem to be lined up with when this pre-recorded video that might be pretending to be live, because they repeatedly listen to this. Does this sound like a real way that humans speak to people in a live broadcast? Listen to this.
Helena, and I'm a marketing and public relations specialist, and this is the Paradise team with you. Everyone who's here with us, let me know you're there on. Some of you have your mics off. Teo, Lee.
大家好，很高兴见到大家。
哎，你好。Yeah, hi everyone.
大家好，我叫王伟。大家好，朋友们，我是区块链专家。
Hi everyone. Zhao, I'm here.
大家好，我很高兴在我们的阿玛会议上欢迎大家。今天我们将讨论当前的成就和我们未来的计划。感谢大家的加入。
Okay, everything is there. Great. So, yeah, Paradise. This is a free-to-play, real-life simulator game that is coming out very soon in 2025, and we are one of the most anticipated games at the moment.
Where have you heard that before? The day before. We're one of the most wish-listed games at the moment. They use that metric as well, by the way, so get ready for that one.
Welcome everyone. Okay, let's begin.
Selling tights.
We have only a part of our team here, and we also have an interpreter here, and he will, together with me, he will be interpreting everything what our team is saying to you. And this is very difficult for us because many people understand English, but they do not speak it well. So we've decided to have the team speak in Chinese.
So what you've got to understand is these are all Chinese people that aren't comfortable speaking English apparently, but they are one-to-one in real time listening to this woman talking English, and then without dropping a beat, replying with full sentences with no punctuation or anything, without having to think about it. Not only that, they're speaking Chinese the whole time, and then she's like instantly, there is no interpreter speaking ever during this video, she's instantly just repeating back what they said with a perfect one-to-one translation. Apparently, I don't speak Mandarin, so I don't know if it is or not. But that's the premise of this video. So I'll give you an example. You can listen on and determine for yourself how ridiculous this sounds.
So, this is our first live meeting. Right now, you're watching live our game Paradise, and we want to show you our game. And right now, you can write your comments and ask your questions, what you would like to ask NPC, and we will ask these questions. And it will be an exciting interactive stream. We'll also tell...
It sounds very human, right? We are definitely live, and you can ask us live questions because we are live. It will be an exciting live stream.
Tell you about ourselves, the latest news about the projects, then we will answer your most burning questions. Okay, now Teo, the floor is yours again.
So doesn't skip a beat, just instantly, just straight into it. Apparently understands perfectly what this lady's saying, but isn't going to speak in it, which is fine. This can definitely happen, but can it happen for a whole team of people this perfectly? Like, 'cause I've watched this whole video. No, probably not.
欢迎所有希望亲自见到我们的人参加2025年4月6日至9日在香港会议展览中心举行的香港 Web3 节。
Teo has some big news for you. Everyone.
So apparently this woman says, like, oh, we've got an interpreter here. She doesn't need an interpreter. She just immediately responds back of exactly what this guy's apparently saying. It's just weird. This is not like a thing where you should be like, oh yeah, for sure, this is 1000% means this game's a crazy scam or anything. I'm just saying that this video is incredibly weird. The whole thing's odd, and I'll give you an example here in a second because it's going to directly pertain to their release, which just happened, and you're gonna crease with laughter.
Well, let's see if people are watching our broadcast.
Very human. Well, let's see if people are watching
Should
the
I
broadcast.
buy it?
Here we go.
600K?
I'm expecting greatness.
Yeah, I see there are lots of comments.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
Well, so let's answer the question about Epic Game Store. It's on everybody's mind right now. Yep.
So
yeah,
where specifically in this chat? Oh, hi. What about Epic? Apparently, is the thing from Mahayek Yekson. So this is the question they picked out apparently about the Epic Game Store. Conveniently, of course.
Yep, we have hidden the game from Epic Game Store as we finally agreed with them for.
So bear in mind, this is 3 months ago. Listen to what she says. We've hidden the game from the Epic Game Store. It is currently on the Epic Game Store. Paradise, you can see here. This is 3 months ago. Paradise XRPL. This is the game. It's on the Epic Game Store. Q2 2025, and they're saying they hid it.
Exclusive distribution for 1 year only in their marketplace. The page is currently being revised. We had over 350,000 wishlists on Steam, and we were ranked 130th in the top. That's why they got interested in our audience, and we.
So what she's just said is we had to hide the game on the Epic Game Store because we've just signed a 1-year exclusivity contract with Epic, and due to that, we're basically going to exclusively be on Epic. But funnily enough, it's not, is it? It's on Steam, right?
Still
so
nothing,
this is a lie.
dude. I'm giving up.
Because why would you sign an exclusivity deal 3 months ago to release for 1 year Epic exclusive?
Nope.
And then be on Steam?
It's not gonna.
Especially because, as you can see, it's been on Steam for 3 months. It's been on Steam from when they posted this video, which it wouldn't be if it was releasing on Epic Game Store exclusively. And not only that, if you go to their YouTube account, they posted a trailer saying 2nd to April 2025, launching on Epic Games and Steam. AKA, we're launching the game on Epic Games and Steam on the 2nd of April. They posted this 9 days ago on March 25th. Now, bear in mind, it's currently the 4th of April. The game is not out on Steam. The game is not out on the Epic Games Store.
Thanks.
And if you go to their Twitter account, they simply, on April 1st, the day before it was apparently going to go live, posted the game on an unrelated Web3 platform that nobody has ever heard of, that you can't even look at the platform without signing in, which I'm not going to do, because fuck that. Yeah, I'm not signing into this. I'm not giving them any of my details because this is sketchy as fuck. Especially because the website simply doesn't work. You go to their privacy policy, it just doesn't do anything. You go to their terms of service, it doesn't do anything.
Holy balls.
This is sketchy as fuck, and apparently the launcher is 1.2 gigabyte. And people are trying to download this, and the ones who have is we'll get to that. It's a fucking scathing review of what this game is supposed to be, and this is apparently the full launch. But then they say the Steam and Epic Games release are coming soon. So 9 days ago you said the game's being posted to Epic and Steam on the 2nd of April. Then on the 1st of April, unbeknownst to anyone, they launched the game on an unrelated platform that they've never mentioned before ever, that nobody knew existed, and seems this platform seems to be something related to them. Like, who knows what the fuck this thing is? But obviously it's just a crypto platform for the crypto minded, aka the simple minded. Then, because obviously people were saying, you know, where the fuck is the game? Why have you posted it on this platform when you never mentioned this platform before? They simply responded in the most AI-like manner of, we welcome questions, you know, post questions. We're believing in honest communication and long-term trust. Amazing how that goes after you've just lied to people and posted something completely unrelated. Especially when you're posting things like this. Game release completed successfully. They've successfully released the game, guys. Which, let me just show you what the game that they released is. It is you logging into an app that literally is using the likeness of Conor McGregor straight away in a store where you can buy cryptocurrency to buy dog shit in a game that doesn't exist. And then you literally just go into pre-built areas that are completely one-to-one lifted Unreal Engine store asset areas. There's no open world. You are literally just going into like little levels that they've bought for like $20. There's a nightclub, an apartment, like a shooting range, like one or two other places. And this is it. This is all you can do. You can go into these tiny little areas. Oh, a parking garage. You can go into these tiny areas, and that's it. And this is apparently their full game release that they've been showing people in these trailers with these big open world cities and things. It's obviously fucking Billy bullshit, right?
And it's a huge world, right? Please use.
Now listen to this, because they're doing the day before defense of, oh, it's the nasty influencers that are lying to you and they're trying to spread misinformation and ruin our reputation. Listen to this fucking nonsense.
Models and so on that are handmade. Just take a look, and you can see the game.
You can see the game. Look at the models. Wow, you can see these things in this 3 FPS video trailer with apparently real people that keep turning off their cameras and speak very interestingly in a very non-scripted manner to this clearly not AI person, clearly live broadcast. Very real things happening here. You can see it all. It's crazy. And influencers lying to you
right now with your own eyes, and it's a huge world, right? Please use your.
But you can't play this.
Own brain and don't listen to other bloggers who are just gaining views on this. We are the fastest growing game on Steam, and we are in the top 200 games in the world right now. And
I'm broke, dude.
Don't listen to the bloggers. They're just using you to gain views. We're definitely real. This is definitely a thing that exists, even though we've released it but didn't release it on platforms, but not on platforms, with a full open world game with limitless possibilities, with 5 levels that are bought from the Unreal Store engine, with no multiplayer or anything. But yeah, it's the bloggers that are lying to you, and we're definitely in the top 200 games, even though we've not released an actual game yet.
the game is free. The game is coming out soon. We have over 250,000 people on Steam waiting for the game to launch. And we showed you the trailer just recently, and it's already gotten almost 1 million views. And we've gained an audience very quickly. We are compared to games like GTA 6, Enjoy Sims. With the help of similarity with other popular games, we create high-profile, newsworthy events. And these events are just discussed by bloggers, and there's free PR to us. Many record videos about us, and whether these videos are good or bad, it anyway helps us to grow at a great pace. So, for example, many people noticed an Easter egg in our video with the beach, remember?
So basically they don't care if people are calling them scams or whatever, because it helps them grow, because absolutely all publicity is good publicity. That's what we're going with. It worked for the day before, of course. It was great that they got all the publicity, because then when the game came out, everybody saw what an absolute fucking mess that was. So I expect this to be the same if this ever releases. They keep posting on Twitter that this is going to come out on Steam in the next like day or two, that this is they're in their final checks, you know, are you ready? Bum bum bum, the countdown, it's going to be real soon. but just read how these motherfuckers speak. Releases live, and it's an absolute record. Fire emoji. 10,000 plus downloads in the first 24 hours. Nothing like this has ever happened on XRPL before. What the fuck is this, and who cares? We beat our own schedule, launched a full day ahead of plan, didn't launch on the platforms you said you were going to launch, didn't launch the game you've been advertising for multiple years now. Our goal was to bring gamers into the Web3 platform GGEM. Didn't never mention this beforehand in the trailer that you released, by the way. So, great goal. Very transparent, very honest, if this was your goal indeed. And we did it. Huge thanks to everyone who joined us on this journey. Our AI and PC technology survived a trial by fire. 100,000 plus user requests in a single day. The system held strong. Scaling is now on the horizon. Bugs tracked, improvements underway. The game is in early access, and we've already seen your reactions, hype, criticism, and everything in between. Your feedback is priceless. Thanks to all who believed in us. The game is completely free. Try it, rate it, share your thoughts. And soon we're coming to Epic Games and Steam. We'll announce the date later. It was announced already. You announced it and then never didn't unannounce it. You just simply dropped the game on a completely different platform. This shit is mega fucking sketch, to the point where I'm not going to download this to take a look, because if I wanted to, I guess I could go build it in an hour or two in Unreal Engine if I wanted to buy some store assets and make my own version. But if the game does release on Steam, I still wouldn't trust it unless it's, you know, been verified to have been run through some checks and see that they've not got some like Bitcoin mining software on there or something, because this just seems mega weird. Now, obviously, the question remains, how are they launching on Steam when they have crypto in the game and NFTs and stuff? Because Steam explicitly banned this on their platform. And I'll point you, as always, to the example of Mer4, which is a cryptocurrency blockchain game that has been on Steam for multiple years. Basically, all they do is disable the buttons that click through to like a place where you can claim the crypto or connect the crypto to your account, and then Steam are okay with it. There's like one layer of abstraction there. So what they plan to do in games like this is onboard you into playing the game. Then you go, oh, there's crypto related to this, and I have some here waiting to be claimed. I'll go download the game on Epic Games, or I'll go download the game on their website, and then they move away from Steam, and that's where the crypto stuff is integrated. So the game, if it was ever real, it would still be allowed to release on Steam. I've seen people make this criticism because, oh, there's crypto in, so how would it ever be on Steam in the first place? And that's exactly how. So yeah, that's paradise, I guess. This shit looks absolute. I mean, even if this was real, it looks fucked, right? It looks like a mess. Like, their store is the best looking part of the game and the most fleshed out. That's you probably buying Unreal Engine assets to go and walk around in an Unreal Engine asset location. And it's funny that the trailer that they released is just these little areas, and yet trailers a year ago were like 50 times more content in a much larger area. So where's that? Why isn't that in the early access release that you posted? But yeah, there we go. I'll keep you up to date with it, and I'm sure the further releases will be very interesting, because this is a very interesting, very real game for very real gamers, and you know, we're all big gamers, aren't we? So we'll pay attention. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. Leave me comments, drop a like on the video if you enjoyed, dislike if you didn't enjoy, just like this video's got a lot of dislikes. And check out the links if you want to send me some money on Patreon. If you want to buy some gamer subs, go use my code. You get a discount, I get a kickback. I'm wearing my amazing gamer subs comfortable e-girl waifu pajamas right now, which are fantastically comfortable in the amazing temperature of the UK currently. And if you use my code, you'll get a discount and I'll get money. I don't know if I just said that. I'm tired. It's 6 a.m. I'm still awake. And I got pre-release Magic the Gathering to go to tomorrow. So, you know, I need to fix my sleep schedule in the next 24 hours. That being said, if there's content you want to see me cover, email me, Twitter, DM me, at me on Twitter, join the Discord, let me know. And I'll see you guys next time. Hopefully you're all well. Peace.
It didn't change shit. Yeah. Yeah. AOA. You could sell it anyway. It didn't change shit. So I need 5. Okay, so that's 3, right? 1, 2, and 3. 72, 5, and it, yeah. It's just fill rate. I thought it's gonna add something. Not. Let's try this. Let's go with that. How do you go to ashes? Should be at least 184. Nope, nobody. How do you get to ashes? I'm gonna do the quest. I'm like 90 quest lists. Let's do that. Ashes. What? Go ashes. Ashes. Damn, I'm broke. Might just sell this for like 1.3.
Sit. Sit down. Slash sit. Slash sit enter. Why are you standing? I'm not pressing anything to make you stand up. Sit down. Forward slash sit. How is this difficult? Why do you keep standing up? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMOs I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. And as usual, a huge thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel going. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Villagers and Heroes, a free MMO available on both PC and mobile. I'll be playing the PC version and judging it as if it were a full PC game because, as we'll see later, the cash shop certainly has PC prices. Now stick with me here because we're going to see later that this game understands what it means to be an MMO only on the surface, and once you dig a little deeper you'll discover it's the most formulaic, paint-by-numbers approach to making an MMO you could ever hope to find. Steam charts put the highest ever player count at 2,898 with a recent count of 19, which is a player drop from highest to lowest of around 99.4%. First off, the loading splash screen has the close button in the top right, but it's got a little wooden edging flourish around it, and I like this. It reminds me of those late 90s, early 2000s PC games that tried to visually match the UI to the feeling of the game. Character creation and this is nice. It's voiced, like a storybook, although I do seem to be playing the human version of Shrek. So character creation is done in a story-like way. You turn the pages of a book, selecting your class, your starting zone, your abilities, and the voiceover fills in the story as you go, and this generates your starting profile, which is actually a really nice fantasy way of doing it. Now, the hero part of the title is your traditional MMO adventure, while the villager aspect is growing a little homestead, so we get to choose a house. I go with Spooky Mansion, because there's a small chance some of you are probably watching this at Halloween, and you'll think I've been clever. The game starts, and the tutorial is voiced, and voiced quite nicely in fact.
It really wasn't my doing. I can assure you that I'm an experienced driver and had nothing at all to do with our carriage just breaking down. You believe me, don't you?
So the first quest is voiced too. It's a strong start. We get movement instructions, some quick controls, and then I need to catch a minnow. I also open the menu to rebind some keys, and rebinding keys is fine. It's not bad so far. The graphics are actually quite nice. They are stylized and chunky and quaint, and the ambient light rays from above are actually quite nice. And now for combat. Behold.
Click on an enemy to select.
Why?
Right-click to attack, or use an ability from the combat bar.
Wall. That's why I couldn't enter.
Oh!
Okay, so few issues. As I played this game, I came to realise something. Villagers and Heroes is a game made by someone who understands the mechanical systems involved with an MMO, but doesn't understand what to actually do with them. It feels like someone has made a paint-by-numbers MMO. Everything is technically there without the understanding or the passion or the reasoning behind it being there. I'll explain as we go on. Combat is basically right-click to attack, use abilities. Super simple stuff. Oh, a pop-up to pay real money to buy an upgrade pack to my class. How about you let me play the game for more than 5 minutes before trying to sell me some microtransactions, okay? The next fight sees us take on 3 cultists and they attack one at a time because that's Hollywood rules, and the voice acting, while being decent, is not balanced at all. The actors are good, the guy they hired to balance audio in this game is not, because the sound effects are way louder than they should be.
The Dark Tyrant will rise again!
This is an issue we'll bump into multiple times. I click on this mount
this is
icon
so
and the cash shop
frustrating,
pops
dude.
up, and oh, trust me, we will come back to this later. And now a mini-boss fight, which isn't bad. There are some mechanics and you have to dodge the red. My issue isn't with the programming of the fight, that seems to be solid. It's with the emotional feel. It feels empty. It feels hollow. It feels like nothing important is happening right now. Graphically it looks nice and ambient music fits, but it feels soulless, and this is something we'll come back to again and again and again as I work out how to explain it better throughout this video. Turns out that was an evil dude, but it wasn't really him. It was a projection of him made by some cultists, and now we're off to our own little township. Quick note about the camera. It's odd, and there's something wrong. It's bumpy. I don't know how or why, but it's not smooth. There are subtle leaps and bumps while moving, and I will figure out what this is later. Finish the first quest and we get treated to another bit of unbalanced audio.
Then stay here in Summer's Hollow and see what you can find out.
Now, in most MMOs, the quest line or the main story quest somehow involves you directly, but the quest lines in Villagers and Heroes are somewhat nonsensical. There's an evil lord returning, a bunch of cultists are involved, some sociopathic actress is demanding everyone's attention, and this dude with horses and a strange voice.
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Not crazy.
Ah yes, I can see this is going to be full of lol random humour, isn't it? Quirky for the sake of being quirky to cover up the fact that everything's only skin deep. And oh, when you level up you get a round of applause. Probably because the developers are genuinely impressed anyone stuck around long enough to level up.
I don't have
Leveling up gets you talent points, and you spend these in various talent trees, and there's also a reset prestige system. Once you've maxed out, you can return to level 1, which resets all the quests and levels, but grants you 5 bonus permanent talent points. So by leveling, resetting and leveling again, you can become super powerful. Now, from what I read, prestiging doesn't change anything about the gameplay, it just resets it. So it's a way of essentially adding infinite content, provided you want to do the same things forever. The arrows on the floor are a nice touch though. They are your tracked quests. The yellow arrows are side quests, the main storyline is purple, and they get bigger as you get closer to the destination. It's a nice optional navigational touch. This quest sees us getting an autograph from this insufferable actress, voiced by someone who has absolutely nailed the insufferable actress persona.
Darling, how do you do? I always make a point to mingle with the commoners before a show. It lends such an air of gravitas to my performances, to be among the filthy and the vulgar, and to hear of their struggles.
After getting the autograph, we insult her and she explodes. As an actor, I can confirm this happens. If you damage a performer's ego even slightly, they will blow up. Now this is the main plot of the early game, investigate this whole exploding actress thing. This local guard saw me ask for an autograph, then he saw the actress explode, so of course he decides I am the ideal person to investigate this matter and gives me the authority to go wherever I want. Okay, I understand this game is fantasy, but look at the size of this backstage area. I was a theatre actor for years. There is no theatre in the world with this much unused backstage space. Now in real life I go and grab some lunch and the game logs me out after 30 minutes of inactivity, so when I come back I see 2 buttons, log into the world or raids. Ooh, interesting, a dedicated raiding area. I'll try this later. I like raids. Oh, I figured out the camera issue as well. The camera has a gentle soft lock to lock behind the character, so whenever you're almost directly behind but not quite, it adds a little bit of drag force to try and correct itself, but this drag force is added even if you're moving the camera at the time, so manually moving the camera doesn't actually give you full control. It's mostly full control with added in-game corrections, which just ends up feeling bumpy. I push on through this riveting plot and find an occult note in this chest, but this quest is happening in the overworld, and the overworld is shared with other players, and there's another player killing all the mobs I should have been fighting. Combat is... Well, that's just it. It is. It is in the game. This game has combat. That's what you can say. It's not good. There's no thrilling music or animations or abilities or interrupting or tactics. It's not bad. It's not glitching or unresponsive. It just is. I don't feel like I'm in combat. I feel like I'm just here, and the enemy's just here. So far, Villagers and Heroes feels like an incredibly mediocre game. Like, this is the game version of absolutely average. The evil Shadow Dude appears outside again and demands we release someone called Tarquin from prison. Chat to some more NPCs, and it seems that this is the plot. The play, the actress, the ghost dude, this is the main story now. Oh, and that ghost that appeared? He's called the Malicious Miscreant, which sounds like a Saturday morning Scooby-Doo villain. And the good Scooby-Doo from the 90s, not whatever this is. The next map is actually quite nice, at least visually. The sightlines are great, the render distance is decent, the colour palette is spectacular, it is vibrant, it pops, and that's one thing Villagers and Heroes does pretty well. Graphically, the ambience in the areas is decent. As for the graphical style, it feels like child-friendly Warcraft. If Warcraft was Lego, this is Playmobil. Payon is a crazy cat lady who talks to grapes and needs us to kill 6 bog frogs, so we set off to do that, which unfortunately means more combat. Okay, here's something I'll come back to later with the gathering and the crafting, but combat in this game is just so mechanically dull. But it's not bad enough to be entertaining in an ironic way. It's not the Room levels of bad, it's just going through the motions. It's like looking out the window in the morning and seeing the sky is kinda grey, but it's not cold. This is the combat system version of a slightly cloudy Thursday. Grape Lady tells us the actress understudy bought some poison stuff from a dude, so it's likely the understudy wanted to kill the main actress to take her part, so we set off to talk to a poison seller who happens to live on Hayes Farm, the greatest farm in all the land. He won't help us until we kill some boars. Dude, you literally sell poison. Surely you could just poison whatever you need killed, but okay. Poison Seller tells us the understudy bought some poison and then asked about a book on summoning some evil stuff. A book written by a prisoner called Tarquin. The Poison Seller sent the understudy to the bookseller, so we follow the trail and the bookseller needs some spiders killed before they will help us. This entire game is just one small favour. The spiders lead us to this creepy house and a cultist cave inside. We find a peg leg. We then confront the understudy about this, and the voice actor they've got for her is actually quite good.
Death? Can this be? I, Calypso, bid you farewell. Oh!
Most of the early game seems to just be running backward and forth, and the walking animation is fine. The controls are fine. The whole experience is a blanket of meh. I unlock the travel pad. These are basic teleporters for quick travel. I check out the world map and yep, it's actually pretty big. I'm hoping it's full of varied and intriguing content and not just copy-paste systems of the same combat but with higher numbers. We continue the adventure onwards and hunt down the book, and on the way we meet Simon Miller.
No ball jokes. Not one, hear me?
The general ambience of the areas is above par, mostly due to the colour palette. The models aren't bad, the music, well, we'll talk about that later, but visually it's not awful. I mean, look, this Valley of Oblivion is great. Purples and deep blues and blacks. It looks nice. Not particularly memorable, but it looks nice. And if you're thinking, hey, have they balanced the audio levels yet? No. No, they have not. So these dudes are called the Ice Watch, and they keep these torches from being lit, because if they ever are lit, the Dark Lord returns. Cool lore. You'd think maybe just, I don't know, destroy the torches, but hey, you know what you're doing. They send me to dig up some dirt. On the way, I kill a bounty boss. Now, bounty bosses respawn daily and give increased experience and good possible item rewards. They are no different mechanically to any other enemy, except they have more health. Are you starting to see what I mean when I say this game is mechanically fine but emotionally vapid? Like, the developer knew, ooh, we should put some daily bosses in. But they didn't know what the daily bosses had to be, so they just put regular enemies with more health. In the dirt, we find the actress's engagement ring, and we take this to a specialist on gemstones so they can read the aura around the ring. And on the way, I bump into me. One of you, someone from the Discord who saw that I was playing this game, downloaded it, started a character, and started asking questions in town pretending to be me. I knew this would happen eventually, but to do this, you had to download and play the game, so there are no real winners here. Here's an irrelevant but really annoying touch. The experience bar at the bottom is divided into smaller sections. That's fine, most games do that. Now, how many sections do you think there are? Well, there's 8 on the left, so you'd assume there'd be 8 on the right. 16 little sections, but no. There are 8 on the left and 7 on the right. The XP bar is not evenly balanced. It's just got 15 sections. This irritates me way more than it should. Just make it 16. Halving things 4 times makes 16 sections. Why is it 15 sections? We finally meet the dude who can read gemstones, and his model is terrifying. This is Amon, clearly some sort of nightmare creature. The model does have arms, but they clip into his gigantic stomach, creating this absolute monstrosity. He needs us to collect some food before he reads the gem's aura. Oh, whenever you complete a quest objective, no matter how small the objective is, the game plays this really loud, obnoxious pencil scribbling sound.
I don't... That is so AIDS, man. I had to
If you play this game, you best get used to hearing that every few minutes. Eamon says the ring's aura is bad. The actress's marriage was a sham and her husband hated her. Well, I mean, yeah, we've met her. We don't need a seer to tell us that. Back in town, there's even more drama. People are disappearing, but no one knows why. So we investigate further, because apparently we are the only savior this town has. I wonder how popular the mobile version of this game is, because if this released on PC, it would almost immediately be forgotten. Well, Google rates it as 4.3, meaning this game is as highly rated as Gardenscapes. Off to the docks now. Nice little garden assets of growing stuff and more fetch quests. Talk to such and such, go and hand in to so and so, and now we're off to kill some rats. One of the rats drops a lockbox, and oh right, it's a premium lockbox that requires a premium key bought for real money. Well, this is a good time to look at the cash shop then. The cash shop in Villagers and Heroes is extensive. You can buy everything from costumes to pets to mounts to straight up skilling boosts, and the skilling system we will explore later. But here's what catches my eye in the cash shop. You can buy a dragon mount for 600 coins. But just like every other scummy cash shop, the coin packs are sold in awkward sizes that don't relate to what you actually need to pay for the things that you want. So you can buy 350 or 1,000. And 1,000 coins is going to cost you £36. That's $50. A key for the lockbox will cost you 6 coins, by the way, sold in awkwardly sized packs again, so you're always just above or just below what you think you should be buying. As for mechanical advantages, well, yeah, you can buy a pair of boots that doubles your jump height. Can't remember any other game that straight up sells you a better jump in the cash shop, but there you are. There's also a monthly sub club called the Ardent Society for $10 a month. You can get cheaper prices in the shop if you're a paying sub. What a great deal. But it's this pack that really annoys me. The most expensive pack I can find, the Brood of Dragons pack. It contains 4 dragon mounts and 4 dragon pets for 1,950 coins. Do you want to see the 4 different mounts and 4 different pets you get? Here you go. Palette swaps. Literal palette swaps of 1 mount model and 1 pet model, but in 4 different colours. All for the low price of just over $90. You know what, maybe it's time to try the raids from the main menu. So I log out and I try and go to raiding. We're greeted with a long, ominous text intro explaining how heroes have ventured into an endless pyramid-style dungeon and never return. So now it's our turn, and isn't that basically just the plot to Death Trap Dungeon? So I excitedly click go in, and no. Raids are for level 20 players and over. No raids for you, get back to grinding and maybe consider buying the $90 dragon pack. You know what, forget the main quest, let's go and craft stuff, because everyone tells me the crafting in this game is pretty good. So I talk to some crafting tutors and they set me off on a quest to go and talk to all the other crafting tutors and go and do some small tasks for them. This is basically a load of walking from one teacher to the other and then being given materials and interacting with crafting stations to make stuff. And here's my issue with crafting. The game has gathering professions like woodcutting and mining and fishing, but they're all mechanically exactly the same. And the making professions like blacksmithing or wood turning or cooking are also exactly the same, but they are also heavily monetized. Like here, the interface is mechanically solid. It's laid out fine. You can see the items and recipes on the left, you can see what you can make in the middle, and you click to make it on the right. This makes sense. But you'll notice you can increase the amount of items you are making per crafting attempt. Now, each crafting attempt only takes a second or two, regardless of how many you're making. So if you make loads of items because you've got loads of resources, you'll gain loads of experience in one go. So it's super efficient to do this, but making more than the base minimum needs resources called Motes of Yorick, and you'll get given some for free, but when you've used them, you need to buy them in the cash shop. It's a premium item used to vastly speed up crafting, and you will need hundreds of them. So I craft some wood into some better wood and then into an axe, and in the traditional MMO crafting style, it is way worse than the axe I got from a level 1 enemy drop. Then I go to do some cooking and hang on. This music. I know this music. This was in Secondhand Lands, another game I've played but tried to block from memory. Just listen. You will know this music too.
Oh, he did.
I downloaded Shazam just to find this bit of music. It's called The Builder by Kevin MacLeod. This dude makes a load of generic video game background music. If you're a small independent studio making a game, you can license this guy's music out. But it seems even though villagers and heroes are selling $90 palette swapped packs, they are still using generic background music. I checked the other areas in the game and yep, it's basically all this guy's stuff. Now I'm sure I'll get people in the comments saying, Josh, that's what the music is designed for. If you're making a small game, you're meant to be able to license out someone else's music. And yes, that's true. But an MMORPG is not a small game. I make some food. Remember, crafting time is the same no matter how much you're making, so Moats of Yorick are basically a pay-for-win crafting boost. On my way to the next station, I kill Shrook the sheep, who was a bounty enemy. Whoever put a bounty on a sheep, you can sleep safely once again. One thing I do notice doing these crafting quests, your inventory fills up with crafting materials super quickly. Like each profession spams you with stuff. And you have 2 bags as standard, and then you need to buy the rest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this system is designed to make you buy bags, not actually be the best it could be. It's 50 premium coins per bag, by the way. I need to make some food using peas to finish a quest, but I accidentally used up all the peas just messing around with the system, and the trainer won't give me any more. So before I finish, I need to find a way to grow peas. Also, I need some wood, so let's go and get some. I find a tree and begin to chop it down with my sickle. Why? Why are you using a sickle to chop a tree? That NPC is using an axe. I'm a shaman. I have an axe as a weapon. Just use the axe. Move areas to go and catch some fish and pick some apples. Loading screens are adverts for the cash shop, by the way. Unless they aren't, in which case they're adverts for raid bosses you can't kill. Fishing is click on an area and then fish just appear. Just how woodcutting was click on a tree and then wood just appears. And picking apples is click on a tree and then apples appear. Look, I know this system is designed to be interactive for mobile users to click on stuff. But you know what happens if you don't click the resources that appear? They go into your inventory. Anyway, you've just put interactive clicking in with no actual gameplay mechanic behind it. There's no downside if you don't do this. There's no advantage if you do. And when I start mining, I realise why I hate this so much. Woodcutting, fishing, apple picking, mining, all the gathering professions are palette-swapped versions of the other. Click resource giver, wait. They aren't different or unique in any way. Now let's compare this to, say, RuneScape, a game with lots of gathering. Mining in RuneScape gives 1 resource per click, then you must find a new resource. Woodcutting gives multiple resources per click, but then must be moved on from. Fishing gives multiple, provided you have a third-party resource like bait or feathers. Farming gives various yields based on how much compost you have used. Small, subtle, mechanical differences that make the gathering professions feel different from each other. And the crafting screen is the same for every profession. Use resource A to make resource B, then combine B and C to make D. Look, this is definitely a crafting system, but it is the most basic, simplistic, uninspired system you could possibly have. You've got 4 or 5 gathering professions which are all carbon copies of each other with different named resources. And then several crafting professions which again are identical. The crafting system isn't deep, it's just copy-pasted 5 times. It's not bad, it's not good, it just is. If this game were a spice, it would be flour. When people tell me they're making an MMORPG and it's going to have gathering and crafting, this is what they mean. This is what they think is good, and it's not. It's an incredibly safe, simple system. It doesn't engage, it doesn't offend, it doesn't innovate, it doesn't confuse. It is a crafting system. It just is. Villagers and Heroes is the MMO version of a film you know you've seen but can't remember because it did nothing either well enough or bad enough to be memorable. It's like the second album from a band you like. It's not bad, it's just not good. The adventure, if you can call it that, continues and we talk to the Bug Master, whose actual in-game title is Master Bugger. No, there's no joke there, that's too easy. Mildred needs bugs. We collect bugs the same way we collect absolutely everything else. Click the object and wait for the items to appear. Then we get sent into the caverns. Oh, I've got it. I've got the perfect feeling of playing this game. Years ago, a friend told me the band Wheatus were playing at a nearby bar. Now, Wheatus are famous for one song, Teenage Dirtbag, so we went along. I mean, I'm not a massive Wheatus fan. I don't know if there are any massive Wheatus fans, but everyone liked that song. It's probably going to be a good time. The bar was pretty full, people were having a good time, and Wheatus started playing, and they played every song except Teenage Dirtbag, because they knew the moment they did, everyone would leave. Now, waiting for that song was an interesting experience. It wasn't awful, it just wasn't great. It was a state of, I am here, and this is okay, but I know it could be better. Playing Villagers and Heroes feels exactly like that, except you know there is no Teenage Dirtbag at the end. You know they're going to pack up and leave. Playing Villagers and Heroes is like watching a cover version of your favourite band. Right, now I've finished all the gathering quests given to me, but I have one crafting quest remaining, make a health potion, and I can't do it because I need peas and I use them all on something else. So if this game is about villagers, maybe I can just grow some peas. So I go back to town and head to my village portal. You choose which village you want to join. They're all instanced areas, so I go with Valhalla, because there is one spot left. They can hold 60. The village area looks fine. This game isn't really bothered about pushing the boat out or challenging the player. It's exactly what you'd expect an average MMO to be. I stick my house in a vacant plot and then try and plant some peas in the garden. I buy some seeds, use them on the floor, and then 4 hours. 4 hours I've got to wait for the peas. Are you taking the mick game? I have to wait 4 hours for them to grow. You know what? No. I'm going to water my sheep and then clip through my ephemeral fence and head on over to the harbour to take a boat over to the main city to see what that's like. The main city is fine. Like everything else in the game, it's a city, it's main, it's laid out fine. I say hi in the world chat, and then Portia asks me if I'm filming an episode of Worst MMO Ever. Unfortunately, yes, Portia. Yes, I am. I decide to grind through the main quest a bit more to see if it gets any more interesting, and while doing that, let's just read some reviews for this game. If you enjoy following detailed quest lines and the ability to collect and craft, then you will really enjoy this game. US server. Message me for in-game name and guild invite. Game is definitely a good one, but lacks good graphics. More, the combat system is very slow and lags when increase in player number in a map. This game is a mobile port. With that being said, I didn't find this any fun. Overall, 4 out of 10. You will grind. A lot. You will die. A lot. At about level 19, you will essentially hit the paywall. At that point, you will find it hard to progress unless you start buying things with real money. While this is not the worst MMO out there, it certainly isn't one of the best. The game is okay, but got boring rather quickly after about 15 days into it. Everything started to feel too repetitive. Why doesn't /sit make you sit? Why do I keep standing back up? I'm not pressing anything. I'm typing /sit, pressing enter, and just instantly bouncing up. Is this a difficult system to program? Oh, hello, badly balanced audio. I've missed you. Check out what it sounds like when you attack a scritter first. The scritter has a response sound it's programmed to make. But the response sound is not programmed to match the audio levels of the rest of the game. Their sounds in combat are balanced, but their sounds at the start are not.
There's no space.
So far, this game's colour palette is really carrying it, and the enemy design, especially this spectral spider, is visually quite pleasing, but mechanically it's just paint by numbers the MMO. It's like someone who had never played an MMO sat down with a checklist of what needed to be in one and put it in without understanding why it needs to be there. Crafting isn't just a gathering, crafting time sink designed to make you walk all over the place. It is a way to connect your character to the unique resources within each area of the world and then build a unique looking or playing character. A questline isn't just a story on a string that pulls the character along because it happens to be there. It's an event that directly affects the character or the world the character lives in that we should feel connected to and compelled to get involved with. A combat system isn't just there to slow down the action between story beats. It is there to be part of the action, and each combat encounter should feel relevant or engaging or exciting or potentially dangerous to the player in some way. Otherwise, it's just pointless filler. Every aspect of an MMO is here, it just doesn't make me feel anything. In the same way, you could have every ingredient of a decent 3-course meal served to you, but each bit of food is bland and boring, and you can tell there's no passion behind it. We need to get into this ghostly dome, and we're asked for a password, and we guess at Open Sesame and are told no, the password is Bar-Ram-U. Now this is a reference to the classic comedy film Babe, the one about a talking pig, and this is a perfect example of reference it's comedy done badly, and it highlights my feelings with this game. Referencing popular culture within games is fine, but the reference has to actually relate to the situation you are in or somehow be connected to the game, and this isn't either.
Like
this is just a writer saying, oh hey, remember Babe? That was a good film. This quest is about accessing a ghost inside a prison. You could have referenced Ghostbusters and gone with Gatekeeper or Only Zool. You could have made a pop culture reference that's related to prisons or related to ghosts or related to sci-fi or related to destroying shields. You could have said shut down every shield generator on the detention level and it still would have made slightly more sense than bar ram you. Here's another example of the game dropping the ball. Inside the prison is Tarquin, the dude the evil master once released, the guy that wrote the book, and Tarquin is held here by a wood spirit who demands he count every twig on every branch of every tree every day if he wants to be fed.
Running out.
That's actually an awesome little setup. How do we free him? Do we overload the shield with twigs because there's so many? Do we burn down the forest to prevent the counting? Do we kill the wood spirit, or do we count the sticks ourselves? No. We go and get 3 unrelated items and then bring them back to him. Just how like we collected 3 items for the seer and the rat dude earlier. A complete mechanical disconnect between story beats and gameplay that you're tying to it. You ever gone to a shop at lunchtime to buy a meal deal, but you've arrived a little bit late and all the really good sandwiches or drinks are gone, so you have to have a less good one? And I mean, it's not the worst thing ever, you're just a bit disappointed. This game is that feeling. I fight my way through an underground goblin cave that we are somehow now at. Honestly, I stopped caring about the story a while ago. And the goblin boss is here, and just look, this is what the game considers to be a punctuating mini-boss fight.
Climb up.
Now I need to help this ghost collect ingredients for a potion, and we do that through collecting 3 items and bringing them back to her, because why change tradition? And finally, this dumb quest, which I have felt no personal connection to, comes to an end. We have to accuse one of the various incredibly forgettable NPCs we've met so far of being the malicious miscreant, so we go to all of them and accuse them all, and it's none of them. In true Scooby-Doo fashion, the evil dude was actually the actress all along, but it was actually someone pretending to be the actress, pretending to be the evil dude, pretending to be, and this leads us to a boss fight. Okay, finally, this is the last chance saloon. The Hail Mary. You have an open arena, you have a boss monster. Now come on, please let this be challenging. Let it have ads, mechanics, action, fear, adrenaline. This is your boss that you've built up the last 8 hours to. Show me what you can do.
Nice. Kill those.
The only mechanic is run out of the red, and even if you do get caught, you don't take much damage, you just get stunned. There's no ads, no mechanical arena use, just a few attacks where the boss thrusts its crotch in your face, then dies by flopping on top of you and you stick out of its arse. What a diabolically bad boss fight. I go and hand in the quest and just feel nothing. If you play this game, why? I'm not saying you're wrong for playing it, I just want to know why, out of all the MMORPGs, both free and paid, you've decided on this one. Why have you decided the most mediocre experience in all of mediocre land deserves your time? If this game entered a competition for world's most average game, it wouldn't even come first, because even that would make it stand out. When people tell me they're making an MMO, this is what I imagine they're making. Ask yourself, why would a new player stick with this game? Why would anyone actively choose this over anything else? This is the MMO version of a Minecraft Let's Play YouTube channel ran by someone called Elite Gamer XXX666 FaZe Clan, who uploads unedited 2-hour survival streams with no dialogue. This game is an amateur dramatics performance of Romeo and Juliet, where the guy playing Romeo was an extra in the bill and the set designer once met someone who knew someone who worked with someone at the BBC. Everyone remembers their lines and the show goes fine fine, it's just completely forgettable. The final score after 8 dull hours of gameplay is given to accurately reflect how I feel. To end the review, I will award Villagers and Heroes microwave meal you bought from the reduced section at the end of the day because you can't be bothered to cook and you know this won't be a culinary delight, but it's warm and you're hungry. Out of 10. Thank you for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel going. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for all the links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
Ouch. I'm running out of HP. Turn to poison? No. I'm going there. Nope. What is this for? Oh, let me keep that. Where's the best place to farm now? I get like 0.3. Is it here? How do you get to wormhole? I need to get there. Other side. Why? What? Yo, I'm back here again. Oh, there it is. Please. I have good news and bad news. Probably. What is he killing? Damn, my damage is kind of shit. Yeah, they do hurt. Where am I? Ash Factory. Oh fuck. Oh, you, no way. Yeah, he thought I didn't see that shit. I died. Essentials. Oh, they. Just doing the quests. Hold up. Demon, this is. They're all formless. Dude, Peko Peko. Yeah, I'm gonna need silver. Oh, Chonchon bird. Any healers?
Today, I found 4 more.
I'd love to tell you that Rift is bad, that I hated it, that playing for 8 hours made me sad. I'd love to say it's got an awful UI and terrible mechanics and grating music, but honestly, Rift isn't bad. It's just a stark warning about what happens when you're mediocre. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes. I've spent years playing the best MMO games available. Now it's time to do the opposite and try and find the worst of the worst. I'm going to play them all so you don't have to. Join me on a journey through the most awful MMOs I can find. Drop a like on the vid and sub to the channel for more awful MMOs and ring the bell so you don't miss a single future video. If you're enjoying the series so far and would like it to continue, please consider supporting through the Patreon like all these awesome people have. You'll find the link in the description below. Today, we are playing Rift. Rift. Even the name makes a few of you perk up and go, oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, Rift was a really big MMO for a short while. It was even in shops. You could physically buy this. I remember adverts for this being on TV and in cinema. Rift was meant to be this big new game. Some even whispered it was the Warcraft killer. Although, let's be real, every MMO released since Warcraft has claimed to be that. So, Rift was indeed this big MMO made by Payon, and for the time, it was decent. It was a buy-to-play game with a subscription optional. It was expensive, and now, well, it's fallen a long way. Rift is now on Steam for free, so I downloaded it, but I was curious about the DLC offered, and I scrolled down and £140. The recommended DLC for this game can be bought as a bundle for £140. This means whoever now owns Rift, you either think extremely highly of your game, or you're a greedy, money-hungry company who will milk the nostalgic players into the ground and fleece any new players for every penny they can get. The kind of company that doesn't care about the quality of a game and only sees it as a means to a profitable end. Who is Rift owned by anyway? Ah, right. Our old friend GamerGo. You know they've still not emailed me back about working together since the Fiesta video, but I wake up every day hoping. So downloading Rift, and the first thing you experience is the Steam advert with quite possibly the most bored voiceover I've so far heard in this series. Seriously, this is meant to be professional, epic voiceover. Let's just enjoy this together.
The day the dragons came through the rifts, our peaceful lives ended. Their armies invade our world, destroy our homes, and slaughter our people. They grow stronger every battle, unleashing new monsters and new magic, but we will not surrender. Together, we can stand against them. Together, we can fight. And together, we can drive them back. Join us, heroes. Fight for glory. Fight for peace. Fight for Talara.
That was bad. First impressions are bad. I also like how the voiceover ends with the word Talara, which is the name of the fictional universe we're in, but they've added such an intense reverb it sounds like Talara. So the game is 23 gigabytes, making it one of the largest games reviewed in this series so far. Launching the game from Steam opens up the Glyph launcher, which was used by Tryon to store all of their games together. Now, Tryon actually made a few decent games back in the day. Arcade, Defiance, Trove, Rift. These guys clearly know how to make games, but not how to sustain them. Because most of their games were subject to a fate worse than death. The worst fate an MMO can have. Being sold to GamerGo. The launcher itself, though, yeah, this looks fine.
There it is.
Lines are clean, fonts readable, no issues here. Now, you'll actually see I have a tune already, because I played this years and years ago, before I even began working on YouTube, and I don't remember a thing about the game or story. So I'll delete this tune and we'll begin again. There's a few alien races to choose from, but I'll go with F because it looks most like a human and I'm a boring player when it comes to choosing a race. Here's a nice touch with classes though. Rift sees the game as having 4 main roles, the holy trinity of DPS, tank and healer, but then support, which makes all the other roles better. And each class has 4 general builds, allowing any class to be any role. Now some of the classes need you to buy the Soul Pack DLC to play as that role, so we'll look at the cash shop later. For now, I'll go with Warrior, and aha, the first text mistake. The description of the class on the right uses the pronoun she. Now, I've got no problem with any gender being any class. You'll know that I hate gender locking, but I've made a male character. This should say he. The face customization is really nice. Remember, this game released in 2011, 10 years ago. This was good 10 years ago and still acceptable today. The intro movie plays and it stutters a few times. It's a nice enough movie with one glaring error. There are no subtitles. Accessibility options, people. Subtitles should always be on by default, especially if your game starts with a cutscene. Now we're in, and backstory on you. You are not just a chosen one. You are an engineered chosen one, a created superhuman and ascended, a super special Mary Sue destined to save the world. You have literally been made for this one purpose, and every NPC will remind you of this all the time. Now for the tutorial. It is, for the most part, brilliant. Everything is well paced, the voiceover is superb, the controls are well explained, and when I go to change the keybinds, I'm noticing the small stuff. The menu UI is consistent, the lines are smooth, the aesthetic is held throughout, and when I try to change the key, it just asks if I want to rebind and then lets me. This is exactly the way you rebind keys. Take note, Fiesta. This is how you do it. I accept the first quest by talking to the dude by the door. He tells us to go and find the time machine. We've not had too much background thrown at us yet, but time machines sound cool, so off we go. My first quest is to kill several of these husks, so I attack them with auto attack and then I wait. And I wait. And I wait some more. And my god, if this is the early combat, then settle in, because we're going to be here a while. At least this gives me some time to admire the scenery. Early combat in Rift feels like 3D RuneScape. Click and wait. Not bad, just long. The attack animations are fine, the combat noise is fine, the character motion capture is fine. Everything's just fine. I like the scenery, the burning village looks good, NPCs being chased around by enemies look good, puts a bit of movement and action into the scene, makes the whole situation feel a bit more fleshed out and real. The music matches up nicely, epic strings, environmental sounds, flames and screams. It enhances the situation without distracting. This, so far, is the opposite of Fiesta, which is a good thing. Hand in the quest, finally, and go activate some defense turrets. Just run up to and click them. Level up while fighting. Now, despite leveling up early, the level up tutorial actually happens later on or so. Slight pacing issue there. And also the reason the combat is taking so long right now. You'll see more of that issue later too. Oh, sweet. Look at that giant twisted abomination, a huge two-headed giant. I want to kill that. So I attack it, and it ignores me and attacks an unkillable human NPC. Brilliant! I can take this down. Just gotta leave this running for a bit and go grab a drink.
Why am I? Oh.
Big dude down, back to the defense consoles. I love how this enemy is just stabbing at them. It's not even on, dude.
Why am I
just
missing?
Run away. And he's all, die, turret. I admire his drive. Run further on, attack an enemy that's way too tough for me, and so run up to these guards for help. And to the game's credit, they do help me, so the early area NPC AI isn't bad. Next few quests need me to go and gather source stones, which are dropped by enemies, and every single fight with an enemy almost kills me. Like, I am taken one hit from death in every fight. Either this is meant to happen, or I'm somehow really underpowered. I'm not sure which, but this definitely feels slow. I do manage to kill 5 eventually, because when you're not in combat, your HP refills quite quickly. The enemy design so far is lovely. I mean, look at this forgotten war machine. It's metal plate armor held together by pulsating red energy, and I love how its bladed fist just spins around, because it can. They don't need to animate that, but they did, and I noticed. The sounds are also terrific. The scraping and clanging of metal when fighting this is so pronounced. Pushing forward and get the little bastion of last light within this small tutorial area. It looks fine. At first I'm thinking, wow, looks like that's a cheap knockoff of the FF14 Aetherite Crystal Teleportation Network. But then I remember, no, this came first. So Final Fantasy XIV, you have some explaining to do. Hand in all the quests, and now I need to go and kill hulking phantasms, which means more combat. So far I'm thinking, nice design,
oh, they kicked me out.
The movement is responsive and smooth. The UI is clean and consistent. The audio design is spot on. Background music is ambient and appropriate. Sound effects are well placed. Even the character menu looks fine. And the weapon designs match the world aesthetic, and the enemies look cool. I mean, look at these chains on the enemy, but something just feels off about the whole experience. Something I can't quite place yet. I'll try and explain it later, but I'm aware that right now, something just doesn't sit right. I almost die killing every one of these phantasms, but in a nice touch, on the quest that I need to use an item, the item appears in the quest list on the right hand side for ease of access. This is a quality of life upgrade, and I really like this. Plus, the quest object I'm using kills enemies in one hit, so I would like more of these, please and thank you. I restart this machine to fight Frederick, and I don't do well. 2 issues here. First of all, Frederick is not now and never has been a scary name. Your villains won't strike fear into the hearts of mortal men if their nickname is Fred. And 2, how am I meant to win this? I'm equipped with the best stuff I've been given so far and have got what few boosts I've found active, and I'm still dying. So when you die, you can soul walk, which basically puts you right back where you are, and then you just respawn where you decide to wait for 60 seconds. But you can only do that once an hour unless you pay for more. You can always resurrect at a nearby shrine, but every time you die, you'll lose vitality, around 20%, and when your vitality reaches 0, you'll lose some hit points permanently until you go to a healer and pay your vitality debt. I feel this is one of those ideas that sounded great in the design phase, but just adds unnecessary journey time for the player to keep walking back to a healer. Complex to play doesn't always mean fun to play. I'm wondering if this opening area is actually balanced around teams, you know, with several new players all grouping up at the start, but I don't have that luxury, so I return to the buff box from the camp, I buff up, and I go and take on old Freddy boy again. Oh great, you have to watch his battle speech fully every time you summon him. And oh good, I die again. Maybe I need to grind. Grind to beat the tutorial.
I hate this stage, dude.
Okay then, I mean, I'm not
it's so cramped.
But there's still something misplaced here, some deep feeling that this game just isn't right. Also, I've noticed now that I've been recording with the bottom of the screen cut off, so I've fixed that for the rest of the video. See? I'm a professional YouTuber. There's no other quests here, and grinding would take an age. I mean, I meet a new player and ask if they want to team up, but they're off to bed, so I'm just still soloing this. Let's keep taking on Fred until I win, and, the quest is done? It's finished. What? I didn't... How? Did somebody else do it? Did Fred just give up? I don't know how this happened, but my quest list now just says go across the bridge and talk to the faceless man. Okay. This dude needs me to take this soul-reclaiming device and go and get Shyla the Fallen's soul, but I need to subdue, meaning kill her first. So I go and give it a go, and okay, it's going good. Halfway there. Oh, she then creates a shield and spawns some ads, and how am I meant to win this fight? I can't do that much damage that quickly. Then my prayers are answered. And some of you Rift fans are probably thinking, oh god, finally he found the abilities page that the game doesn't tell you about and he's going to actually use his fighter abilities. Nope, I found a shop. And it sells potions. Gonna tank my way through this, oh yes. And hang on, wait, what's that? The shop sells Mudder's Milk, which for anyone unsure is a reference to the greatest sci-fi TV show ever made. After finding a hidden Firefly reference, I am much more on board with Rift. I stock up on HP pots and go and take on Shyla again, wait for my health to drop low and pot up. Oh, what? There's a 3-minute cooldown on using potions again. I didn't know that. If I'd have known that, I would have waited till later to use it to maximize the effectiveness, but oh well, let's try. I take her down, use the soul machine, and go back to finish the quest. You need to jam her soul into the machine and fight it again, so after Soul Battle 2, Electric Boogaloo, I'm told to get some anima essence from Soul Callers. Basically, every tutorial quest is go and kill X to get Y, and then move on. You can tell if you're going to win a fight within a few seconds by how much your health goes down and how much the enemy's health goes down. This cannot be how the game works, so I run away and I check the menus, the skills, and abilities. Wait, what? There's an abilities menu? Which shows all my attacks and stuff. You see, I didn't find this because opening the character menu shows you a menu called Skills, but that only lists crafting and gathering and general life stuff. To me, combat attacks would also come under Skills, but not in Rift. They're under Abilities. There's no tutorial explaining this though. Now, as a warrior, some of my abilities build up my resource, shown by 3 little swords under my HP bar, and then some other abilities spend it. The game even has the abilities labelled as Builder or Spender, which is nice, and oh god, this is so much faster now. I know what we're doing now. Now we're in business. A few more quests go down, and now we're marching up a hill with Liberty Prime. This giant mech has an AoE punch that just scatters enemies, so it's quite fun to fight alongside it. And at the top of the hill, we fight our first Rift, the namesake and main unique mechanic of the game at the time. Nowadays, the Elder Scrolls Online might have its Daedric Dolmens and Sky Chains, but Rift was doing this way back in 2011. When a rift opens up, the floor goes black, tentacles sprout up, and a tear happens in reality which floods monsters into our world. You have to kill enough of them to close the rift. You've got this counter on the right hand side showing the numbers 1, 2 or 3 at the top relating to which stage of the rift I'm at, and then the bag icon on the bottom showing the reward which I can click when I kill the rift. Taking down the rift takes a few minutes, and then we meet the big bad guy, the one everyone is afraid of, Regulos. Kind of like Fred. Fantasy names are meant to be scary, and Regulos just sounds like the sci-fi version of the word regular. You might as well call your name Generica if you're going to call your bad guy Regulos. But Regulos, stupid sounding as he is super powerful, so we complete our ascended destiny and run through the time machine to the past. The whole plot of this game now is we need to stop Regulos in the past to prevent this future. So now we're in the past, and the landscape looks nicer. There's fewer tentacles, but we can still see an open rift in the distance in the skybox. That's actually really cool. Chat to this NPC, ask a question, and then we get, quite oddly, a rather well done tutorial video. I don't mind this. It's pretty concise, it uses visual examples, and it has a fine voiceover, yeah. Explain more systems like this if we ask about them. This video is explaining the soul tree, and this system means there's a massive amount of variation within Rift's character building. Every time you level up, you get a few points, and when you put points into the leaves of a soul tree, that's the passive skills at the top, you get better, and the more points you put into a certain tree, the more activated abilities you unlock. That's the roots of the tree at the bottom. You can then mix and match which tree you advance, and mix and match the abilities you put onto your hotbar. So you can have 70% tank tree and 30% damage if you like. It's actually very freeform. I do something unusual now. I ignore the quests and go and take down the rift because I want to. See this right here? This is what games mean when they say you can do whatever you want. Many open world MMOs claim you can do whatever you want, but don't actually give the player anything specifically to do. Rift has let me ignore the quest and go and kill a rift because it looks cool and I wanted to do this. This is decent open world freedom. This dude also teams up with me, so thank you, whoever you were. Rift down, wander around town, and go and do some quests. The Portal Master gives me the recall ability, which makes sense, and in this room a sciencey lady needs a message from the future I've brought with me. Look at this. This glass distilling flask, this giant orb. It reflects and refracts the light through it in real time. You can see the reflection. That's brilliant. They didn't need to do that. They could have just made a translucent glass orb. This isn't even an item you can interact with. This is set dressing. And they made glass light interaction. Small touches that show a high level of craftsmanship. And with this noticed again, the feeling creeps back. What is wrong with Rift? There is something. I know it's there, but I can't quite put it into words yet. I check out the world map. It's sizable, with each region divided into level recommendations. Now, level scaling does exist, but only downwards. So you can out-level a zone, then return and play with your mates as the correct fair level, but you still have the harder zones to work toward, which is one of the more acceptable ways of doing level scaling. Take down more rifts, interact with this glowing satchel of explosives, and it starts a quest. So inanimate objects can start quests too, not just quest givers. Okay, and finishing those quests shows me the treasure alert symbol, this little silver cross thing to the top right. This is basically the you've finished a quest but there's no one to talk to, so click here for the reward symbol. I now do something that I've not done in an MMO for a very, very long time. I stop writing and just play. You see, when you're well versed in something, be that filmmaking or music or sports, you often spend more time analysing how something works and watching the little micro movements than you actually do spend enjoying the thing. But Rift does something weird. It does something not many MMOs do. It did nothing wrong for a long amount of time. When I play most bad MMOs, I spot bad things every few minutes, if it's Fiesta every few seconds, but I must have played for about an hour and a half and not written anything down. The fonts on the screen are all the same family and well-sized, from combat damage floating numbers to speech to the user interface text, and the UI itself is well-sized and well-scaled, with consistent outer edges and clean background colours. The ambient music matches the area, the sound effects of combat and running and enemy attacks are all great. It's not only not bad, it's quite good. The very first annoyance that I even write down is how I can't seem to buy multiple potions in the shop easily. I have to click buy for each one. To the bottom left, I can see there's also an activity finder which includes the dungeon finder, but I'm too low level for that right now. I do want to try a dungeon or raid before I stop playing, so I just keep questing to level up. I'm still trying to put together the words to explain the strange sensation of playing this, but while I do, let's go and read some reviews and see if anyone else feels the same way. What's the general consensus?
No, I'm not done with Fuel.
Played this game since it first came out long ago, but ever since Tryon was bought by Gamergo, the IP has hit the dirt. No more expansion packs in the work, game locked, even more behind a paywall than it was when Tryon ran the show. It's just a sad, sad thing. Really sucks when these companies buy out these studios, put the game on rails and just try to suck money out of people. My favourite features of the game are the versatility of classes, talent trees, the wardrobes and dyes, and dimensions. Rift has always provided a unique playstyle compared to most MMORPGs out there. There are features such as AoE looting, wardrobes and dyes, which came first from Rift that are now in other MMORPGs. I'm sad that there are no plans for the future. Sorry people, you're a decade too late. Rift was an amazing game, managed poorly by a greedy developer who made it free to play to chase bigger numbers while the game was doing fine. RIP Rift, you were amazing. 2010 to 2014. And despite Rift being what many would consider dead, the Steam reviews are actually mostly positive, both recently and overall. That's just made it even more confusing. Now, beyond all the reviews, if you're interested in a more in-depth look at the history of Rift instead of how the gameplay is now, check out Death of a Game, Rift. I'll link it below. Oh, there's water. Let's see how the game handles this. It's fine. Water graphics are nice, motion's good, buoyancy feels right, even the treading water animation looks good. They've animated the wrists moving backward and forward, which is correct. This quest now needs me to get some items, and the game shows me the quest item log, held on the quest journal screen, a place where all quest items go so they don't fill up the main inventory, which is a great system. I mess around with the soul tree for a bit, then decide I don't really know what I'm doing with this yet, so I just do the recommended build. The game has a beginner path to follow. Oh cool, there's cape physics. Your cape billows as you jump. Wonder what happens if you run backward and jump. Of course, it glitches through your body. I guess we can't have everything, can we? Now we're at a pirate refuge with a fishing quest, which is cast your line, then right-click twice when there's a bite. And thankfully it doesn't take too long for each fish. There's even a nice little bit of platforming to get to the right part of the refuge to fish at. Then I jump in and there's underwater combat, with appropriate underwater combat sounds and visual filters. And this enemy drops an item that starts a quest. So far, Rift is impressing me quite a lot. Wonder why it didn't do too well. Don't worry, I'll explain that later. I kill a load more stuff, hand in some quests, then return to the main story plot and stand in this energy beam for a bit, which gives me a nice 1 hour passive buff. I do some more quests and some more rifts, and honestly the core gameplay loop is solid. Combat is fine, quests are fine, and I've used that word a lot. Fine. This is the problem.
I'm dying a lot.
It's become clear to me now. You see, 2011 was an interesting year for the MMORPG genre, giving us Star Wars The Old Republic, Terra, DC Universe Online, with Guild Wars 2 The Secret World and Blade and Soul only 1 year away. 2011 was a year in an awkward place. Not only did Rift have huge competition from other releases in the same year, it had heavy competition just round the corner. Any game that released in 2011 had to either be a breakout success or be doomed to fade away under the shadow of Guild Wars 2. There simply weren't enough players to support every game succeeding. And with the beautiful graphics and smooth action combat of Terra and the massive might of Star Wars behind the Old Republic, Rift, a new IP from a relatively new company, was always going to struggle. Then Rift's fate was sealed when it was sold to Gamergo years later, but more on that later in the video. Finally in game I hit level 10, and this just opens up a load of stuff. First, I get a free gift from the shop. This is just a sneaky way of making me open the shop interface. They could have put this right into my inventory, but no, I have to open the shop and I have to click redeem, because we can't have that shop going unseen, can we? But what I'm most interested in now is this instant adventure finder. If you want to go grouped up with other people of your level on the same map and do overworld quests, you can use the instant adventure finder, and it sends you immediately to that group, and then you start playing. It doesn't care about plot or consistency or relation to where you are in the story. It's just, here's a group quest, off you go. But if overworld stuff is getting dull, you've also got Intrepid Adventures, which puts you into one of Rift's raids, effectively instantly. See, raids are always constantly flowing, and if there's a spot, you get put in, no matter how far through the raid the group actually is. So I do this for a while, and this system is both a blessing and a curse. Personally, I find raids remarkably fun. I think they're an awesome part of most MMOs, and most games are excited for you to get there, and gamers are excited to share them with you. But the anticipation of something, the build-up to it, is also part of the experience. And by slowly learning techniques and abilities as you get closer to the raid, you can guarantee them that every player in the raid will have a high level of skill, so you can make the raid complicated. It's like this: if you have played a game for months and they release a new bit and you play it, you'll appreciate it because you have months of knowledge to draw on, and you can say, oh, I can use my skills from here to do this. But if you went to a friend's house and you played on their character on their favourite MMO that you've got no experience with, no background, you're not invested, and they may say, isn't this raid awesome? And, well, you've not got much to go off to answer that question. You can say how it looks or sounds or how the surface mechanics seem, but you've got no time invested into the game and no emotional connection to any of the characters in it, so the raid to you has no emotional impact. You don't know who you're killing or saving or why. That's exactly how I feel here. It's great that I can be leveled up to 65 and thrown into a massive 20-man raid, with the raid scaling to our team size. It's great that I can experience mechanics and bigger fights and bosses and team quests, but that's all it is. It's a large-scale fight, a big enemy, and a click fest. I don't have any emotional attachment to my character or the world or who I'm fighting, and because I don't know why I'm here, the experience feels hollow. The raids in Rift seem to work as a series of sections of smaller maps, and when you finish a map, it asks if you want to immediately teleport to the next. The game is so eager to get you to the next set piece, it doesn't want you walking. It would find that too slow. That would kill the pacing in its own mind. It just says, well done, next bit. There's probably a story here. And here's the vital component. I'm not in it. As an MMO player, I don't expect to always be the chosen one, even though I specifically am here, but I at least expect to be involved or important in some way.
I hate this
and I have no idea why I'm here. I can objectively say the gameplay is good, but emotionally, this is void. The game is tripping over itself to show me its cool fights, and like a film with no plot, it's forgotten that set pieces don't bring the audience into the world. I'm also gaining so many levels in this raid. The experience from every enemy kill is shared, and I'm just power leveling here, even if I didn't want to. The voice acting, however, does have a very specific sense of humour. It's quite dry, and I find it very entertaining. Let's just have a listen to some of the better voice clips.
Fools! You have intruded upon the domain of the Lord of Nightmares. I will destroy you. It's you and your little friend. At first, I thought I was born of the various necromancy-fueled apocalypses you suffered through. That's why I've always had such good relations with ghouls and ghosts and other spooky things. Plus, they always reminded me of your dead, rotting corpse, which makes me smile. You'll never guess what laid these eggs ascended. Hint, it has more legs and eyes than you are comfortable with. No, it's not spiders. It's what spiders are afraid of, then set their webs on fire, never to return for fear of glimpsing it again. Make the Ascended pay for having it better than you!
Piloting a cosmic vessel is quite an endeavor. The formless chaos is not quite as empty as the name would imply. There are eddies that must be navigated, flotsam of realities long gone, and pockets of proto-universes. Also
fuck
bees.
off with your shit, man.
And bees. That's very much Rift's sense of humour. Something epic juxtaposed with something not. Very tongue-in-cheek. I do more of the raid, I play through, and again, the humour perks up in the voiceovers.
Perhaps I need to change up my tactics a bit. If I can't kill you, maybe I can gross you out and you'll leave. Rise from the sewers, my new minions! Touch the Ascendant's face with your filthy pseudopods! Oh, you kiss your mother with that mouth? Disgusting!
So far, Rift isn't bad. In fact, in several elements, it's very good. The UI is fantastic, the small graphical flourishes are a nice sign of above and beyond detail, the skill system is vast and varied, the combat mechanics seem really solid, even in a raid. I've had no lag at all so far, and every player seems to be important. The scaling has balanced nicely, it feels that I am helping, but not overpowered. Even the story is suitably epic, even though I don't feel personally connected to it, fighting through a dream realm to free the goddess avatar of justice from a waking nightmare. I'd probably enjoy it even more if it worked up to it instead of being thrust on me, but that's a consequence of allowing players to join a raid without working up to it. It is the con that comes with the easy to join raid pro. Rift as it is now feels like a Michael Bay movie. It's flashy to look at, but I don't feel invested. I don't feel involved. Yes, it's impressive, but there's not much going on under the emotional surface yet. This is a long ass raid too. I've been here 90 minutes and we finally get to the final boss. I was kind of expecting something else too. I mean, this dude looks cool. He's definitely huge, but he's standing up tall and we're on this platform, so everyone is just attacking his crotch. We've basically fought through a nightmare zone of unimaginable chaos just so we can wail on this guy's rocky balls. The fight itself is flashy. There's ads and lasers and damage zones and mechanics, but still, Demon Crotch wasn't the boss I was expecting. Oh, by the way, by the end of the raid, I'm level 30. I was 10 when we began. And we kill the final boss and guess what happens? The raid just restarts from the beginning. No setup, no story, just boom, back at the start, same group, go again. I leave this group because honestly, after a 90-minute teleporting set-piece to set-piece roller coaster of a raid, I need a break. This whole thing was a rush. It was non-stop. There are no down moments in a Rift raid. It's always doing something from start to finish, and that might sound good, but it's actually an issue of pacing. The highs only seem high if you've got the lows to contrast with. But after all that excitement, returning to the main game, the main overland story quest just feels so dull. I just
it's so crap. It's just so bad.
A nightmare dimension, and now I'm back to killing cultists. No, I've tasted raid content. I can't go back to this dull overworld questing. I find an NPC healer and pay off my death debt. The cost is trivial since I've made so much from the raid, and I try to follow the story quests for as long as I can. Let's just have a glance at the cash shop, shall we? A level boost to 65. Not the top level, but close. Costs 6,000 of these gem things. How much would that cost me? Wow, 30 quid. 30 quid to skip the leveling process, which honestly doesn't seem to take that long with raids, although people have told me it slows down around 50. Oh, there's also a patron system where you can become a member for £10 a month, and then you get bonuses in the shop and stuff becomes cheaper too. I also have a patron system, but that is only from £1 a month. Yeah, seamless plug. Oh, the cash shop, however, does let you buy what looks like very, very good equipment. I mean, look at the stats on this Celestial Slayer Warblade. I don't know if that's considered the best, but it's better than what I've got. So while I can't say this is definitely pay to win, it's definitely pay for an advantage. Back to basic quest, kill some mystics, burn some barricades, make some progress, and finally manage to put into words what makes Rift so odd. Rift isn't bad. It's not objectively bad at all. It's well made with solid systems and a fun gameplay loop, nice graphics, great sound, freeform class building and easy access to raids, but it's not world class either. The best way I can describe Rift is this. Imagine you're flicking through the TV channels because it's 1999 and people still did that, and you start watching an action film halfway through. You're not quite sure of the plot and the acting is passable, but you enjoy what you see. You likely won't remember it in the future, but your time watching it was enjoyable enough. That's Rift. If you've ever been walking around the shopping centre and heard some really good music playing in a shop somewhere, good enough that you stop and go, this music's really good, but not good enough that you actually go and find out what it was, that's Rift. If you've ever visited somewhere that's lovely and you had a great time and you'd like to go back again, but you're not actually bothered about actively making plans to go back again because it was good but it wasn't that good, that's Rift. Rift feels very safe. It wants to make sure the player has what they need. It does everything quite well. The equipment system is quite good. The graphics are quite good. The sound is quite good. It's the absolute epitome of quite good. And in the gaming world, that gets you noticed just long enough for something else to come along that's better. Rift is slightly above average cheesecake. It's the nicer bread at the baker's. It's just above average quality clothing. It's good. But it's not so good that you'll go out of your way to get it. I do more quests while I think of more ways to describe Rift because honestly I don't need to critique the mechanics or the design because they are solid. Rift's problem isn't a design one. It's an emotional one. Have you ever had a hobby that you really enjoyed but then one day you stopped and you just have no interest in returning? You don't dislike the hobby and you'll talk about it fondly, you've just not got any burning desire to pick it up again. That's how Rift feels to play. It's not bad, it's not fantastic, it's just an acceptable MMO released in a year when many acceptable MMOs released and a year before it was too released. I get a free mount from this gift box. It's a cool mechanical looking horse, but honestly I'm more interested in doing more raids.
The fucking
There's
cast
a theory in
is
game
insane.
design that if everyone likes your game but no one loves it, it will fail. Games need dedicated,
dying.
fanatical fans
Oh
to
my
survive,
gosh,
and
dude.
while Rift clearly has those, it just didn't create enough of them. Its release on Steam
game.
helped, but as is the problem with many MMOs, Rift slowly died. See, MMOs face a very paradoxical survival test. If no one plays your game will die, and no one wants to play a dying game. So the moment people suspect no one is playing your
Should've
game,
TP'd.
people leave because they think it will die. Ironically, this causes the game to die. Saying this game is dead can cause a self-fulfilling prophecy where people leave because they believe other people are leaving. Rift had to compete with Star Wars, Terra, and Guild Wars 2, and any hint of failure would have caused people to abandon ship, which is unfortunately likely what happened. The locations in this raid, by the way, are fantastic. This crystal chamber has a fully 3D rendered ceiling, even though it doesn't need to be rendered, and it looks stunning. That's another strength. A lot of things exist in this game, especially graphically that I've noticed so far, that don't need to exist. That ceiling doesn't need to be detailed. Almost no player is ever going to look up for any length of time, but they did it anyway. The original design team here were clearly good, so I have a sneaking suspicion it's a combination of bad marketing and bad business decisions that killed this game, not design choices. If you like the raids in World of Warcraft but you don't want to pay a monthly sub, Rift is a decent substitute. The bosses have mechanics, are well voice acted, there's a sizable community remaining. I mean, it found me a raid twice within seconds as a DPS. Clearly there are people playing. But even within that raid, people come, people go, the raid continues. There's no connection to my team here. I don't feel this is our victory. It's just a victory. I don't know who's tanking or healing. I don't know who's doing damage with me. The names on the left keep changing so frequently I can't get attached to any one of them. This raid group feels more like a writhing mass, an evolving blob I happen to be in temporarily, instead of a defined team that I'm an important part of from the start to the finish. Every single map in the raid follows the same pattern too. It's quite paint by numbers. Enter a new area, kill X amount of enemies, pick up X amount of things, interact with X amount of objects, kill a bigger enemy and then move on. Lather, rinse, repeat. It's the same song and dance in every lovely looking area. In this zone, for example, click and interact with 20 corruptions on the floor, then kill 20 enemies. Now pick up 52 books, that's as a raid, not individually. This design isn't really gameplay because there's no time limit, so no penalty for failure. It's a case of success given enough time. It's just content to fill space. This scenery, again, steals the show. This looks like something out of Alien. I feel like I'm on the Nostromo. But again, the gameplay loop is kill stuff, then pick up stuff, then bomb stuff, then talk to some pillars, then go and kill some more stuff, then teleport away. I don't know where I am in relation to the world. I feel so temporal, so transparent. Part of me feels Rift is a dream and I'll wake up and remember playing it, but it never existed. Rift is the little MMO that couldn't. It's the MMO equivalent of making an MMO character with perfectly balanced everything. You can kinda tank, kinda heal and kinda DPS, but not do any of them world class, so no one picks you. It's the poster child for good enough to be fun, but not great enough to succeed. Oh, these objects you need to interact with in raid maps, by the way, they reset quite quickly, so sometimes the best thing to do is just wait by one for reset and sparkle so you can click it again. It's boring but effective. We kill the raid boss, then the raid restarts, I think. So I ask in chat, is this the start? And I get the perfect response back. Some guy just says, dunno. I leave the raid. Dunno. Another player is with me just going through the motions, killing the enemies, collecting the loot, never asking why, just clicking buttons and watching flashing lights and feeling no real connection because Rift hasn't made us feel a connection. I have a chat in the general chat now and I talk to some more experienced players. I ask, why Rift? What does this game have that others don't? And Ziloon responds with, I don't know, I've not played enough MMOs to answer that. So I can tell you what Rift has based on that answer. It has very well adjusted mature players who are confident enough to admit when they don't know something, which is goddamn rare. We chat some more. Another player called Lewis adds he likes the unlimited skill point system and the freedom the skill trees have, allowing two similar classes to actually play very differently, which I can completely agree with. I then ask, why didn't Rift succeed? And everyone again answers saying how they're not able to answer that because it's complex, and yeah, they're right.
There's one more,
Lewis
man.
mentions how Tryon used a difficult engine and the Steam released helped but wasn't enough, and again, he's right. So let me try and summarise the issues with Rift. Rift is made in the Gamebryo engine, same as MapleStory 2, Defiance, Fallout New Vegas and Wizard 101, and while it's a decent, versatile engine shown by those games, it's difficult to get the best from, so Tryon was setting themselves a difficult task from the start, but in their defence, they did a damn good job. They made a solid MMO with a decent gameplay loop and above average features for the time, graphically, sound and combat wise. But with so many other large scale and well funded MMOs released so close to it, Rift was swamped, and so player count went down because people thought player count would go down, a harsh paradox of MMO player bases. Then Rift was sold to Gamergo, and Gamergo don't care about developing games, only keeping them on life support while wringing them dry, fleecing every penny from every player. So Rift was hung out to dry with all the other unfortunate lot, Defiance, Trove and Arcade. Forever now doomed to be milked as a cash cow on life support until it dies, because Gamergo will make more money doing that than they will supporting and building it up. Rift was not a bad game, and despite Gamergo getting their grubby claws into it, it still isn't a bad game. But it's not a great game, and that is ultimately what led to it being forgotten within the annals of history. From a full physical CD release to being eclipsed by bigger titles and now fading away and milked dry. Rift is the song you liked as a kid but can't quite remember. It's the film you watched as a teenager but can't quite recall save for one or two scenes. It's a forgotten game that was and still is good, but it won't ever be good enough. So Rift is more than competent as a game, but it got crushed because other better funded, more popular games happened to be released at the same time. It's not a mechanical failure, it's an emotional one. To show you how forgettable Rift is, what was the bad guy's name? I said it at the start of the video. Can you remember? No. Exactly. Rift isn't bad. It's just not good enough compared to others that released around the same time. So to end the review, I award Rift Regulos.
What is it? 0.05
out of 10. Cheers for watching. If you want more worst MMO ever videos, then drop a like or sub to the channel. And a massive thank you to all my Patreon supporters and Twitch subs who make all my content possible. If you're enjoying the series and would like more, you can support the Patreon from only £1 a month. Comment down below with any game you think deserves the title of worst MMO ever, then check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter and Discord. And as always, have a great day.
$75, 71, 72. They're in the 70s, yeah. Ashes is where it's at. Yeah. Raid's the boss. There's a flame part. We'll level out. gonna try. Go buffs, go buffs. This is 69. This is 74. Kudama is 77. Gyokoto is 75. Oh, it's the same. I could farm there all day. Buffs. What is it? What, 80? It's the same. Oh, I don't have a freaking. .7. They fucking hurt. They just fucking hurt. How much damage can I do? Yeah, they do hurt in the party. there any party? You need to form this monster. For healing. Damn. God damn. Good hitting. Like, it's insane.
I'm going to be real with you. I am writing this review just after Christmas, and the only way I could make it through 8 hours of this complete garbage fire of a game was to get very drunk. So strap in and hold on, because this was an experience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes. I've spent years playing the best MMO games available. Now it's time to do the opposite and find the worst of the worst.
Ow.
I'm going to play them all so you don't have to. Join me on a journey through the most awful MMOs I can find. Drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more awful MMOs, and ring the bell so you don't miss a single future video. If you're enjoying the series so far and would like it to continue, please consider supporting through the Patreon like all these awesome people have. You'll find the link in the description below. Today we are playing Fiesta Online. I'm going to be 100% completely honest with you. A few days ago I got an email from an influencer marketing agency representing GamerGo, a company responsible for making loads of MMOs. They said they liked my channel and wanted to work with me. Well, Fiesta Online is made by GamerGo, and after this video I guarantee they will not want to work with me anymore. So, Fiesta Online is on Steam. The trailer video has rock music playing, which is odd and seems out of place, but it's only a 30-minute download, so let's get this baby downloading. So the launcher opens up, and just see if you can spot the very small issue, the same issue that I spotted. It's hard to see, but if you look closely, you'll notice the two website windows that should have opened up on the left have both 404'd. Two broken web page links in your own official Steam launcher. What a great start. Also, these wing particle effects are stuttering on and off, and the whole thing just looks bad. Coupled with the fact you've got a 10-second loop of generic music just playing over and over again, this whole experience is just not fun. But it's only a launcher, so let's just wait and hold out some hope. Right, this is what I was afraid of. The patches are applied in waves from version 1.0 forward. Basically, when you download a game, normally you get the whole game with the latest patch installed, but some older or generally worse MMOs do this thing where they download the base game, then they apply patch 1, then patch 2, then patch 3, then patch 4, because each patch requires the previous version to work and no one has optimized them into a single patch yet. So while we're waiting for this to patch, let's have a quick look at GamerGo's site. Remember, these are the people who apparently love my content and want me to promote their stuff. Now, thankfully, because of my Patreon supporters, I don't need to shill for games I don't actually play. So GamerGo have no real power over me. These guys actually do make some pretty big named games. Arcade, Rift, Defiance 2050, I actually liked that game. But they've got some absolute shovelware in their catalogue too. I have no doubt I will end up playing all of these games eventually. This is basically a goldmine for this channel. Right, it's been 30 minutes and it's still patching, so I break out the Baileys and the 8 hours of drunk gaming slowly begins. I really expected a smaller game because now we're 1 hour in and we're still patching. We're up to patch 1.05.114. I close, then reopen the launcher to see if that helps. Oh, it does. Now there's a launch game button, which I click and it freezes. I try again. Same thing. I try launching the game from Steam. No luck. I launch as an admin, just constantly freezing. I also love how Steam says I've played 113 minutes of this game so far when all I've done is watch patches download and listen to a 10-second loop of music. I wonder if other Steam users are having this same problem, so to the discussion threads we go, and this fantastically titled question has the same issue and someone in the comments has seemingly solved it. Apparently the Steam version of the game launcher is connected to servers that are now offline, so you need to download the launcher from the official website. Wow. You know, I don't expect much from a game, but having the launcher actually, launch the game would be nice. I mean, even Bloodlines of Prima actually worked first time. So I go to the official site and download another launcher, which then also has to patch, estimating 22 minutes. And oh god, now I'm getting Reddit ads for Fiesta everywhere. They're on Hotmail too. Maybe don't consider advertising your game so heavily if you're not even going to maintain the Steam version, GamerGo. Finally, the launcher is patched and I try to launch the game and it launches in the wrong resolution. It doesn't have native resolution detection because of course it doesn't. So I do some technical stuff and now it works, kind of. I make a new account and it doesn't log me in. I am writing my account name and I'm literally copy-pasting the password from one screen to another, so there is no way this is wrong, but I am drunk, so maybe it is. Okay, fine, I make another account and brilliant, we are on. However, alt-tabbing from the game to the browser on the second monitor seems to have killed the sound, so there's no background music anymore. I'm not sure if this is better. Oh, before we go any further, very important notice. All GamerGo games download the Zing Code 3 anti-cheat software, which is an incredibly invasive program that gives itself way more permissions than it needs and is also found in Rift, Terra and Black Desert Online. So before this video ends, I need to remember to uninstall this and then delete the file using manual registry editing because it really is that bad. Found the first bug. Clicking on the drop down arrow for the resolution selection, I click on 1920 by 1080 and it gives me 1920 by 1440 every time. It does not allow me to have 1080. Nope, not happening. The only reason you can see it and I can play the game is because I'm watching the game through the screen recording software and I can resize it. You know what? Fine. I'm done arguing. play your game at your stupid wrong resolution and I will play watching the wrong screen. Finally, 3 hours after trying to download this game, we are in. Character creation, you've got 5 classes to choose from and 1 elite class. I go with Archer. Character made, we go into the tutorial and this loading screen looks like it's straight out of a PlayStation 1 era game and not a good PlayStation 1 game like Dino Crisis or Tenchu, one of the crap ones. WASD movement. We have someone talking to me, but I want to explore the movement first. So I run around a bit and within 10 seconds I have clipped inside a house. It's not even a hard to reach house. It's literally next to where the tutorial begins. You haven't even got collision detection on a wall next to where the player starts the game. So I run around for a bit and then this happens. You want to know what this is, what you're watching right now? This is me holding W. Nothing else. I couldn't even believe this. So here is a video I took on my phone to prove this is what happens when you run into a wall. Right, let's follow the tutorial. The game wants me to talk to blacksmith friends. I follow these huge arrows on the floor and chat to him. He's a merchant. The game needs me to right-click on the flashing items in his inventory and buy them to progress. But there is nothing to tell you this is what you need to do. It just expects you to figure it out. And then another stupid graphic issue. Why does the anime-style conversation overlay avatar of the blacksmith and the in-game model of the blacksmith looks so different? They're not even wearing the same armor. That looks nothing like the model. How did you get this wrong? Next, the tutorial tells me to open my inventory by pressing I and equip a bow, despite already having the same bow equipped. Then it tells me my HP is low and I should press Q to use a HP stone. Now I need to find Skillmaster Elok, which again follow big arrows, and he's here, and at least these pictures match up. This guy sells me abilities, and just have a guess what the first archer ability is called. Of all the MMOs I've played, this is the most commonly named archer skill. Every game, without fail, has a skill called aimed shot, and I am glad to see the tradition continues. Now we go to the healer and buy HP stones. This tutorial is just sending me to people and explaining what they do in the most boring way possible. Now press C to open your character page and spend your points on stuff to get better. We already have some stats, so into strength you go, because I just want to power through this. Chat to Ezra and... how have you done this? You've managed to get the animation overlay and the in-game model perfect, but the colours are wrong. The model is red and the animation is green. How did this get past quality control? Did anyone check this? This is a super simple fix and you've not bothered to do it. Oh, also the quest dialogue boxes move around like comic speech bubbles. There's no main chat window, so you're clicking all over the place to continue any conversation. The game lets me know that Q uses HP stones and E uses mana stones. I can tell you right now, mana stones won't be relevant for this entire video. And here's something I just noticed. Why the hell is my entire UI Christmas themed? Why are there candy canes sticking out of places and tinsel and little Santa faces around everywhere? I don't mind this, but what I do mind is the fact that I don't have a choice. This is how the UI must look over Christmas, but god, that's not even the worst part of the UI design. Hover your cursor over the icons to the bottom right and you'll see the icon's name and hotkey for it pop up in a little tooltip. But instead of putting the hotkey in brackets like every well-designed game, they've written I key, O key, M key. You don't need to write the word key after every single one. You've not even put a space between the apostrophe and the word key. Look, this isn't a mechanically game-breaking bug, but I'm quite drunk now, so I'm going to nitpick everything in this game. Opening the journal lists your quests, but the background has been updated with a garish Christmas-themed tiled pattern, which is ugly and stupid. Right, our first quest. Kill 3 guards and open 3 cages. Let's see how engaging the combat is. It isn't. I kill every enemy in one hit, even with a basic attack, and the cages open instantly. Also, when you finish the quest, you don't need to return to the quest giver. You can just open your journal and get the reward there, because the game is probably designed for people with zero attention span. The next quest sends us off to kill a giant demonic demon, because the designers don't know what pacing is and decided that yes, this seems like a reasonable escalation of difficulty. Turns out I spoke too soon, because they neither know what pacing is nor what difficulty is, because you can kill the demon in a few seconds. How am I so powerful? Well, I suppose within 10 seconds of existing I did phase through a house, so maybe I'm a wizard. With the demon dead, we hear a message from the actual bad guy, someone who wants to be the supreme ruler, and this writing honestly is making the worst fanfiction look good. Everything in this game reads like a 12-year-old wrote it. If you gave an antisocial teenager with zero writing skills who only ever listened to the Rasmus and only ever watched edgy anime the task of writing an MMO opening, they would come up with something better than this. Now I'm treated to this catapult animation. It's not major, but it does annoy me. It launches a flaming metal band covered ball to this crater, but you can't move into the crater and get hit. So it's just pointless set dressing. If you're going to have a battlefield, let me get hurt on it. I followed the arrows to stop the evil overlord. Honestly, I'm not even sure I want to. If they asked me to join them, I'd probably jump at the chance. Anyway, we meet the bad guy, then we fight the avatar of Pargle. Who is Pargle? Why are they attacking? Why are we defending? All very good questions, and none of them are answered. Also, this fight is just... how can I describe this? How could I use my mastery of the English language to fully convey exactly the feeling that I got when playing this game? Ah, right, I've got it. This fight is shit. The enemy just attacks the 3 guards and I just stand here slowly shooting a god with arrows. Then an angel appears and says, I will save you. Honestly, love, I'm doing fine. A few more hours and this god is going down. But she insists and says she will save us by sending us back in time before these events began. Which is like the start of Rift, which is another game made by Game Ago where you go back in time before the great battle against a god. Maybe Game Ago just has a type of game that it really likes. Now we're done with the tutorial and we can explore the main game, and holy Christmas Batman. Okay, so I'm recording this on the 3rd of January. Christmas was 9 days ago. So not only is this late, but my God, it's obnoxious. The forced Christmas UI is one thing, but the repetitive Christmas music in the background is quite another. So this is the main town, and hint windows keep forcefully popping up and telling me stuff in large info dumps. Apparently, I can move using the map, but only up until level 60. What an odd design choice, to give players ease of movement up until the end game. That seems backwards. You want your players to experience the world at the start of the game, not at the end. You can move using the W, A, S and D keys, but you can also left click. Now normally, you're able to talk to NPCs by left-clicking on them, but nope, my game is broken. Nothing is happening. I decide I should quit, close the game and relaunch it to see if that solves the problem, and while doing that, I take a quick glance at the Steam player charts. I am amazed that 2 people actually got this game to work on Steam. Back in the game, and cool, now I can actually talk to NPCs again. Julia gives me some stones and sends me to the village leader, who for some unknown reason is dressed like a 1920s British explorer. He explains the journal, which is the quest log, and how it not only shows active quests, but local potential quests as well, so we can always locate something to do, then sends me to Weapon Master Zach. While walking up these steps, I realised something odd. You don't have a shadow, not even a circle with soft edges underneath you. You look like a layered over animation just moving around with no light sources reacting to you at all. If this was a stylistic choice, it is a bad one. Weapon Master Zach needs me to go and kill some slimes in the forest. If you are playing crap MMO bingo, I think killing slimes is the free central square. So I go and do that, but again, the forced helpful pop-ups just keep springing up. The game says you don't have a choice, Josh. You will look at the helpful things. The game demands it. I kill 5 slimes, they die in 1 hit because we can't have combat being engaging, can we? Oh, and also issues with picking up items. Clicking on an item dropped by an enemy makes you run over to that item, but doesn't pick it up. You need to click it again while you're directly next to it to pick it up. I hate this. I'm not clicking the item for no reason, game. I want it. Just put it in my inventory. You don't need to check that I'm sure every single time. Head back to Zach and he rewards me with a choice of 5 possible boots, but there's only 1 pair suitable for my class. This is a system that so many bad MMOs use. Giving me a choice of 5 with only 1 viable isn't a choice. Just give me the boots for my class and stop pretending I have any authority here. I take the stupid boots, go back to the blacksmith, and he needs 5 mushrooms killed, so back we go. Mushrooms also die in 1 hit, making them mechanically no different to slimes at this level, and seeing as this is the lowest level, they will never ever be different to slimes, meaning there is no reason for these enemies to actually be different. I realise there's going to be a lot of running, so I rebind auto run to the T key, and then I try to auto run but find another odd mechanic. See, I've made a video explaining how you can judge MMOs in only an hour, and this is one of the weirder tests that I do. Auto run should be cancelled by pressing the auto run key again, or by moving forwards or backwards only. Side to side movement, turning or jumping should not cancel auto run. But in Fiesta, nothing cancels auto run. Not moving forward, not moving backward, not moving left or right. You have to press the auto run key again or you will not stop. Next quest is from Skillmaster Ruby. Remember I said the writing quality is dire. One of your responses to being asked to pay for something is actually, I'm poor. Which is both not true in-game and a line that I would cringe at reading even if a child wrote it. She needs 5 she needs 5 things killed, so off we go. I also need to mention the music, because it has been on a 1-minute loop since we got here. 60 seconds of the most grating Christmas trash. It has achieved the incredibly difficult task of being both intensely annoying and incredibly forgettable at the same time, and it just keeps looping. This quest takes us to the Forest of Tides. See, Fiesta Online doesn't have a large overworld. It's actually many small maps all connected together, so it's not really massively multiplayer. It's also got almost no players, so it's not really multiplayer either, but at least we can agree it's an RPG. Just. This zone has left the Christmas music behind, and instead we get really well-made ambient forest soundtrack with distant sea sounds. I'm just kidding, we get this junk. Who thought this works? Who said, yes, for our first adventure zone, a forested seashore, we need some 90s funk with a generic beat and it needs to loop every minute? If you told me the audio designer's 10-year-old son made this on a Casio keyboard, I would believe you. We kill 5 things and discover there's no easy way to return. You can't recall to town, so it's just running back all the way. And on my way back, the play help guide keeps popping up. I need to stop this, so I go into the settings and turn it off, which will hopefully also stop the horizontal line tip that keeps appearing in the middle of the screen. Finishing this quest teaches us about the quest alert indicator, the jeweled icon in the middle top right. Basically, you can click on that and see any local quests, then accept them without actually talking to the quest giver, then complete them, then hand them in, all through that interface. Because, you know, having an immersive world and player exploration is for losers. Just do everything through menus. Oh, but doing this still shows the quest conversation. So the NPC's picture still appears as if you're actually talking to them despite them being miles away, because that makes sense too. I accept all of the quests I can, except the Christmas quest, because I'm saving that for later. That's my special treat before I delete this game and burn my hard drive for even having it on. In a handy touch, the map shows the quest enemy locations so you know where to go. Then we get told about weapon titling and enchanting and upgrading and spirit stones, and like 4 separate weapon enhancement systems all get thrown at you at once, and all of them are information dumps which make you care about none of them. Look, if you have a lot of systems game, I respect that, but if you throw every single system you have at me at the same time, I'm not going to be motivated to learn any of them. You need to learn pacing. The game also tells me, for the 3rd time now, that I can open the map and click to move, or I can click an NPC to go straight to them, or click an enemy to find it. For the 3rd time I do it, and for the 3rd time it doesn't work. As far as I know, you cannot move by clicking on the map, or an NPC icon, or an enemy icon. The map movement straight up does not work. And why is this goddamn help guide still appearing when I turned it off earlier? Does the game just not listen to your choices? I tried to set the resolution to 1080 and the game was like, no, you're playing in 1440. Then I turned the help guide off and the game was like, no, help guide stays on. Well, I guess you know how I enjoy MMOs best, game. I finished the quest and now I'm told about the Holy Promise system, which sounds all mystical, but it's basically just a mentor system. Old players get gold for helping new players and new players get boosted experience. I'd happily sign up for it, but there aren't any old players around. As far as I can tell, I am the most experienced person right now. While killing this gang imp, another realization. I haven't adjusted the in-game audio at all, and this is what fighting sounds like. You hear that? You hear those combat special effects and battling sounds? No? Exactly, there's no combat sounds. Or the combat sounds are so low compared to the music you get no audio feedback of the fight, no hits or deaths or heals. You are forced to listen to the in-game music, which isn't just bad, it's forgettable. It's nothing music, it's soulless. Honestly, try and play this game, listen to a few seconds, and then later in the day try and remember it. I guarantee you won't be able to. I promise you, no matter how much you listen to this music, it will not stick in your mind, because I am writing this script immediately after playing the game, and I cannot remember a single piece of in-game music. All I can remember was that I hated it. Another message from an NPC tells us that when we level up, we will be eligible to join the Guild Academy, and our character responds in that stupid, mindless, idiotic anime way of saying, Guild Academy? As if there's no fucking clue what those words mean. Yes, you idiot, Guild Academy. Two very easy to understand words. Use your context clues and figure out it probably means an organization where we can learn new skills or become better at stuff. How did that concept confuse you? Earlier you were fighting a god and now two very basic words seem difficult. I hate when games make me play a brainless moron. I open up the quest menu and accept everything. It's all sending me back to the same map, so may as well be efficient here. You know, while running around and looking at the god-awful scenery and listening to the god-awful music, I'm reminded of an actually really good old game. Slight tangent, but a few of you might understand this. You see, years ago, the PlayStation 1 had demo discs released with magazines each month, and my parents would buy them for me, and there was this program called Net Your Rose where you could make your own games, and sometimes they'd be included on the discs. And one day, I found a game called Terra Incognita, and it was just goddamn brilliant. A third-person, short, action-adventure puzzle game made by Mitsuru Kamiyama, who, by the way, went on to be technical director on Dragon Quest XI and Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Anyway, Fiesta reminded me of that because the scenery and music are similar, but Terra Incognita was full of heart and humour and made in 1996 by two people, and this is a pile of shit made by a multi-billion company. I mean, look at this. Palette swapping is the laziest way of designing enemies. We have discussed this in my 7 Sins video, and here we have crabs, and behind them, blue crabs. Literally called blue crabs. Same model, but a little bit more blue. This is dire. If you designed this, you should be embarrassed. Oh, and the item icons that enemies drop, they're not 3D models. They're 2D player-facing sprites. You can move the camera around and see them. You can even make them virtually disappear when you look at them from above because they only have 2 dimensions. I was going to say they look like something from the 16-bit era, but that's unfair because the 16-bit era looks good. These look like poo. Now for the greatest moment so far, we get our first mount. Now normally games like this give you a free mount to show you what you can expect, and the free mount normally looks awesome to tempt you into buying it. So what do we get here? A hobby horse. And not only is it a hobby horse, it's a hobby horse that clips into our character model so it looks like we've just shoved a stick up our arse. But amazingly, that's not the worst part. The worst part is the face, which blinks. They've just taken the head from a regular horse with giant blinking eyes and rammed it onto a stick. This is terrifying. If I have nightmares, this will be in them, but I've got a game to play. So with that sorted, me and my blinking horse head fly away with my magical arse stick. There is a forum icon to the bottom right. It is the only icon without a hotkey. I wonder what this does. Oh, it launches the forum, and it also kills the in-game sound whenever you're on the forum window. What great optimization. randomization we have. You can also see how popular this game is, when the hot topic of the week has 600 views and 0 comments. Here's something I didn't even write in the script and only noticed when I was actually editing the video. Look at the background of the message board window. See how it's the Christmas icons? They haven't bothered tiling or scaling it. They've just stretched the one graphic they've got to fit across the box, and it's pixelated all the pictures. This game also has so many overlays, and they all stack. If I just click around on every icon, I can get everything to pop open and stay open, and they all have various levels of transparency. But then I get to the help menu and I realise how badly designed this game truly is. You see, this is the help menu. A list of topics, and the last topic is guilds, but there's a bronze arrow at the top and one at the bottom pointing down, so this clearly isn't the end of the list. You'd think if I clicked on these arrows it would scroll the list up or down to help see the remaining topics, right? Wrong. Even if you click directly on the arrow, because the arrow is over the guilds topic, it just opens the guilds topic. And then you have to scroll through the rest of the topics by moving down one by one by clicking the link at the bottom. And to make it worse, see the search box to the bottom? They've missed a letter in the description text. They've missed the first E from the word enter, so it just says enter words. This is just bad. So far the game has been shallow and overwhelming, which is a combination that should cancel itself out, but it doesn't. And it's really boring, and it has so many systems that are so complex and yet so badly explained, and everything is just a giant info dump. And who is this game for? I do the only thing I can think of. I accept every quest and I just set off following the map to another issue.
Dude.
Initiating combat doesn't make you dismount. You can lock onto an enemy while mounted, you can even be attacked while mounted, but you won't dismount or retaliate. You have to press the mount hotkey to get off before you can fight back. But I wanted to make sure I was using the mount system properly, so I thought, you know what, I'm going to use the help box and try and learn something. So I typed in mount to the help box, I clicked search, and guess what it found? Nothing. So then I typed in the word mount, just singular, no S, and it found a topic. And guess what the topic was called? Mounts with the S. Wonder how the water affects the game. It doesn't. It doesn't slow you down, you don't wade, you don't even make a splash. There is no visual or audio clue you're even in the water. And you can clip the camera below it, and there's no camera ambience when below the water. I expected nothing, and I'm still disappointed. On the opposite side to water doing nothing, these stones do everything. You can't walk over them or jump over them. Truly, they are impassable objects, an insurmountable challenge we will never be able to conquer. So I finish every quest in this area and travel to a new sandy beach, and that brings with it its own new and equally awful music. Have a listen and see if this reminds you of the beach.
It's like 90s. It's like 90s.
I kill some enemies, get some honey, and find an enemy card. So Fiesta Online does have one system I actually really like. Any enemy can drop their trading card, and then you can complete your trading card collection. I like this system because it means even low-level enemies can have value, and I personally enjoy the process of collecting trading cards. I kill some wolves, then go to take a shortcut down this cliff edge, but nope, invisible wall. Very much like Dream of Mirror Online, you cannot move up or down slopes. It's a way of keeping map design easy. You can click the on-screen thing now to watch the Dream of Mirror review. It's bad, but it's not as bad as this. It is still bad though. You know, whenever I'm playing a bad MMO, I always try and find one reason to recommend it. One system it does well that players will enjoy. Just one thing I can say, yes, it's bad, but it does this really well. Now, Fiesta Online has got the card system, but so has Runes of Magic, so Fiesta Online is one of the few games that so far has nothing. There is zero reason to play this game, ever. It's not fun, it's not interesting, it's not memorable, it's not unique. Even Bloodlines of Prima, a game I thought was very bad, was unique, interesting, and memorable. And that was made by one guy. A guy who actually watched my video of me ripping into his game and even responded. One guy made a better game than a multi-million company. Functional errata to my Bloodlines of Prima video. That is not the worst MMO. So far, fiesta online is. I accept even more quests than ride the arse stick to my destination and just keep on killing things. Every quest I ever accept is just kill X amount of this. By now I've figured out I can also spam the spacebar to push through dialogue. But some quests are repeatable and don't tell you. So I've accidentally accepted a repeatable quest like 3 times and finished it 3 times. Some of the quest destinations are so far away that even with the otherworldly speed of my arse stick, I still finish an entire music loop before I get across the map to the new enemies. Into Echo Cave we go. I finish a quest by killing 1 skeleton and the quest rewards me with a bow, which is not as good as my starter bow. Why even have this quest, game? You know what bow you're going to give me. Why would you give me a worse weapon? You are deliberately making redundant items. Who is in charge of this game design? I've been playing this game for about 4 hours, and I like to be thorough with these reviews, so we've got 4 more left to play, so I refill my drink, knock it back, and settle in for 4 more hours of the worst MMO I've played so far. There is no way to overstate how immensely bored I am right now. The only saving grace of this experience is how it's Christmas and I have enough alcohol to get me through this. My next quest needs me to mine some copper, but to do that I need a mining tool. I need to buy those at a shop, so I might come back here later if I can be bothered or remember where this is. Completing all the quests here leads me to the next area, the Forest of Mist. So have a guess at what kind of music we're going to get. Maybe a spooky, ethereal ambience, maybe some high-pitched strings or natural wooden percussion. Maybe it's going to be horror combined with suspense, a misty forest. Ooh. Nope, it's house techno. I'm not even kidding. By now I'm drunk and I've given up even caring, so I spend an hour just playing to the beat of the music. Enjoy. This gameplay is the dullest thing I've ever played, and I've played Kingdom Hearts 3. The card drops are the only thing keeping me going. I'm even noticing inconsistencies in the UI. Look at this. The map UI shows the map overlay and has a green X in a square box to the top right to close it. But the attendance check, which is their daily login bonus page, has a red orb to the top right. These 2 designs don't match at all. You could find a UI designer on Fiverr who could do a better job. I foolishly take on a group quest, get piled by boars, and die. So now we can see how death works. You can resurrect at a local resurrection place or be resurrected by a player, but when you die, if you're over level 19, you will lose experience. It's an XP penalty on death game. But don't worry, there's a cash shop item that prevents XP loss, because of course there is. XP penalty on death encourages playing safely and not taking risks, when taking risks is exciting and enjoyable. If you have an XP penalty, you're basically encouraging players to play your game in a boring and safe fashion, which is the exact opposite from how an action game is supposed to be. When I revive, the techno beats start again so I can get back into raving and questing. Now some quests do require returning to the quest givers, so that's just an inconsistent system too. Oh, also, I can't do these kingdom quests, which I think are instanced group quests, because 1, there are 0 players in any of them, and 2, they start at certain times of the day and I'd have to wait for the time to begin. Good lord, this is like shops being closed in New Frontier all over again. I accept more quests from the blacksmith, the game lags, and I pray it crashes. Any excuse to stop playing, just give me a reason, but unfortunately no, it stabilizes and we must continue. You know what, screw it, I'm done. I'm doing the Christmas event. Let's go and see what the designers think is a good Christmas distraction. If I know anything about MMOs, and I like to think I know a thing or two, I'm willing to bet the Christmas event is absolutely nothing to do with the actual core gameplay loop. It's not going to be combat, it's not going to be crafting, I bet it's going to be a specific one-time only physical thing, because bad designers always feel the need to add in random, unrelated mechanics to mark special occasions. I need to find Winterming. I have no clue where they are. They're not in this small beginner town, but I do find a teleporter and go to what looks like a bigger town. Scour the map for a while and aha, there you are, spot Winterming, so off we go. She is standing by a portal which takes us to the Christmas event, a snowboarding race around a track. I frickin' called it. So I do the races and I do badly because it doesn't explain if you're meant to hit the coloured gates or slalom around them, so I try and avoid them like an actual race, when it turns out you should hit them instead, so I do it again. I finished the first race with 0 points, but I do check the rankings and it's only me and one other person. Right, I'm going to do this. So I click close on the rankings window and it doesn't even close the window. It just wipes the names from the board. You need to close the window with the top right X, not the close window button, because why would the close window button close a window? This game just doesn't know how user interfaces should work. I try the race again, and yes, you do need to hit the colour gates and you get a speed boost when you do so. Then you need to avoid the hazards, and after a few attempts I score some goddamn points. I do this race again and again and again. I spend about half an hour repeatedly doing this, and eventually I score 789 points, which absolutely eclipses your score, Lilu. I am the rank 1 snowboarder in Fiesta Online. All those hours in SSX Tricky have paid off. I am the Snow King. So I wonder what kind of rewards you can get from your Winter Festival coins. This is the holiday shop. You've got cosmetic items and mounts and... wait, what? The mounts only last for 7 days? Even the Winter Festival ones? Even if you win all the coins, you can't buy permanent mounts in the game. You basically need to use the cash shop. This is just low. You know, for some players, there's no point in playing a special event if you can't get permanent rewards. That's why you've got so few players. In this main city, if you can call it that, there's about 4 people standing around and one guy called Levi Ackerman, because of course there's someone called Levi Ackerman in an anime game. You know what? Bloodlines of Prima had heart. It had soul. Even if that soul was remarkably weird and poorly optimized and impossible to understand, it was something that one guy made and did his best. This is a pile of crap. This isn't anyone's best. This isn't the best that a UI company could make, or the best that a music company could make, or the best that a quest writer could write. This is the very definition of phoning it in and making something that's barely passable. And when every part of your game is barely passable, it all adds together to become a massive pile of forgettable junk. Fiesta Online is the new 0. My scale from bad to good now starts at this game. This is the lowest bar by which all other games are now judged. I exit the game and I uninstall, both from Steam and from the official launcher. Then I go into my program files menu and regedit and manually remove all trace of the Zingcode 3 program, which is done by removing the X-Hunter files. I will link a guide below if you need to know how to do this. So Fiesta Online, the only good part of this experience was that I was drunk and don't remember playing it. If you like this game, then I won't tell you you're wrong, but I will tell you we won't get on. And if you're thinking of downloading this game, don't. Gamergo, if you still want to work with me after watching this video, instead, take all the money you would pay me and hire a goddamn UI designer to fix your broken, buggy mess of a game. To end the review, I award Fiesta Online the lowest possible score. Fiesta Online out of 10. Cheers for watching. If you want more worst MMO ever videos, then drop a like or sub to the channel. A massive thank you to all my Patreon supporters and Twitch subs who make all my content possible. If you've enjoyed the video and would like to see more, you can support the Patreon from only £1 a month. Comment down below with any game you think deserves the title of worst MMO. Let me know if you like Fiesta Online, then explain to me why on earth you do. Then check the video descriptions for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter and Discord, and as always, have a great day.
Damn, that's 1,300. Oh, fuck. Fuck. And then we're here. Let's just kill it.
Awesome. I've reached the first dungeon, a suspended tile platform held in a red void, moving from room to room, killing enemies. Now all the rooms are the same shape and same size, but it's only the first dungeon. I'm sure it gets better and more varied as we go on. Oh, the second dungeon is an exact copy of the first. Well, okay, maybe it's a callback. I'm sure they're not all like this. Third dungeon. Starting to sense a pattern here. Fourth dungeon looks pretty familiar too. Fifth dungeon, okay, now you're just taking the piss. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, I'm Josh Drive Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play every MMO game I can find in an effort to find the worst. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Nostale, one of the most frequently recommended anime MMOs. It's on Steam and it's free, so let's give it a go. When you launch Nostale, the first thing you'll notice is it's got some awesome music. Honestly, I can't fault the music in this game. It's done that thing where it's not diegetic or relevant to the area or the aesthetic or the ambient design at all. It's literally just background music, but it's so good I don't actually mind it. The game loads super fast and we get to character creation, which is really simple. No classes, nothing complex, just boy or girl, hairstyle 1 or 2, choose a colour, and let's go. Intro cutscene, Act 1, the Tree of Fanon. There is a strike in the Cobalt mining camp and we need to get involved for reasons never quite explained. Cobalt seems to be sentient dog and the translated English isn't the best. You've got lines such as, "The enemies is who will stop you. The resurrection of the Fernon tree that could throw the whole world into chaos. Now, this is only the first level." Look, don't try to follow the plot, it really doesn't matter. Game starts, top-down viewpoint with 3D rendered world and sprites of players and objects. Everything is bright and colourful. We have a chat with Mimi Mentor. She starts to explain the game and then a big white window pops up. Is this meant to say something? Maybe this is just a bug and hopefully it won't happen again later. Haha, foreshadowing. Left click to move around, WASD don't seem to do anything. You can zoom in and out, but it's reversed. Scrolling backwards zooms in, scrolling forwards zooms out. I never understand why games choose to do this. We're given our first quest, Hunt Danders. Left click on an enemy to target them, left click again to start auto-attacking. Behold, combat. Now, Nostale is one of those games with huge packs of similar enemies all grouped together, and instead of left-clicking, you can just press spacebar twice to target the nearest and then attack the nearest. So it's a game you don't really need to pay too much attention to while you grind, and this is good because you'll be grinding a lot. Finishing quests brings up dialogue boxes. At the bottom you've got these arrows, either back to the start, back one paragraph, forward one paragraph, or skip to the end. And when you reach the end, you need to click End Dialogue on the bottom of the box, which is a little clunky. Just have the final arrow end the box. Get the quest reward. Right, how do I equip this? I opens the inventory. Does C open the character sheet? Oh no, C sits down. Ah, P, there we go, P opens the profile. Unfortunately, the equipment system is overly clunky as well. Right-clicking on an item opens a window showing its stats, but you close this window by clicking the little X to the top right, because right-clicking again just opens the window again. There's also no way to see a direct comparison between what you're wearing and what's in your inventory. Holding Control or Alt doesn't do anything. Come on, guys. Comparing equipped and non-equipped should be standard by now. O opens the quest list. My current task is catch a chicken. In the quest journal, there is a Start Dialogue button. I assume this will replay the convo that gave you the quest so you can reread the context, but no, this button does nothing. These small touches already, broken window pop-ups, no item comparison, buttons not working, they're a common theme with Nostale. The foundation of the game, the actual core concept, is okay. I'll explain this more later. It's all the bells and whistles which are broken and weaken the game. Walk up to a big chicken, try to use the skill Capture. It's number 9 on the hotbar, and nothing happens. Not quite sure why. Maybe this is the wrong chicken. Games like this are sometimes really pedantic with enemy names, and yes, you can't capture big chicken, you must capture chicken. Totally different things. Enemies need to be at 50% or less health to be captured. First issue with gameplay, it is such a mess of items, enemies, and my own avatar that clicking on any specific thing in a crowd is quite difficult. Everything overlaps everything else. And when in a bundle of stuff, the cursor seems to have a mind of its own for some reason. Capturing an enemy makes them your pet, or NOS mate, so now I have a chicken. And another white window pops up. That's 2. Are these meant to say something? Am I missing information? Graphically, the game is actually lovely. Vivid colours, great music, a nice blend of 3D rendered environments and sprite players and items. Nostale looks good. It can be a bit chaotic and messy when there's too much happening, but this is not an ugly game. The next quest has us fight alongside the chicken, and when we win it asks, did you see your NOS mate in action? Well, no game, I didn't, because Sir Cluxalot got stuck behind a tree and didn't do anything for the whole fight. More quest rewards, and we go from using a wooden stick to a high quality wooden stick. Thanks, I feel much better equipped. Chat to Coach Calvin. He says, allow me to explain, and then another white window. Oh no, are these meant to be tutorial boxes? Are they meant to have extremely important words or pictures on them? Has the tutorial broken? Because this makes things a little bit harder. I managed to figure out the systems by randomly clicking things, and now we're off to hunt 5 danders, which are mechanically the same as hunting chickens, just click and wait. The opening section is basically talk to everyone in town and then do a small task for them, chat to the coach, and another white window. Now unfortunately this window should be explaining the skill upgrade system, which is not self-explanatory, so I do not know how this is going to work. Back to Mimi, she sends me to Malcolm Mix the Alchemist, another tutorial, and yep, another white window. Oh, I've just discovered the strange design that makes the cursor so annoying. There is a soft lock system whenever you hover the cursor near NPCs or items. It gently drags the cursor onto the thing and then just stays there. This is why precise clicking in a group is so hard. The cursor is constantly soft locking from one asset to the next. Next up, Top the Blacksmith. That's his name, not a command. He sends me to the market and even more white boxes pop up. I go on a lot about the importance of a hidden tutorial, a gameplay section where the players have to actually perform the important mechanics and see how they work in a real scenario. This is a perfect example of why that design is so important. This is a generic here's how stuff works tutorial, and it's broken, and it's not going into my brain. I'm not learning anything. If the game opened with a section where upgrading was actually needed and took me through it step by step, and I could see the impact that was having on my gameplay, I would understand it. and I would care about it much more. I am amazed at how many people are hanging around though. Game clearly has a sizable player base still. And now we're introduced to what will essentially become the rest of the game. The time-space stones. Rips in reality with monsters in them. Time-space stones are level-gated, and if you follow the main story, you'll always be at the right level, but not necessarily the right power to actually finish them. Each time-space stone has the word click above it, so we click and we go in. The first room is always the lobby. You can organise your team here, then you move through one of the 4 edges to advance to the next room. Each room is basically identical. The red wavy background, that's identical too. Sometimes enemies spawn and you kill them. You advance to the next room. Sometimes there are levers which open doors. Some rooms have you defending an NPC, and the whole thing is timed. You can see the countdown to the bottom left. You've got a 1-minute timer that counts down, and then next to that is a number of rocks. 1 minute uses up 1 rock. Run out of rocks and you die. Finish a time space, get a random reward. Return to the main village and get a tutorial about rarity, which means another white window. The village needs defending. This means go and do more time space things, so we head off. The minimap shows the local connections and exits to other maps. So we go to the meadows just north of the village, head to the next time stone, go in, and it's the same as the first. Right, I guess this is the game. Pull some more levers and... hang on, no, wait, go back. Why is that the activation animation? What is that? That's the dance that Joey from Friends does when he forgets the moves he's meant to be teaching to the other dancers. Finish the second time-space dungeon, hand it in and get told, awesome, go and kill 6 sheep. Well, okay then. Oh, I've also lost the red quest tracker arrow that did appear above my head. Guess I've just got to remember where the sheep are. If you're on the right map, the arrow points you to where you should go. If you're on the wrong map, though, tough. And the journal doesn't tell you which map you're meant to be on. It just says go and kill 6 sheep. So forgetting a quest location in Nostale is actually pretty bad, because there's no in-game hints as to where you should be or where the enemies you need to kill actually are. Your hit points refill outside of combat, so you can take on 1 tough enemy and then just kind of wait, and you'll be doing this a lot. One thing I do like about the game though is how the damage numbers are still relatively low, nothing over 100 yet. It's grounded in understandable, simple numbers. It's an anime game and I've been playing about an hour or so, and we're not hitting in the tens of thousands, which is nice. Finish the quest and get asked if I'd like to telly back, then we're told to go and catch a sheep. I mean, we were just at the sheep. You could have included that with the last quest, but okay, Nostale does this a lot. Do a quest, return, go back to the exact same place to do another very similar quest. A giant cabbage, so I click it. You mine the cabbage by dancing at it. What a time to be alive. If you fail to capture an enemy, even if it's below 50% health, there is a 60-second cooldown on the capture skill, and these sheep do not want to be captured, so this takes a lot longer than it should. With 2 pets, we're now sent to Miniland, a personal zoo of everything we've captured. We can only have 1 NOS mate active at a time, so this is where we swap them out, and unlike the rest of the game, you cannot swing the camera around in Miniland. It is a fixed angle only. Take my sheep, then get piled by aggressive peas and die, and that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. You can respawn where you are for free up until level 20 or respawn in town. I get sent to another time space, so I avoid the deadly peas and in we go. Here's something I absolutely hate. The text says there is an eerie silence, except no, there's still music playing. If you're going to attempt to set the ambience with your text, have the audio and visual match what you're trying to set. You're a video game. That's literally one of the strengths of the entire medium. You don't need to tell the player what's going on. You can have them play through the situation you want them to experience. Don't just say it's eerily quiet. Make it eerily quiet. Another issue I've noticed in these riffs, despite them all being the same, is how you can spin the camera around freely, and there's a map to the top right showing the room layouts and connections, but there's no compass to help you see which direction your camera is facing, so it's super easy to get completely turned around. You need to keep swinging the camera until you are running up in both the game and on the minimap, and that's the only way you'll know the camera is now facing north. Finish the rift, avoid the killer peas, and are there high-level players AoE grinding the peas? No wonder they killed me so easily. Hand in the quest, get told about crafting, another blank tutorial window pops up, so now I need to figure out how crafting works. Thankfully, it's just a load of double-clicking. And then another text issue. You can choose to craft something once, or continuous production. But that phrase, continuous production, is a little too long, so it doesn't quite fit on the button. It just says, continuous product. Small touches game, which make you look amateur. We get sent to Mrs. Styles, the fashion guru, and she gives us lunch to take to Callum, so we've gone from sheep slayer to Uber Eats. Callum teaches us about plus skills, and without the text dump tutorial, I actually can't figure out what they want me to do with this system. I click, double click, right click, click and drag, and I cannot figure out how it works. Malcolm needs 10 fruit. Does this mean we explore a farming skill, or go and pick fruit from a tree, or harvest it from a field somewhere? No, it means we go to the next identical time-space rift, kill identical enemies until they've dropped 10 identical fruit. Thrilling stuff. So on the map, red dots are connections to other areas, and blue dots are time-space stones. Each area has a lot of time-space stones, so is this the game? Is the bulk of the gameplay level up and move from rift to rift, with every rift being exactly the same design? In the rifts, the timer keeps on ticking down. When you lose a minute, the screen shakes and you hear a deep thud. And look, if you're not a fan of the gameplay by now, leave, because it doesn't get better. If you're not super excited to find the next time-space rift, then there's not much to keep you around. And the irritating thing is, Knot's Tale isn't bad. The combat feels fine, if a little bit dull in the early game. The graphics and sound are decent. The writing is acceptable, if repetitive. The mechanics and systems definitely work, even if the tutorial is broken. The idea of instant dungeons is an okay mechanic. The collected mechanics that make up Knot's Tale aren't fundamentally bad. Knot's Tale isn't a bad idea for a game, it's just a bad presentation of those ideas. Level up, learn a new skill which I use and then discover is pointless because no skills are actually any better than the standard auto attack. I get some glasses which I equip, and now we're off to collect 5 beans for Eva. I've gone from rounding up sheep to collecting fruit and then beans. Basically, I am a farmer. So while I'm killing these aggressive bean pods, let's just have a read of some reviews. Pay to win, but fun. Hardcore pay to win. Devs make a new server every few months to kill the old one, so people move to the new one and pay because it's needed to maintain the economy. So they see success and scam everybody. Repeat. Awesome game, decent grind, friendly players. I really want to love Knot's Tale, but it's so pay to win it hurts. I don't even mind a bit of pay to win in a game, but when you're so pay to win you can't do content, that's a big problem for me. Would love if this game could get a rework, since it's such a nice concept, but because of its age, difficult to appreciate in current time if you don't have nostalgia from back in the day. Played since 2007, and all I can say is this: good game, but too much microtransactions. I used to play this game as a kid, and recently I decided to give it a try. It's good, old MMORPG, and I did have fun, but the later game is full of pointless, slow and boring grind and heavy pay to win. But I could possibly deal with that. The main problem is Gameforge making a new server every few months to make players move to it and spend money over and over again. I honestly regret playing it. It's such a waste of time. Dollars, 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 NOS dollars, 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 dollars. Lots of mentions of the monetization. Is it really that bad? So I open up the shop and oh hello there, Gameforge standard shop layout, I've missed you. Well, now I know we're dealing with a Gameforge game, of course it's gonna be pay to win. Let's just work out how pay to win. Want some spring water which instantly restores 3,000 health? That'll be 5 NOS dollars, so you can just buy health. Want a seed of power? A consumable item required for entrance into time-space rifts? That's another 5 NOS dollars, so you can buy entrances to dungeons. How about a wedding box for an in-game marriage? Because you earn more experience when you're married. That's 25 NOS dollars, but then when you inevitably want to get divorced because your partner finds out you spent money on this game, a separation letter will be another 25 NOS dollars. When you're upgrading your items, be careful because they might break, so buy a golden protection scroll for 25 NOS dollars, or spend 200 NOS dollars to metamorph your pet into a super powerful archdemon with better attacks and some enemy debuffs. Or to really flex on people, complete limited time events to earn jewels and then buy some onyx wings, but you best be quick because there are only 75 onyx wings per server, and they're powerful, so you'll want to make sure that you spend enough money to finish the events the fastest. So how do you get NOS dollars? Well, £5 gets you 70 NOS dollars, and £200 will get you 6,000 NOS dollars. Now, one thing Gameforge do very well, they've basically got it down to a science by now, is abusive pricing structures. Nothing lines up with the sizes of packs, so you're always buying too few or too many. See here, a tiger mount is 450 NOS dollars, but the packs you can buy, either 175 or 560, so you're either buying way under or way over what you need. Oh, Gameforge, you really do love money and hate players, don't you? So the shop is pretty much pay to win. No defending it, it just is. Next up, we're told there are some monsters in another time-space rift and we need to help the trapped soldiers, so off we go. Going into a time-space, by the way, costs 1 seed of power. I wonder how long it'll be until I'm forced to buy some. I wonder if they'll get so difficult that I always keep failing and need to try again, which burns through my current seeds. Here's also why I hate this design of being told to go and kill enemies. We get told the village is in trouble. We get told the monsters are bad. We get told the time spaces must be closed. But we never get shown why. We're never actually worried the village is going to get attacked or destroyed. We never get told why the monsters are bad or shown why they're bad. In fact, we've only ever seen monsters just kind of chilling, minding their own business until we come along and kill them. So from an objective point of view, we are the bad guys here. You need to give the player personal motivation from the start of the game to hate something, a reason to hate. You can't just say, you should hate these things because you should. That's empty, there's no personality there. So I finish this time-space rift and then I get told to go straight to another time-space rift. This is the early game, 8 hours of time spaces. I really hope you love grinding on small platform-based maze puzzles with red glowing backgrounds because it's what you're gonna be doing. Oh, there are also some emotes, so I have to play around. Some of the emotes are just emojis, and what the hell is that face? It's called Are You Kidding Me? This is the Are You Kidding Me face in Nostale. This is cursed. Now, this emoji needs a bit of explaining, not from me, but from the company. Maybe this was just lost in translation. Maybe they didn't quite get this, but there's an emote called Gotcha. And when you use it, it shows a little animation of someone fishing with the letters KKK above it. I think you might need to speak to your localization team about this, because this isn't great. Oh, I'm level 13. Didn't even notice. The gameplay feels exactly the same. Nothing feels different. I've got stronger, so have the enemies. Combat hasn't changed. Early game Nostale is like eating one endless piece of spaghetti. It's not offensively bad, it's just not really that enjoyable. Next quest, kill 10 sheep, 6 hamsters and 3 pea pods. The enemy desires clearly had no real narrative structure of the area, or they just based all their enemies on a stroll through a farm. Then I hear a doorbell sound, which is unusual because I'm in the middle of a field, so I look around and notice a small flashing icon to the bottom right. I click it and it joins me into some instanced combat. Cool! I get teleported to a mass battle event. It seems that we're all waiting around for the enemies to spawn and then they flood in and... Oh, it's the miners from the intro movie. I forgot we were meant to be following some sort of plot. I don't mind this though. It's quite fun to have a big battle with everyone working together. So I think, you know what, let's get to know the community, see how friendly people are. I say hi, and then I get a reply. Well, guess that about answers that. I die and get sent back to town. Also, I've seen...
It's in Aldebaran. Where is that? Where the fuck is... Oh, it's on the side. They typing parties. Yeah. Where the fuck is Luina? How do you get there? I'm gonna get kicked again. Insect? Alt Guild. You can just come to me by talking to. Oh. fucking kidding me, man? Which NPC? Which Luina? Oh. What? No, I don't see it. Which one? I'm lost. Okay. Huh? How do you talk to people? Oh my gosh. How to send message. Where is he? Oh, this guy. Okay. Yo. Yikes. Oh, fuck. I use silver arrow for this. Instead of... How do you... you fucking said message. How the with the rogue? Didn't have a fire arrow. Damn. You need fire arrows, dude. I'm just gonna go for silver arrow. It's fast anyway. is it throw spam? He's using arrow shower. He's pushing. He's using storm gust. This is a rogue. I've never done this, so. Just look at the Holy Trinity, dude. It just worked. What is this guy level? Is this him? Oh, it's level 98. sick of this fucking music, man. Already like 56%. This guy's 98.
While you were simping for Sylvanas, I was studying the blade. While you were messaging Minfilia, I was studying the blade. While you were asking your RuneScape girlfriend, hey, what's the drop rate on your dragon skirt? I was studying the blade. And now that the world is on fire and the barbarians are at the gate, you have the audacity to come to me for help? Nothing personal, kid. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Dreyfus, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play every MMO I can find in a search to find the worst. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Soul Worker, an action combat instant mission-based anime MMO. It's on Steam and it's free, so let's give it a go. This is probably one of the more active games I've played, seeing a hardcore of around 2,000 players, so it's not dead, it's just not thriving. Oh good, there's our old friend Zing Code 3 anti-cheat invasive spyware. I'll have fun removing you later. Again. Launching the game has this chibi-style splash window. One thing I did notice about Soul Worker is it's not really sure what its overall tone or style is. It knows it's anime, but it swings from dark and brooding to overly cutesy, then to slice of life, then shonen, then harem. It really is just a mess of anime tropes. It also takes a hell of a long time to load. The intro screen opens and the music plays, flashing neon hearts with upbeat Eastern pop. I suddenly feel I've made a terrible mistake. Character creation. Soul Worker is a class-based game and you've got 9 to choose from. Each character is a different class and each class is either a tank healer or damage dealer. Each class can be seen in their basic class up or desire awakening pose. Because like every anime, every power level must be named and recorded. You can't just be a bit stronger, you must be desire awakening stronger. Each character has their age listed. One of the youngest is 15-year-old Lily Bloomberg. If you look to the top right, you'll see her name is so long it actually gets cut off, and this is the first example of the lack of polish the game comes with. The actual youngest is 14, which will have massive implications when we discover the fashion shop later. The oldest character is 19-year-old Lee Nabby, who, as we can see, has huge caliber guns. She also uses a rifle. Each character has an alias. Each of them sound like they were generated by spinning the big wheel of teenage angsty words. You've got Desiree Desi Raw, Indomitable Bombing Spear, Spirit Arms of Passion, Howling Guitar of Sorrow. They just get worse. I go with Urin Arclight, alias Gun Jazz of Charm. I get to customize him somewhat with new hairstyles and see how different outfits look on him, and I start thinking, oh no, I've made Gun Kirito, haven't I? Intro cutscene. Erwin is an absolute genius and is so smart the world bores him and adores him. So when a massive city-destroying cosmic event called the Vacuum appears, essentially a massive black hole, he walks on down and jumps in just to see what's going on. If you're a teenager, you'd probably think he's the coolest guy ever, being all aloof and laissez-faire. If you're an adult, you'll know he's actually insufferably smug and his whole personality is I'm brilliant and bored. Inside the vacuum, we are isekai'd away to another dimension and told the world is impure and we are the judge, sent to deliver divine retribution and cleanse the lands of everything foul, and only we can save reality, and I'm sure this is going to do wonders for his narcissism. Game starts, WASD movement, space will be jump, but we can't use it yet. First question, why the hell is the camera so jerky? I'm moving the mouse smoothly and it's shifting around at different speeds. Now, if you use the arrow keys to move the camera, it's buttery smooth, but mouse move is awful. What the hell? So I go into the menu to mess with some settings, and no, you cannot access the game's settings menu until you finish the tutorial and reach the first hub town. You cannot change anything about this tutorial. Not the sensitivity, not the graphics, not the sound. Nothing. So I Google it and right, the game comes with camera acceleration for controllers as standard. And this is a setting designed to smooth the camera when you are using an analog stick. Dead Space on PC had this problem as well. When you move the thumbstick on a controller, the camera moves at the same speed and slowly increases. This works for a controller, but acceleration mode when you use a mouse results in the camera moving slowly for the first split second, then speeding up all at once, then just jerking around. And even when we do reach the first town and access the menu, there is actually no way to turn this off. We follow some ghostly blue kid around this destroyed landscape and then get attacked by wolves. Thankfully, our magic powers kick in and we spawn some guns from thin air. To shoot, just hold left click and you'll start a combo. Combat is fun, it's flashy, it's smooth. Unfortunately, it's far too easy to actually be engaging. For my entire 8-hour playthrough, I didn't need to do anything other than hold left click to win. Wolves are dead, we're rescued by a girl on a truck. We drive away and a giant wolf chases us. The magic blue ghost says he is part of our spirit and then dives into the wolf to save us all. We fall unconscious and then we wake up in a hospital. Talk to the girl by pressing F and oh no, our character is insufferable. They actually say, the female figure is a feast I cannot bear to forego. Jesus tap dancing Christ. You are talking like an edgy middle schooler who's just finished watching Inuyasha and thinks acting sophisticated is all about big words and placing women on a pedestal. I feel I should be wearing cargo shorts, a Dragon Ball Z t-shirt stained with Dorito dust, and tipping my fedora while telling you the katana I bought at a car boot sale is actually folded 1,000 times. The girl tells us we're in Steel Graves facility, a base of operations for fighting against the junk souls, the monsters we saw earlier. We need to be tested to ascertain our strength level. So we chat to this soldier and our character says, I'm about as interested in tests as your pitiful neckbeard. Never before have I wanted to reach through the screen and strangle a main character quite so badly. We get told we are super special magic awesome. Not only did we fall through the vacuum of time and space, we have enough inner energy to manifest a weapon which has never been seen before. Great, so not only is the main character a complete prick, they are incredibly better than everyone else. We go into a virtual reality training simulator and our minimap is replaced with a little video feed of some anime girl gushing over how absolutely unspeakably awesome we are. Seriously, we shoot some boxes and she says our power rating is off the charts. Shift is dodge, which will matter later, and now we use some skills to break some barriers, but here's an issue. The game is action camera. Pressing Alt unlocks the cursor and lets us explore the menus and move skills onto the hotbar, but when we press Alt again to lock the cursor and return to action camera mode, the view very quickly switches and I was wondering why. So I did some tests and I realised this. While your cursor is unlocked, the game still actually tracks where your action camera would go if the cursor wasn't free and you were still looking around. And when you lock the cursor again, it automatically applies all of the tracked movement instantly. What an awful design choice. And now a pretty good choice. Skills have chains, so using one skill will instantly queue up the next on the same key. So pressing 1 repeatedly performs a powerful triple attack of 3 skills. The only problem with this is holding left click to do your basic attack is just as effective as all the skills. The boss appears, we hold left click and win. Then we get another arrogant as hell line and I'm tempted to die just to humble the character a little bit. Back in the facility and oh my god, I actually can't deal with this plot. We are told we did so incredibly amazingly well in the virtual simulation, we actually overloaded the VR circuits with our awesome power and have destroyed the facility. I'm not joking, that's actually the plot. They need to rebuild the entire VR training course because we were just too amazing. I'm going to talk about power levels and effort reward later, but for now, just trust me when I say this is a bad plot. With the facility broken, we're sent to the main hub city of Rocco to help the locals with problems. We are greeted with a full window with all the controls, then a daily login bonus, then a new player bonus, and now we can finally access the setting menus, and there's not much I can do to fix the camera acceleration, but I've done what I can. It is the 27th of January. Why is there a Christmas tree still up? So the hub area, minimap's nice, it's small enough to navigate quite quickly. Nothing inherently bad about this. When you cursor over the icons on the map, there's a tooltip saying what it is, and you've got a vision cone on the map showing what you're looking at. There is nothing wrong with the design of this area. Chat to the locals, we're told to talk to the doctor for a checkup, and our character is actually impressed that a woman with a tiny woman brain was able to hold all the information needed to become a doctor. I'm sure once he's got over his shock, he'll post about this later on the Red Pill subreddit. So the plot is, 15 years ago, a vacuum swallowed the city, we jumped in, then monsters started pouring out of it, then humans manifested magical powers to help fight back, and then we fell back out, and we are the strongest, most magical human they've ever seen. Next up is the traditional talk to everyone in town quest, as they all stand around and tell us what service they provide. In one conversation, our character even says, quite literally, "The world revolves around me." You know, I'd think this writing was satire, but satire has to go to unrealistic extremes and then make an actual point about what it's satirizing. And the point usually is the opposite of the overt statements that it uses, but this isn't extreme. There are people who act exactly like this, and it's not making a point, because it's actually correct in the game. You literally are the strongest and most amazing people, and the other people do need you to be here. This isn't parody, this is power fantasy. This city is the hub zone. You'll accept quests from here, then travel to the instant mission zones by just running into these big glowing gates. The missions are all short, linear levels, broken into smaller maps, leading to a boss, and each level takes about 2 to 3 minutes to complete. And when you do kill a boss, the game goes into cinematic slow-mo mode. This is just anime Vindictus, isn't it? Open the inventory, layout is fine, however equipping any item doesn't cause visual changes. Your stat-based equipment is just for the numbers. Your visuals are entirely cosmetic costumes. If you want to change your look, you must buy a costume from the shop, and we'll have a look at that later. Slight UI issue, when you have a skill chain ready to go, there's an icon on screen with the letter Z, hinting press Z for the next skill, but it's not Z, it's 1. They're showing you the wrong key. Kill the boss, then the spirit kid from earlier melds himself onto me. This event proves we are a soul worker. As with all animes, the level of power and abilities need to be given increasingly intense sounding names. We relay this information back to the main girl, and then our character actually says, "Does that mean I can finally start building my own harem?" I get a feeling this game's writer probably owns a lot of graphic novel games on Steam. When you have a quest, you walk into the correct exit barrier and you're shown 4 possible mission areas. Some quests take you back to old areas, and you can take them on solo or with a team, so I try the auto team feature and it doesn't find anyone else to pair me with. Probably for the best. I wouldn't want to team up with this guy either. Killing enemies sometimes rewards ether and upgrade material. In 8 hours of play, I never found out what it actually does. Grind my way through, finish the mission, accept more, go and kill more, repeat. This is the game, welcome to Soul Worker. I've got a level 5 gift box in my inventory. Oh, this is one of those systems where instead of trusting the player to level up slowly and equip better items, leading to small but important increases in power as they find them, you're given overpowered items every 5 levels or so you never feel weak, at the expense of never feeling like any of your own work is actually relevant to increasing you. It's MMO helicopter parenting. Never let the player feel weak. We rescue some people and get told to watch out for the big wolf boss. We are told he is an advanced soul junk. I'm hoping this means mechanically different, but no. Every single boss is simply bigger version of regular enemy with a few AoE attacks and sometimes minions. You win by holding left click. Even if you're not a tank, you can tank all of the damage easy. I'm only dodging to give myself something to do. Every single level is the same and every single boss is boring. Back in town, accept a load of quests. There is way too much talking for what always boils down to go and shoot more things. Don't try and make me think you have a plot, Soul Worker. All the plot you have was stuck on the rifle girl at the start. There's a load of flashing icons on the screen, so I click them all. There's a new player event, so I get stuff just for being here. Then there's the full instruction help list, which is somewhat useful. However, the images they've used as examples are from the Japanese version of the game, so every skill or item name in the images is Japanese. Another small but clearly overlooked and forgotten design choice. Now this Soul Worker Shulker Plus, an optional subscription service which gives you daily, weekly, or
Freaking
monthly
arrow
rewards such as more experience, boosters to everything, health kits, keys to enter harder dungeons. Everything you need to be powerful is here. The 30, 60, or 90 day subs must be brought with Soul Cash and will cost you 1,150, 1,850, or 2,360 respectively. So how do you get Soul Cash? You know what, before I even check, I'm going to guarantee it will only be viable in awkward packet sizes, which makes affording these subs mathematically abusive, so you have to buy more than one packet, or overly complex and you end up with too much, and you know what? I was spot on. 112 Soul Cash costs $1 and there's no discount for bulk buying, so spending $10 gets you 1,120, which is 30 shy of the 30-day sub, so you're encouraged to buy the next slightly bigger than you need pack. So I check out the shop. Here's an item which alleviates decreasing stats during the upgrade process. Oh, I see. It's one of those you must upgrade your items, but if the upgrade fails, your items get worse games, so of course they sell you the safety net of not losing your best gear. I have a browse of the costumes because you tend to find most anime games are just advanced dress-up simulators with an MMO on the side, and what the hell? I mean, hey, maybe arrogant cocky dude really loves him some badminton, or loves big baggy pajamas for sleepovers. One of the nicer touches with the shop is you can browse the costume choice for every character on any character, so you can see what everyone looks like. Of course, you'll find out they've put far more effort into the girls' costumes, but hang on. I think I might need to remind people, this character is 15 years old. It said so at the start. Having her in a bunny costume with fishnet tights maybe isn't the most appropriate thing in the world. Maybe not the target demographic you really want to be going for. But okay, there's probably people in the comments or people watching this thinking, when I was 15 I went to a party dressed far worse than that. And okay, well remember that 14-year-old? You can customize her underwear. Yes, officer, this game right here. Every character has the same selection of costumes, by the way. Everyone has the bunny costume, everyone has the pajama costume, everyone has the incredibly skimpy beach costume, because designing costumes based on a character's individual personality takes effort and time. Giving them all the same stuff with minor design changes is a lot faster. And then there's also the Soul Pass system, which is not the Soul Plus system. This is different. Soul Plus is monthly bonuses, whereas Soul Pass is different monthly bonuses. Check my in-game mail. I have been showered with free items on the virtue of simply being me, and this means my inventory fills up pretty quickly, which I think was the goal, because then you need to buy more inventory slots and you do not start with anywhere near enough for the amount of stuff you get given. More quests back into the mission zones. The levels are all the same. Graphically they've got different set dressing, but if you were to break this down to its wireframe mechanical framework, they are exactly the same thing. Run into the room, kill the mob, leave the room, repeat. Each boss is the same experience. Once you've played Soul Worker for a few hours, you're pretty much done. Rescue this dude, and our character says, "You must tell me who you are, and I cannot remember your face, because," and I quote, "I have a disability which makes it impossible to remember the faces of men." Wow, you really are a bundle of the worst sociopathic traits, aren't you? Somewhere out there's a lone wolf kid who thinks you are the epitome of cool. I kill the wolf boss in about 10 seconds, and then our character actually says, "I has done animal cruelty. I is sorry." This character is the power fantasy of your mid-2000s 14-year-old non-showering, MySpace-having, meme-quoting, Bebo-loving, IMVU-using, anime convention glomping edgelord. This is the exact kid who would prank someone by kicking them, then do the troll face and ask problem in real life. I guarantee they keep a diary of self-written philosophy, and their favourite film is Donnie Darko because you don't understand how deep it is. Back at town, I talk to everyone, accept every quest, and throw myself against this endless wall of edgy grinds some more. Finally, some new enemies. Does that mean a new mechanic? A new skill? Does that mean combat is going to be different in any way at all? No. No, it doesn't. It's exactly the same. Carnival balloons and evil clowns, though. I must admit, I do have a soft spot for the evil circus aesthetic. Fighting killer dolls and jack-in-the-boxes is fun because I like the juxtaposition of childish and fun carnivals full of evil and murderous rage. I feel it's an underutilized aesthetic in MMOs. I liked it in Terror as well. So while I'm taking on some evil jugglers, let's have a read of some reviews. Boobs. Game is meh. Look at this instead. The RNG has RNGs in it. Not bad if you want to spend an hour or two, but too repetitive. It's alright, just play the game casually, forget the cash shop exists, and it's a solid game, something you can keep coming back to if you are bored. This installs malware without asking for permission, Zing Code 3. This is to Vindictus what God Eater is to Monster Hunter, if you catch my drift. And this isn't a review, but it did make me laugh. The game Soul Reborn has been illegally minting NFTs of the Soul Worker artwork and selling them, and because of how the blockchain and NFTs work, it's unlikely they're ever going to be able to get them removed, so they've posted a notice asking players to really please don't buy them. Another reason NFTs suck. Now, a side quest needs us to defeat the Cane Wolf, a boss we've already killed, but this time we need to do it on hard mode. So each area gate leads to 4 possible level locations, and you can switch between all of those locations being normal, hard, or manic difficulty. You want to know how hard mode changes the level? It doesn't. It's exactly the same, but enemies have slightly more health. I discover I have some skill points, so I upgrade some of my stuff, but the level 5 gift box was so overpowered I can't even notice what I've upgraded. When you kill a boss, sometimes it asks, would you like to restart, which will matter later because repeating levels is more important than actually making progress. Hand in a load of quests and our inventory is full. You also can't hand in quests until you've got space, so you're forced to bank stuff or sell it to a shop or throw it away, and when you discard items you're asked, are you sure, every single time. When you're talking to an NPC, you'll sometimes see the option start in the bottom left of their chat box. I assume this means start the quest that they're on about, but actually it means go back to the start of the conversation. To start a quest, you need to get all the way through the conversation and then click accept, which can take a while, so I start using the skip feature. By now, I've got multiple NPC plot lines all overlapping, but all of them are variations of go and kill X things and then tell me when you've killed X things, and sometimes those things don't appear very often in a level, so you need to repeat a level 4 or 5 times. That's why it asks, do you want to restart? It knows you're going to need to. Janice has a crafting line for us. She gives us a box, we open the box and get some souls. We interact with her and use the crafting to turn the souls into another better soul, and then she gives us a blueprint and we use the crafting menu to combine the blueprint with a soul with a gun to make a better gun, and it's still substantially worse than the gun we got given from the level up gift. Developers, stop doing this. If the first experience a player has with your crafting system is, wow, this is a lot of effort and this is crap, then they're not going to want to return to it. If you have a crafting system, it needs to actually reward something decent. If you have a player craft a load of items and then not use those items, you don't have a crafting system. You have a repetitive chore list with no payoff. A player's first experience of a crafting system should make them feel more powerful so they feel self-sufficient, and will encourage them to craft more so they are happy whenever they find crafting materials, not simply thinking, oh good, my inventory's filling with stuff I don't want to use. Quests are divided into sub-quest and main quest, and when you go to a mission zone, you can see it says sub or main on the level select, so I just power through them all. Some level zones have multiple sub-quests in them at the same time. As I mentioned earlier, one run-through isn't enough, so I grind. At least the loading screens have some nice artwork. A hidden quest, dodge 5 times. Okay, not dodge in combat or dodge an attack, just press dodge 5 times. My god, what quest design. The costume override being permanent is quite disappointing. I like seeing each individual bit of my armor change as I gather more. Your weapon changes, but your costume takes full priority of everything equipped. Even if you remove the costume and run around in your underwear, you still don't see your equipped items as a visual override. Oh, there's a title system too, and the titles have passive buffs, because of course there is. And now an interesting conversation. One of the NPCs asks your character a question. Well, they ask if they can ask a question, and your character replies with, of course, ask me anything, m'lady. They actually did it. The absolute madmen actually had your character say m'lady. The question is quite simply, what was the world like 15 years ago? And you reply,
shit, man.
Full of idiots chasing money. Which is bloody rich, coming from a heavily monetized anime MMO. You don't get to spout sanctimonious, self-righteous vitriol denouncing profit-seeking while hypocritically doing the exact same thing. By now I've realised the enemy design is just visual, it's not mechanical, doesn't matter what things look like, they all play out exactly the same. Oh, as for health, I've got 64 med kits bound to the Q key. I didn't buy any, you just slowly get given them. I had 65, but I wanted to use one to see what they do. They instantly restore your health. I cannot die. There's a
Yo,
cutscene of a big
there's
puppet
so
storming
much.
through the city, killing some soldiers, then we go and hunt for it, and some random clown dude shows up and talks at us and probably sets themselves up as a mini-boss for later.
Did the,
Hand in every
priest
single
die?
city quest and then accept more. Look, Soulworker isn't bad, it's just repetitive. The combat is fine, it's just shallow, the world is pretty, but looks really don't matter. The gameplay is identical wherever you are. It's a roller coaster. It's fun once, and then you've seen what it has to offer, and then it's just more of the same. Fast, flashy, loud, and obnoxious. It's the type of game you play in small bursts when you don't want to think too much. Oh, there's player housing as well. Pressing H lets you buy one. They cost 5,000 zenny, that's the name of the local currency, and then you can teleport there. Your house is a top-floor penthouse with a rooftop terrace garden. Because anything less than the absolute best, and your character would probably throw a strop and scream until they got their way. You can grow plants, but only if you've brought the correct trowel for each pot. You can, however, see a ranking list of other people's houses, seeing how many approvals each one has, and then you can go and visit them. So I visited this house. It's the same framework as your house, but with soft furnishings added. So I explore around, sit on the sofa, and then soft lock myself. When you get off the sofa, it puts you behind the sofa, but they've positioned it so close to a bookcase and wall, I can't leave, and you can't jump. And sitting back on the sofa, and then getting up again, just traps you here. Oh, now I know the writer has been reading too many risque graphic novels. Help me, stepsister, I'm stuck behind the sofa. Thankfully, there's a big leave button. Leaving puts me back into a different instance of the main hub, US East 1, and now there are actually players, quite a few actually. So, Soulworker is an anime dress-up game with a home furnishing minigame and a combat system attached, all under the guise of an MMO. Soulworker is to MMOs what Gibeah is to anime. I just go and do a load more missions. I mentioned at the start I discussed the plot structure and player power levels. If a player has no challenge to overcome, there is no sense of progression, no moment of victory. Soulworker was so afraid of the player feeling weak and leaving in the early minutes, they gave every player overpowered weapons up to level 65, which ironically means the entire game up to level 65 feels empty and pointless. I am not responsible for my victory if it's been handed to me on a silver platter. You need to let players start weak, have them struggle, maybe even fail, and then let them overcome the struggle and the failure to feel pride. The environments are decent and the combat is solid with nice flashy visuals and satisfying hit sounds, but it is incredibly repetitive. And when we finally track down the big puppet boss, I'm excited for a challenging showdown. This has been built up as a difficult thing, but just watch this. I'll play you the entire boss fight so you know I'm not making this up.
Must die so good.
ビッグパペットを完全に閉じ込めるので時間の間制御に異常発生防護壁透過タイミングを制御できません作戦を中止します
ふざけるな我々がいくらつぎ込んだと思ってる
こういう終わり方も悪くねえか
How incredibly disappointing. Such an underwhelming moment. And if you want to know why it's underwhelming, just look at how powerful the free gift armor I've been given is. Look at how much more damage the guns I've been given do compared to the guns the bosses have dropped. Once upon a time, this game probably had a decent difficulty curve based on actually getting items and weapons from the bosses as you advance, but now, just giving the player everything? This power creep is a complete joke. Also, I've just noticed I've not needed to jump to do anything for 8 hours. Why have jumping in your game? Why have jumping in your tutorial if you're not going to use the mechanic within the game? Each quest has been rewarding so much stuff between the drops and the hand-in items. I'm having to empty my inventory between each one, and then the worst design choice of all, something literally unforgivable. You cannot pet the dog. Soulworker. It's a relatively competently made dress-up and homemaking simulator with a flashy combat system attached and an MMO on the side. The levels are short and linear and extremely similar. They're repetitive and there's no challenge at all in the early game. The main character is more repulsive than a basement shop room after an all-day Magic the Gathering tournament, and the monetization is classically abusive. It's the beach episode of an isekai anime made into an MMO, so to end the review I will award Soulworker You Cannot Pet the Dog out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, and the second channel Josh Drive Plays, where I review classic video games voted on by you. And as always, have a great day. Everyone is lying to you. The government has secrets they don't want you to know, like how the moon landings were actually filmed on a soundstage on Mars, how birds aren't real, or how they're putting chemicals in the water which are making the friggin' frogs listen to Ricky Martin. At least this is the general world feeling while playing the Secret World Legends, a modern-day MMO set within the three-way battle for global domination between the Illuminati, the Knights Templar, and the Cult of the Dragon, with all the factions teaming up to take down Lovecraftian-style monsters. It's an MMO about conspiracy theories, and it's got a fun few unique touches to it, like the investigation missions or the Hollow Earth transportation system, but unfortunately the actual build quality of the game itself, from the floaty and empty feeling combat to the sporadic intense lag, the many movement glitches and more random crashes than you can shake a Freemason stick at, combined with incredibly repetitive kill and fetch quests, the Secret World Legends is a great overall idea, poorly forced into a bland MMO model. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife-Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play every MMO game I can find in an attempt to find the worst. Drop a like on this video or sub to the channel for more MMO content. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Secret World Legends is on Steam, it's free, so let's give it a go. First off, this isn't The Secret World from years ago. You see, The Secret World was a dark, modern-day Lovecraftian-inspired, conspiracy-focused MMO. It had a monthly sub and a cash shop. But when it didn't do as well as they expected,
How do you type in? Damn. Where'd you get that? Get a 0.1. Storm Gust. Dude, Storm Gust is just... I can't see shit, man. It's like too much. Ashes could have been better, I think. so tired of this fucking music.
They rebranded, revamped the combat system, changed the progression system, and made it free to play with optional monthly sub focused on solo play with the occasional team bit. This relaunch changed the name to Secret World Legends. And because the changes were so substantial, both these versions exist on different servers and your characters don't transfer over, so everyone had to start new when Legends happened. While the original Secret World servers are still online, there's nowhere to actually easily download the game. They've basically let that version die. Now, Secret World Legends actively avoids describing itself as an MMO, instead calling itself a story-driven, shared world action RPG, and I don't mind this description, because that's what Guild Wars 1 is, and I love Guild Wars 1, so if they're playing to the strengths of the genre, such as build variety, story quest, and less grinding, I'll be happy. The main campaign is entirely possible to complete solo, but you can team up and take other players with you into instanced areas, so when you get to dungeons, you'll need a team. First off, the actual client is quite high quality. Little graphical flourishes here and there, sound effects when you move around, animated menus. This feels solid. Unfortunately, this is probably the most stable part of the gaming experience. First off, we need to choose a faction. Each has a video intro, and the voice acting in these videos is actually really good. So let's have a watch.
It's all about power. Grabbing it, keeping it, using it. Power is our currency. Our DNA. Our god. Blackmail, treason, deceit. These are our stock in trade. We work the magic of the drunken evenings with senators and chiefs of staff. We shake down demons and negotiate with sorcerers. We have stocks in hell and compromising photos of angels. We're the Illuminati, and we're not done.
You came to us in search of a purpose. And mark this, there is no purpose greater than ours. So our empire must be incorruptible, must be uncompromising. Our conflict must be a righteous one. Your conviction will be tested, but among us, your faith will be unshaken. Among the Templars.
카오스를 이론적으로 정의해볼까? 그건 1000개의 동전을 공중에 던지는 것과 같다. 드래곤은 누구일까? 우리는 동전의 어느 한쪽 면도 아니다. 그저 운명이 우리를 위해 움직이기를 바랄 뿐이다. 우리는 동전이 아니라 동전을 던지는.
You've got the information-obsessed Illuminati, the ancient and religious Templars, and the chaos-loving dragons. I'll go with the Illuminati because as a successful YouTuber, I'm bound by my sacred oath to always support them. Character creation feels very The Sims. I'm already planning how I'm going to remove the ladder from the pool or try and set the baby on fire. Classes, you've got 9 to choose from and all of them fit into the holy trinity of tank, healer or damage dealer. They've also all got a little rating showing how difficult they are to play. Now, tanks in fantasy MMOs are obvious, you're the one with the big shield. But tanks here use shotguns and hammers. Ah yes, the tactical defensive hammer. Game starts and we get an intro movie. We are lying asleep in bed while a clearly magical fly buzzes along and then crawls inside our mouth. The weird light powers begin to manifest and then we become a human light bulb. We wake up in a nightmare and now we're in a graveyard. Movement is standard WASD, space to jump. Mouse wheel does not zoom in or out, doesn't seem to do anything actually. The first thing you'll notice is the lag, and I've got a decent PC and decent internet. The lag is the game's fault, as we'll see later. Press F to interact with the Dream Architect. She tells me to grab the shotgun and finish this zombie off. Now, the zombie is trapped and left click is primary fire, so I'm hoping the shotgun from this range will be a bloody explosion of gore and viscera and ground, but no, it takes multiple shots and feels really light. We get to shooting some more zombies and oh no, combat is bad. I'm shooting a shotgun. Nothing is being knocked back. There's no impact sound. There's no animation or reaction for how powerful the shot or the impact is. It feels light. It feels gentle. There's no reaction to the shot. If I had to design how it would feel to fire a party popper at a sumo wrestler, this is exactly what I would want. Thankfully, the shotgun itself does have a really interesting reload mechanic, although it does border on slightly too complex at the start. You have 6 shells. Firing uses a shell. When you run out, all of your skills get replaced with shell icons. Using that skill means the next 6 shells you load in will now be that type of shell. And you've got flaming for damage over time, armor piercing, healing, or higher damage. But then you've also got shotgun energy, which is a separate thing, and if you fire too much, you need to take a break for a few seconds because your shooting finger is getting tired. Being told you've not got enough shotgun energy in the middle of a fight feels odd when you can still see you've got shells in the gun, but they are 2 separate systems. When you run out of shells, pressing Q will automatically load in the same type of shells you were just using. Now this isn't a terrible idea. It's a shame that the only way to change currently equipped shells is to exhaust all the shells in the weapon, and you can only do that while in combat because shooting outside of combat doesn't actually use up a shell. Also, the best shells are the ones that do more damage in every situation. Kill this Reaper dude and then get a text from the Illuminati which says, "Well done for killing so many zombies." It also has a necklace attached because this is how texts work. Deeper into the dream we go. I have a slight concern this design will do what a lot of opening sections do, which is be short, concise and fun and then never be relevant again. And while I'm worrying about that, the game crashes. And here we shall begin the counter. Secret World Legends is so badly optimized it's like they don't want you to play the game, and we'll see how bad this gets later. In the tunnels we get a torch. While holding a torch we can't do combat. This is the only time in my 8-hour playthrough I ever had to use a torch. There's a tile puzzle on the floor, and pictures of a tile on the walls, so I walk on that tile and yeah, I'm safe. So let's talk about puzzles. The original The Secret World made a big song and dance of its puzzles. They were complex and cryptic and sometimes required real-world knowledge to solve, which is why there's a web browser in the game itself to Google for answers. We'll look at the issues with this later. The problem is puzzles are usually fun when they need to be solved, and with every MMO being data mined the moment it releases, the novelty of puzzles lasts until the wiki is made. For you to enjoy this system, you need to have the mental strength to not just Google the answers, which is difficult in an MMO as opposed to a single-player game because everyone else is Googling the answers and advancing and you're being left behind. This is the exact issue I discussed in my Have Guides Ruined MMO Games video, link in the description. Solve the puzzle and the game crashes again. That's 2. Next puzzle is 3 icons above a door and 6 buttons. Press the buttons in the correct order, open the door. And now the avoid traps bit. This tunnel is full of mines, and then full of lasers, and then we need to turn off the electric current to this water. And now a very nice touch.
I lost
This
1%.
section teaches us
That
to avoid
hurts.
enemies' line of sight. And to kill this hulking beast, we have to turn the electricity for this water back on, which is a mirror of what we did in the previous room. That's quite smart design. Then we check the enemy corpse and see the serial number 3691, and this is the exact number you need to open the door to outside, which is really
Yeah, I'm
clever
gonna pull
if
back.
you don't think about it too much, because if you do, it makes no sense. We arrive in the city streets. The 3 main factions are arguing over something, probably who dresses up the coolest, and then a massive 20-story tall tentacled creature bursts out from underground and we run into attack. What an awesome set piece. I really hope this battle goes on and has phases and has changes, and we can see the creature getting weaker, and maybe the environment gets involved, and oh no, it's a planned loss. So the awesome thing stops, the screen fades to black, we come back to our apartment, and then some random dude bursts in. He says we are Super Special Magic Awesome and we should join his Super Special Magic Awesome Club. He hands us a business card and walks off, so we go and hunt down the Super Special Magic Awesome Club. Now in fantasy games, the villagers probably don't pay too much attention to the people walking around with swords, but in a modern game it does feel a bit weird. You can just blast your confetti gun between these 2 chatting NPCs and they don't really seem to mind. The actual city itself is lovely. The proportions are spot on. The distance and the sight lines to the bridge are great. The road markings look accurate, the signs are all there. They have nailed the modern city look. This is an enjoyable place to walk around. Unfortunately, as we'll see for the rest of the game, the environments remain great, they're just held back by the gameplay. We head inside this laundromat and meet our conspiracy contact, an amalgamation of every conspiracy stereotype all rolled into one. Let's just enjoy his rantings.
No. Too much visibility on the street. They're listening. They're always listening. That's why I keep the dryers running 24/7. They bug my phones, read my mail. They have this place on CCTV. The Illuminati. I know you know. And they know I know. You know? They've been conditioning us in every kind of media for years, okay? Example? Pac-Man. That's how they see you. Just a little head. Just a mind share. and you run through the mazes they built, sucking down their pills.
He tells us he's being spied on by tiny, hidden cameras, and if we follow the cameras, we'll find the Illuminati's hideout. So we do that, and the camera is a massive security camera pointed directly at his desk. We daisy-chain our way through the city, following the direction of the cameras, which leads us into the sewer, and then we follow the graffiti of pointing hands, because if there's one thing secret societies love, it's marking their secret hideouts with very obvious signs. Environmental design and ambience is again great. There is nothing wrong with how the game looks or feels or sounds. It's fun to explore. The problems are in the build stability and the impact of combat. I have a quick play around with the UI, find the in-game web browser. I'll read up on that later. And here's the 12-month sub-bundle, complete with cool suit and legally distinct segue. Interesting, you can't actually buy this yet. You need to complete the opening section before the shop is open to you. I respect that. It's a brave move to force the player to experience your buggy, crash-heavy, surviving on life support game before asking them for money, but I respect that you did it. 30 days of VIP will cost you $9.99. You'll get experience boosts and extra keys for the dungeons and raids, so it's a limited dungeon or raiding system unless you pay for more. Okay, eventually we find the Illuminati headquarters. We run in, get knocked out and dragged off to some crazy doctor and then experimented upon. Again, the writers have tried to cram every conspiracy theory they can into every bit of dialogue. None of them actually matter for the gameplay or the puzzle elements. It's not mechanical, it's just referential. It's an endless march of, hey, have you heard about, and then just the Wikipedia list of conspiracies. The scientist tells us we are super special magic awesome, and he's going to unlock our powers by putting us into a dream state. A sort of, as the game actually describes it, role-play game. So we wake up in the body of some lady trapped in the Tokyo subway. It's a meeting of the important Illuminati and Templar people, and whoever made the design decision to put white text with no edging directly on the top UI layer with no block color behind it so it blends into the game environment needs to take a serious look at their graphic design decisions. This is awful to try and read. We're told how to buy abilities and taken step by step through that process mobile game style. We're now told that rage builds when we attack or are attacked, and we can now swing the hammer with more power. So we fight our way through the subway with an AI team, and the hammer feels even less impactful than the shotgun. Combat is also extremely inconsistent. You can fire the shotgun whenever you want, but your range is limited and your spread hitbox doesn't seem to match up to the spread graphic. But you can only swing your melee weapon when you're close enough to an enemy and locked on. The swing animation only happens when you are guaranteed to hit, not when you press the button. So you can be spam clicking and doing nothing, and then you'll randomly swing once an enemy runs in front of you. There's a real disconnect between clicking to attack and actually seeing your character do something. Buying passive skills makes the shotgun better. There's a lot of passive skills, not sure how buying upgrades works while I'm technically in a dream of someone else, but the plot does take a bit of a downward turn from here. Fight a mini-boss, they drop a healing item. We can equip it and use it with C. There's a 30-second cooldown. I like this mechanic of having a rechargeable healing item. It means you can rely on others for dangerous fights, but yourself in any solo adventures. Take on a boss, and look, the problem with dream levels is, while I can appreciate the mechanics of the game, I don't have any emotional attachment to this event. It's already happened. It wasn't me involved. My actions here won't change anything. Nothing needs this to be me. It's the and then they woke up and it was all a dream ending, but we know it's going to end that way. This is a real narrative risk this early in a game. You're taking the character a player hasn't had time to connect with and placing them into another character the player is also not connected with. It's two steps of dissonance. You're making the player experience an event they don't have context for through the eyes of a character they have not related to. We kill the boss and then we're in space, because why not? And then the game crashes. That's weird. And now we're shown how to sprint. Activating anything from picking up a torch to talking to an NPC to turning on sprint mode has a timer, a little blue bar to the bottom left. Pressing X turns on sprint, but you need to wait for it to activate. While sprinting, you move very, very slightly faster. Why do you need a charge up time to sprint? Just start sprinting. I think this highlights one of my main issues with Secret World Legends. There's delays on everything. You attack a little bit after you click. You dodge a split second after you press dodge. You need to charge up your your sprint and wait for it to start sprinting. Your reload shows up on the UI before it's actually usable. When you load into a new area, your mouse and keyboard don't respond for a few seconds while the area prepares. There are so many small moments of delayed input recognition. They all add up and they make the game as a whole feel that it's lagging behind you as a player. I say hello to the general chat, there are no replies. Steam tells me there are 44 people online. That's actually more than I expected. Those 44 must be some hardcore players, because there is no way someone new is downloading this game, crashing 3 times and not uninstalling. Pop into this test chamber, get given a cell phone and shown the text message icon will pop up whenever our Illuminati handler wants to talk to us, and now we get the upgrading weapons tutorial. The inventory and upgrade UI is very clean, if slightly soulless. You place a weapon you want to upgrade into the box, then throw a load of crap weapons in as fodder, and they get destroyed to make the chosen one better. There's also some stats and numbers and stuff, but you don't really need to pay too much attention to this in the start. And now we're sent to meet our primary contact, and this scene is filled with so much cringe I almost imploded. This is what an out-of-touch writer thinks a cool, hip-hopping, happening, crazy cat would talk like. I had to endure this scene, so you do too.
I fucking love old school hip-hop, don't you? Projecting indecision is a big no-no. Always smile. But this isn't another test. We don't do probation. You're either in or you're out. The Illuminati are very achievement-focused. It's like Xbox, only everything is hardcore. The ethic I really want to instill in you is to aim high and achieve even higher. It's not just in your best interest, it reflects on me too, and that is super important. Make me look bad, I'll mount your head on my wall as an object lesson to the next fuck-up. God, it is so cute when you new guys think I'm kidding. Solomon Island.
Yes, of course, a high-ranking Illuminati commander is just a young laissez-faire, chilled-out, hip-hop-loving rascal who's got no time for your silence and needs you to know they're sassy. I should have joined the Templars. Now here's a real conspiracy. I've had the pop-up notification to tell me the program has crashed again, but if I ignore it, the game seems to carry on working. Sort of like a Schrodinger's crash. I'm going to deal with this the same way I deal with most problems in life. I'm going to ignore it and hope it kind of fixes itself. We're sent to the garage to find the entrance to the Agrapha, an underground travel network linked to a giant tree. So we pop on inside and hey look, it's the conductor from the Polar Express. This is your central travel network. Secret World Legends is a hub-based RPG, and this is the hub, the Hollow Earth Conspiracy combined with the Giant World Tree Conspiracy. The tree branches have portals on which will whisk you away to different occult places. With this being the main hub, I'm hoping I'll find some other players, but what I actually find is crash number 4. Side note, while I boot up the game again, the YouTube channel Accursed Farms has the fantastic Game Dungeon series where Ross plays through old games and critiques them in depth. He has a full video on the Secret World, and I'd highly recommend you go and give it a watch. There is a link in the description. He is probably one of the best long-form content creators on YouTube. Right, we're back into the game in the World Tree, and it crashes. 30 seconds. The game lasted 30 seconds before a crash in a more demanding area. There were 3 players around me, and it couldn't handle that. That's 5. So, graphics on low, try again. Also, watch this. Is it me, or is there a window pop-up which instantly closes? I don't know what that was. We're sent to investigate Kingsmouth because stuff is getting a little too culty for them. Anyone familiar with H.P. Lovecraft's work will recognise the name as a play on Innsmouth, and just like Innsmouth, there are shadows over this sleepy little fishing village. The first character we meet is a cowboy, because the writers paid a lot of money for the big book of cliches, and my god, they are going to use every last one of them.
Oh, don't worry, kid. You haven't gone back in time. I just happen to be the last of the cowboys. Got your southern welcome right here. Mesquite beans, Texas style. Good ought to face evil on a full stomach. Name's Boone. I'm a troubleshooter. You and I need to have a powwow before you go shooting for trouble. Illuminati may have legacy on Solomon Island, but you folks gave that up for the high life and the low road. Sure, you can be divided in purpose, but we gotta stand united against darkness. This ain't my first rodeo. I know we're gonna need all the unity we can get. Don't mean to say you stepped into hell, but when the wind blows west, you can just about smell the brimstone.
So we're off to kill some zombies. Combat is still floating, and despite having different types of zombies, every encounter plays out exactly the same. Walk backwards and shoot the shotgun. A few nice environmental touches though. First we jump on a car to set off the alarm to attract the zombies, then we set fire to a petrol can to burn the zombies in. I am always a big fan of scenery being mechanically relevant. Then an elite enemy appears and uses the most overpowered attack in the game. The crash. That's 6. Maybe it's a DirectX 11 issue. I'll drop it down to DirectX 9 and see if it helps. You'd think if that was the case, they'd fix the DirectX 11 issue, or they'd have the game use DirectX 9 as standard. When a game company shows more interest in milking their currently enfranchised players than they do making the experience playable for new players, I think you know they've given up trying to get new players. Quick question. The map in the starting city in the tutorial was a functional 2-scale map and matched the style of city. Why is the map of Kingsmouth all cartoony? So I do some Googling, and it seems every area has a map in the graphical style of that area. It matches the aesthetic, the kind you'd find in a tourist shop. I quite like this touch. It helps give each location a personality. Meet the local sheriff. She talks a lot for someone who says, I can't talk because there's more important things to do. We finish a quest and get another text, but this one comes with an assault rifle, which we can't use. Next quest, find surveillance cameras and set them up to monitor the local zombies. This means we need to look through a phone book to find businesses which might have surveillance cameras and then go and steal them. I like this. It's research and prep, which makes sense for what you're doing. Oh, that pop-up has happened again. Right, it's an advert for the monthly patron thing. I find a flyer on this phone booth advertising local businesses and wholly references Batman. H.P. Lovecraft, Belmont Avenue, 1914, Paradise Lost, Arkham, they are all there. While grabbing the security cameras from around town, I'd like to point out why we can't have a horror MMO. A lot of people have said they love a super scary MMO, but fear comes from the unknown, or the feeling of isolation, or overwhelming odds stacked against you, combined with the idea that failure has a bad consequence. But in an MMO game, you've got guides and known factors. You've got global chat. You respawn instantly and you're often working with a group of players. It's very hard to be scared of zombies when you've got a fire-breathing shotgun and some guy in global chat saying, hey, I'm popping to the shop, does anyone want anything? And you have to fight the overwhelming urge to say Cornetto. My main problem with the game so far is it's fine on the surface, but why would you want to log back in? The faction you've joined seems irrelevant. The graveyard dream seems forgotten. The fly into the mouth seems gone. The magical light powers, all but forgotten and replaced with the power of shotgun. The game has crashed more than it should do, and the first actual quest line in a game which prides itself on being conspiracy focused is go and kill some zombies. One of the business's cameras is broken. There's a note on it from maintenance saying there's a box of new cameras in the basement, so we pop one down. The basement is filled with traps. If you stay in the vision of a security camera for too long, it activates a bomb and you die. Instant death stealth trap sections. Fantastic. This is just bad Metal Gear Solid combined with bad Bloodborne. Grab the creative cameras and run all the way back. Here's a nice touch. We have to use the police station PC, and when we do, we get a window showing the PC screen, and we have to actually type 1 or 2 and use the PC to get the information we need. On the right hand side of the screen, you'll see the mission list with the current steps of the quest line we are on and the objective of that step. So quests are storylines, and each part of the storyline needs you to either go somewhere, find something, kill someone, or solve a puzzle. And the current step is shown on your map, so navigation is quite easy. This bit is a wave defense at the barricade. Kill 3 waves, move on to another barricade, repeat 3 times. Then we find a mini-boss and it dies almost instantly. You'll also see this is step 2 out of 22 on the current storyline, so we have a hell of a lot of kill X or collect X left to go on this map. Chat to Norma, a stereotypical southern lady with a shotgun, kind as anything but no fucks left to give. She needs us to defend her house by fighting off 4 waves of zombies from 4 fences around the area, and then once we've done that, we need to go and kill 4 dry zombies, 4 wet zombies, 4 slow zombies, and 4 fast zombies, with each type being found in one of 4 locations locations around the town. Right, this is filler. You know this is filler. You avoid calling yourself an MMO, but then you use the exact things MMOs are disliked for. Why would you make such an effort to move away from the descriptor of MMO toward story-driven RPG, but then add in the worst elements of MMO design? This is exactly the type of stuff you don't need to do anymore. Combat isn't fun or interesting enough to carry this. Killing 12 zombies isn't great if killing one zombie isn't great. I have a shotgun and a giant hammer. I should be thrilled to be attacked and get to defend myself. But no, the zombies feel like an irritating distraction, not a part of the threat. So while I'm doing this repetitive content, let's have a read of some reviews. Crash Simulator. Literally unplayable. It says I have 2 hours of playtime, but about 75% of that was spent crashing, googling for potential fixes, trying to log back in and then crashing again. Edit. Running the client in Windows 7 compatibility fixes the crashes. The setting mood, especially the voice acting and the lore, is so good. Combat mechanics are a distraction from the great package of world building, setting and voice acting. I have a decent computer, but this game runs like complete garbage. The universe and the mechanics are interesting, but playing alone might give you a could-have-been-better experience. Love this game, and its post-modern occult atmosphere is quite brilliant. Still need to explore before I can deliver a fuller review of this. Lovely quests. Never download this game. The name of the game should be changed to Crash Game. It starts to crash when you want to create a character. To exit the game, you must turn off the system and pray the game is closed. In the tutorial, you may not see the HUD, and there are many problems at the beginning of the game. While the combat is fairly simplistic, you can master every weapon and fill in any role to fit your playstyle. PvE is easy enough, though where the game shines is in the actual questing and story. Interesting quest mechanics ranging from having to look things up online, custom websites and riddles to classic slay the monster with stealth and more filling it out. Plus some of the most unique looks I have seen for gear. I highly recommend giving this a solid try, if at least for the first full zone. I completely agree and understand the general feeling of could be better. It feels like they've got a really good cosmic horror game here, which is actually held back by trying to be an MMO. If you reduce the number of enemies but increase their power substantially, a single zombie becomes a challenge. If you reduced the collect X or kill X quests to go and do something substantial to move the plot forward, you'd have a more direct story. The zone itself is lovely. The story is fine, if somewhat derivative of earlier horror works. The only problem is the online game aspect seems to be actively harming what this game could really be. The worst part of this Lovecraftian investigation-based conspiracy MMO is the fact that it's an MMO. I've gone on at length about the importance of your opening section in any game, how players won't get to your 100-hour-in amazing dungeon if they don't have a great time for the first 5 hours. Secret World Legends advertises itself as a conspiracy, puzzle, occult, modern RPG, and what you get is a crash-heavy zombie killer with no context as to who we are or why this is happening. On the quest list, I see a pause quest option. I assume this means remove this quest from my heads-up display, so I pause it. But when I unpause it, oh, I see. It actually means remove all progress I've made from this step. Fantastic. I'd killed 4 types of 4 zombie, but now I need to go and do it all over again because pause doesn't mean pause. Investigate some fires, kill 8 cultists, then get shouted at that I'm leaving the mission area. I have 10 seconds to return. But it doesn't mean the main quest mission. It means this randomly happening mission that I've stumbled into. But the warning doesn't mention which mission. Whenever you do stumble into a random mission, you'll hear a computer voice tell you,
"Additional assignment received. Initializing."
I'm not sure where I'm hearing that from. The game made such a show of giving me a phone because it's a mechanic and it wanted to have a realistic explanation of how it happens, but now we can just hear magical Illuminati lady whenever she decides, oh, there's more stuff to kill. Like 4 fires on the beach to complete a cultist ritual and summon a big boss. What do you think it will look like? How will I defeat it? It looks like a regular cultist model, but bigger, and I defeat it with the ancient and powerful art of shotgun. What an anticlimactic fight. On to step 3 of 22, investigate the boat the Lady Margaret. At least the game hasn't crashed in a while. Silver lining and all that. On the boat, find the captain. They've been very slightly zombified, so we fix this with liberal application of gun to the face, and they drop a note saying Dr. Bannerman knows more. I like how in the note, the important bit, Dr. Bannerman, is slightly sharper. It draws your eye to it. Good graphic design. Talk to the good doctor about the boat, and nothing happens. The quest doesn't update. He gives me no leads, no info.
die?
The journal tells me talk to the doctor until I get more info. But when I interact with him, the option to discuss the Lady Margaret boat is greyed out. There's nothing I can click. There's an item on the desk, but that's for a side quest. Why can't I progress? What am I meant to do here? Hang on. Maybe this is one of the puzzles. Maybe the game won't just give me everything. Maybe it's given me everything I need already. I need to think. Hang on. The flyer on the phone booth from earlier. That shows me the address of Dr. Bannerman's clinic, 9 Belmont Avenue. And hang on. The tourist map I have shows street names. Oh, it's all coming together now. The good doctor knows something but won't tell me, so I need to break into the clinic and find the notes. Okay, I am on board with this. This is a great bit of design, needing the player to think just enough to add the pieces together of the clues they've already been given. This is a well-designed puzzle. So I arrive at the clinic and it's locked. Okay, not a problem. Maybe there's a skylight. I find a ladder around the back and I glitch onto it. I can't climb up or down. I'm stuck. Okay, not a problem. I wiggle around a bit until I make it to the roof and there's no skylight. Okay, now I'm stopped. I was actually quite sure that I'd figured something out. So finally I give in and I check a guide and wow. You are meant to go to the clinic, but you can only go in once the doctor has mentioned it. And my game glitched, so the original conversation didn't end correctly, and they didn't mention it. So I restart, talk to them again, and oh, now the clinic is highlighted. Well, I guess that'll teach me to try and think outside the box. Don't use the clues given to you. Don't do your own research inside a level set to a classic research-heavy story. Don't read notes or maps. Don't explore or try to be clever. Just follow the glowing arrows. Inside the clinic we find a CD on the floor, Vivaldi's 4 Seasons. Then a smashed picture frame of some fireworks with the words set to the 4 seasons. And then a note saying, I bought you that new Vivaldi CD. Then we log on to the clinic PC and it's password protected. The hint is my favourite composer. Maybe it's Vivaldi. Yes it is, and now we're in. Now a quick note, that puzzle may seem a little heavy-handed, having 4 references to Vivaldi, but originally you only had the picture and the hint, and you were expected to use the in-game web browser to research who composed the 4 seasons. But they had to add more in-game clues because that web browser doesn't work anymore. And even when it did work, it was terrible. It wouldn't save whatever page you were on last and had very little security, and none of the bells and whistles of any other browser. I can see the novelty, but this just wasn't practical. And now it's not working. One of your main novel ideas and draws to your game, the thing that makes it stand out, isn't updated. That is a major sign of a dying game. The clinic records go on to speak of Derek and Lauren. I need to go and find them, but honestly, I'm bored. Not of the story, that's actually quite good. I'm bored of the gameplay, the zombies slowing down progression, the boss fights being the same, the dialogue being ridden with cliches. I want to experience where this goes, but I don't want to go there the way the game presents itself. Secret World Legends mixes genres a little too much. It's an RPG, but it's also an alternate reality puzzle-based game, but it's an online co-op shooter, but it's also an MMO, but not really. It has started so many disconnected story threads that I've actually stopped really caring about any of them. Who am I? What was the fly? What did the Illuminati want with me? Who was the doctor? What was the RPG dream? Why are there so many cultists? It's story overlap, and I feel that I don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm sure they all loop back round and be relevant, but the gameplay experience of following the stories is subpar. I can see why you'd be interested in this game. The setting is cool. The idea of exploring conspiracies or occult references is neat. It's unique in the MMO setting. The modern day is something we don't see much in the online RPG space. But all that is just surface level set dressing. It's the icing on the cake. But the cake itself, the gameplay, the terrible program stability, the lack of combat variations, sporadic lag on interactions and movement, the floaty, gentle, generic feeling of every encounter, it's just not good. The mechanics of this game do not do the environments and the overall design of the game justice. So, to end the review, I will award Secret World Legend
Let's go farm, farm, farm.
GH is back, it's April 14, and here is your MMO news of the week. Timestamps, let's not waste any more time. Let's do this. First up, Ragnarok Online War Portal news. The Varmint Biosphere Part 2 is now available and introduces 3 new areas called Biosphere Soul, Venom, and
What's up? Can we get the OBV? No? Yikers. Fuck that. What does this get? Oil jelly, that, cyber bugler, sea shit. 7K. I'll just grind this 88%. How do you type in chat? How do you... You got 88%. I'm gonna level up. You know, finish up. own. Oh, it's him. Gonna find. Dude, when they're dying. What? No. There's so much. I see me. Again. freaking ass hit every single time, dude. Punch. Oh man.
So today we're revisiting Throne of Liberty. It's been quite a while. 50 days ago was the last time I logged in. The reason it was 50 days ago is because I logged in to try and prepare for the expansion, then I logged out very quickly after. Apparently they've got a returning players event. Let's see, I bet my character's super out of date now. Right, this place used to be super busy. Actually, it's probably not busy now because there's a new expansion and there's probably a new place where everyone hangs out. Alright, we'll have a look regardless. There's a few players running around. It's not dead. I feel like this is a little bit more responsive than it used to be now. AD. You still can't change direction when you jump. Right. Let's go get used to the combat again. I think I've got some mid-contract over here. See if I can remember my combos. Oh, they've changed the numbers. Holy, that's different. And I'm instantly level 51. Yo, these new numbers look good. Okay, what was the combos? I think I'm actually on my... I think I'm on my GVG ability set. Wait, what? Greatsword level 46? Oh my god, this is different. Out of 200? Oh my god. I thought I almost... The last time I played this game, I had almost capped my masteries, because I think it was...
It's gonna take forever again.
I think it was capped at 16, wasn't it? So what was the combo? It was something like... So apparently I can move and attack at the same time without being slowed down. So I've heard. Yeah, it doesn't slow you down. But it does keep you moving in one direction for like a few seconds longer than you'd want to. Like when I cast my X ability. It's better. It is more responsive. You can move and attack without inertia now. It's still a bit buggy. When I use Cruel Smite and I move in this like one direction, when I stop moving in one direction, it continues moving on one direction until the ability has finished being cast, which is a bit odd. So it doesn't feel super smooth, but it feels better than it was. Amatoy Expedition. Forgot about that. I've got fucking loads of pop-ups. I'm basically gonna have to relearn how to play the game. It's been a while. Yeah, the new numbers are really nice. I approve of those. Are there any new weapons? Yeah, there's a spear. That's relatively new since the last time I played. I've never tried the spear. Oh, you've got a new Amatoy Expedition for Talandri as well. Okay. Send it. I'll look at PvP. I'm going to need to get to level 55 first, so probably not. I'm going to get dumpstered, aren't I? Returnee benefits. Okay. So let's start the new expansion content, I guess. I guess this is the MSQ. Let's begin. What was my favourite content in TNL? It was actually the dungeons. I really enjoyed the dungeons in this game. I suppose I should spec something? Oh my god, logging in and having like a whole new weapon mastery system. Like before, I was really happy that it like level 16 weapon mastery was the cap, because then I thought, okay, I've soon maxed out the mastery on my weapons. I can then start leveling up new weapons and then like switch between them and have multiple sets per class. I'm honestly so fucking sad to log back into the game and they've expanded the weapon mastery even more. So you're even more hard locked into your weapon. Like, that's how it seems to me on the surface. I don't know if that's actually the case, but fuck, I hate to see that. I liked the nice simple system that it was before. It's just lots of new progression systems. Will it add anything fun to the game? Absolutely not. Highly doubt it. Heavy attack augment. Holy fuck, we've logged into the game and we're instantly overwhelmed. Wow. Okay, I think we've spent that okay now. Now we can finally play the game. Right, has that increased my gear score at all? Out of curiosity. Gear score 3.6. That's probably horrible nowadays. Because I haven't played since the rune system was introduced. So my character has no runes. However, that works. I've got tons of mats because I kept grinding even when I had nothing to grind for a long time at launch. Plenty of stuff in the storage. Okay, let's just crack on with some MSQ. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not looking forward to the leveling of this one because I remember leveling from like 35 to 50 in this game had some really awkward quests, like jumping puzzle quests. And it was quite dodgy, I remember, back at launch. I didn't enjoy the leveling too much. Hopefully the leveling and the questing on the expansion is a bit better.
This one drops Scar.
Oh yeah, he died, didn't he? Clay died, if I remember correctly.
Yo, what the fuck?
That's where it ended. We're gonna spam the G. I ain't got time for the story. I don't know what's going on in this game too much anyway. Also, we're going straight to Talandre. How do you say it? Talandri? Or Talandra? Talandre?
Does this mean?
No, it does feel good to be back in the world. And my character does look really cool. I always just enjoyed existing in the world of Throne. Zamir, is the movement a little bit more smooth in travel form? The animations on the turning in travel form seem better. Did they improve this? This feels good. I remember this feeling a lot more clunky. Take a screenshot. Beautiful. Another thing I really do love about this game is the colors. It's got like a realist. Fucking hell, that is gorgeous. Oh my god. Hang on. I need to take a screenshot. But I mean, graphics were never a problem that this game had. That's the thumbnail. It's 100% what I'm thinking. The YouTuber part of my brain just fucking lit up there. Just seeing that thumbnail potential. Oh no, they didn't fix the fucking...
I swear to God, if I have to play one more sandbox MMO that screams, do whatever you...
Where's this lock? Shit, it's not. Yo.
MMORPGs are dying, or at least that's what I've been led to believe based on all of the videos that get recommended to me about MMORPGs. But why are they dying? Is it because MMORPG companies, both old and new, are using predatory microtransaction models that take advantage of players to ruin all semblance of game integrity? Yeah. But it's also because there aren't enough new players coming to these MMORPGs to compensate for the natural burnout of veteran players. Hi, I'm Idle, and as you can probably tell by my office, I'm the newly elected president of MMORPGs. So everything I say in this video, including my opinions, is factual, and you cannot disagree. MMORPGs are extremely complex, and the rise and fall of their player bases can never be pinpointed to one singular factor. But I do think that one thing over the course of many years has been a driver in the fall of MMOs. New player experience. Remember 14 seconds ago when I said MMORPGs are extremely complex? Well, they are. To longtime players, this complexity is the best part because it means hundreds of hours of content that usually reward you for your time investment. But that means playing an MMO for the first time can feel like going to a friend's house who really loves board games and they plot a game with a full novel for an instruction manual, and then they say, "Don't worry, it's simple, let me explain." But it's literally more complicated than advanced calculus. Is this even calculus? I don't know. I'm the president of MMORPGs, not math. So I wanted to put my instinct about new player experiences to the test. To do this, I created fresh characters on 3 MMORPGs: Old School RuneScape, World of Warcraft Retail, and Final Fantasy XIV, all of which I have varying degrees of experience with. I've played a ton of Old School RuneScape, and I've dipped my toes into WoW Classic, but never Retail. And for Final Fantasy XIV, I will be completely blind. I've never even watched someone play it. I'll be looking at each of these games in 3 key stages of new player experience to see how new player friendly they are. And this should hopefully help me find out if MMOs are as much of a walled garden as they seem. Before we do that though, let me make one thing very clear. I am not reviewing these MMORPGs. I'm not trying to invest tens or hundreds of hours to figure out which MMORPG is best. I'm only looking at the first handful of hours that a new player will experience before deciding if they'll invest all that time. So when I inevitably say something bad about your favorite MMORPG, just remember, I'm bald. Use that as ammunition to really hurt me when you leave a comment. First impressions are extremely important in video games. In a day and age where people like me can't get through a movie without Subway Surfers playing to the side, it's crucial that the character creation, opening cutscene, menus are all easy, intuitive, and engaging. If it's even a little difficult or annoying to get through these steps, there's a really good chance you're going to lose a new player. World of Warcraft is pretty straightforward. You need to use the Battle.net launcher to run all of their games, which can be annoying, but there's very little friction in signing up and launching the game. On your first launch, you get a pretty badass opening cutscene of a battle between the Horde and the Alliance. It feels like this cutscene is really geared towards veteran players since I don't know who any of these people are, except this lady. I know who she is. She's mommy. But I get the feeling most of these people are important and they don't like each other, and that's all that really matters, I guess. After that, you're free to create a character.
Thank you.
Hold on. Did that say Dragonflight? The opening cutscene said Battle for Azeroth. Okay, that's a little confusing, but since Dragonflight is the latest expansion and it says Dragonflight in the corner, I guess I'll be playing Dragonflight. WoW has always been known for its many races and classes to choose from, and I gotta say, it's pretty cool to see all the options here. Coming from a game like Old School RuneScape, which is literally the opposite, it's an interesting mechanic to be faced with an important decision right off the bat. I mean, look at this. You could be an undead mage, a dwarf paladin, a panda. Yeah, okay, yeah, you could be a panda monk, why not? All these classes have little blurbs about them that only go into broad detail about the classes. I think this is a good thing since when you're brand new, getting flooded with minutia will usually only confuse you more. I can't tell if it's overwhelming or exciting to have all of this choice so early on, but I think I lean towards exciting. The cool thing about World of Warcraft is you don't need to pay anything extra to create new characters, so you'll have time to explore all of these different classes if that's what you want to do. So the choice choice isn't quite as important as it might seem. Character customization is pretty straightforward and simple. You have a few options, but not too many. It's fine. Overall, World of Warcraft leaves a pretty good first impression. A cool cutscene, decent character creation, I'm in. Old School RuneScape's first impression is a little different. For any new player to RuneScape, the first step is figuring out how to get to which version you want to play. With World of Warcraft and World of Warcraft Classic, they're both in the Battle.net launcher, so it's a little bit easier to get to them. But Old School RuneScape and RuneScape are using completely separate launchers. Old School RuneScape's probably a big enough name at this point where this isn't really an issue, but I just thought it was worth mentioning. To give myself as authentic of a new player experience as possible, I will be playing on the official Jagex client and not RuneLite. But since I'm trying to gauge how the game developers curate new player experiences, using Jagex's client just feels right. After launching the game, I'm shot straight into character creation. No opening cutscene, no other frills, just straight into name selection. And you know what? I'm not mad about it. So what if RuneScape doesn't give me a mommy? It doesn't need one. We will eventually be given a mommy though. Anyway, the lack of opening cutscene or story introduction actually works really well in RuneScape's case. Old School doesn't have an overarching story narrative that dominates the world. It's made up of a lot of smaller stories that run concurrently with each other. There's no narrative to be caught up on or introduced because that'll happen naturally as you play. It's really the difference between RuneScape's constant update model and WoW's expansion model. As you start to come up with your name, you'll be introduced to arguably Old School RuneScape's best feature, the music. Character creation is honestly pretty damn good, especially considering it really hasn't changed since like 2004. Is it anything super special? No, but you get enough option to make your character look however you want. What really stands out to me about RuneScape's first impression is the simplicity of it. There's really no bells and whistles, it's just straight into the game. And this simplicity is actually a good thing in my opinion. The game at its core is really simple, and I think that is a pretty big appeal for new players. It'd be weird if there was this flashy opening cutscene and crazy character customization for a game that just isn't really like that. Final Fantasy XIV, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. I created my Square Enix account and launched the game, and the first thing you do is choose a data center, which is basically just a server your character will be on. It doesn't give you a recommended server based on population, ping, or any other criteria, so when I saw the list, I was a little intimidated. But after very bravely selecting a server, a 4.5-minute cutscene started that talked about the destruction of the entire world. With all the knowledge I could ever need about the history of Final Fantasy XIV, it was time to create my character, and boy oh boy, is there a lot you can do here. It walks you through the creation in steps, starting with race. You can be pretty much anything in Final Fantasy XIV. Whoa, hello. You could be a human, an elf, a child?
When I play Final Fantasy, I play as a little boy.
You want to hang out, or do you want to just...
No, I'm gonna...
After picking your race and even picking what animations your character is doing, you can finally customize your character's look, and they let you change everything. I mean, just look at all of these options. It's crazy. And I'm not complaining. More customization is almost always a good thing. I mean, you can even customize the character's voice. This is by far one of the most involved character creations I've seen in an MMO. I mean, it's one of the most involved character creations I've seen in any game. And it really just means you'll never see anyone who looks like you in the game world, and that's pretty neat. So with my character customized, it's time to get into the... Oh, I have to pick my character's birthday. This has no impact on gameplay. Okay, I'll just pick a random day then. Well, now we can get into the... Select your patron deity. This is... no effect on gameplay. I'll just go with the first one then. Thanks. Okay, well, now we can finally get into the starting list. What the fuck? Oh, wait, nope. This one's actually important. After finally solidifying every last detail about my character, it was finally time to immerse myself in the game. And what way should any MMO start if not with a Tutorials are a hugely important part of the new player experience. Not only is the tutorial going to give you crucial information about the core game mechanics, but the way this information is presented can make or break whether a new player decides to stick around. A bad tutorial can legitimately be worse than no tutorial at all. It can bore, confuse, irritate new players, and just drive them away completely. Especially because the amount of time you have to hook a new player is extremely short, so you better not waste any time. World of Warcraft and old school RuneScape opt to place new players in instance tutorials. These are areas specifically designed as tutorials that you can't go back to after completing them. Final Fantasy XIV, on the other hand, just plops you right into a starting town where you're surrounded by players both old and new. Listen, I love Tutorial Island, and I always will, but there's a reason it got replaced like 20 times in RuneScape 3. Tutorial Island walks you through some of the basics of skilling, combat, prayer, some pretty crucial information for new players, and I have no issue with what it teaches you, but more so with how it teaches you. The entirety of Tutorial Island is just following arrows, clicking on blinking icons, and optionally reading a bunch of text dumps. It just feels like a chore you need to get done, and that's only hammered home by the fact that Jagex literally puts a % done meter at the bottom of the screen that just is there the entire time. It really makes you feel like you're just really trying to speed through this to get to the main game. I just think the whole tutorial could be done a little bit better if it was formatted as a quest. That way you can learn not only about core game mechanics through the tutorial, but also learn about questing, because quests in RuneScape are pretty different than quests in other MMORPGs. Plus, right now the way you learn about quests is through a guy just telling you about them, which is
let's go
kind of lame. But at the same time, if Tutorial Island ever changed, the old school RuneScape player base would literally riot, so maybe we don't touch it. World of Warcraft starts you on a boat where you briefly learn about combat before getting shipwrecked on Exile's Reach. Exile's Reach is an island where the tutorial will be taking place, but it is not Tutorial Island. It's Exile's Reach. It's different. Exile's Reach has a lot of the same issues as Tutorial Island. It feels very hand-holdy, and I just have to mindlessly click on whatever some arrows are pointing to. It also loves to repeat instructions that it already gave me. Oh, what's that? A new ability? Let me drag that onto my hotbar. Oh, what's that? Another new ability? Let me drag that onto my hotbar. Oh, what's that? Another new ability? Let me drag that onto my hotbar. The tutorial is formatted as a bunch of quests that you have to complete, which I enjoy because it gives you tangible milestones to hit throughout. The first thing it has me do is just kill some Murlocs to find supplies, which is a very generic MMO quest format, but I don't mind. What's that Murloc doing? Oh my god, I want to hear what he's playing. Woo! Progressing through the tutorial, I learn more about combat, and eventually I learn a little bit more about combat. I don't know why Blizzard thought I needed multiple sparring sessions to understand how combat works, but thanks, I guess. The cool thing about Exile's Reach is there's side quests all throughout the island. These side quests are totally optional, but it makes it feel like a little bit more than just a tutorial section. There's one side quest where you have to kill this big ass bear, and you actually have to take the fight kind of seriously. This fight is way better than the combat tutorials because it doesn't tell you what abilities to use. You have to make decisions and kite and do damage at the right times. It's the best part of the tutorial, and it's not even required. The main questline is a bit more straightforward. It has you do normal MMO stuff like killing X number of mobs, collecting X number of items, or mounting an aerial assault on an army of ogres while loosely tethered to a helicopter constructed by a goblin. You know, normal stuff. The tutorial ends on a high note by introducing you to a staple of World of Warcraft, dungeons. It walks you through the group finder, and then you embark on a very small dungeon with 2 NPCs and 1 other player. I got matched up with a druid who clearly was more experienced than me. He kept rushing ahead to speed through the dungeon, and we didn't say a single word to each other. So in other words, it was perfect. This dungeon is seriously such a cool way to cap off the tutorial. Not only does it make the story you play through feel a little bit more impactful, but it teaches you about one of the really important mechanics in WoW. No one wants to just read about how to go through a dungeon. They want to play through it, experience it in a safe, low-stakes environment, and that's what this is. Final Fantasy XIV takes the most unique approach of the 3 games by deciding to copy the Skyrim opening cutscene.
Hey, you. Finally awake.
Okay, I mean, they did make it a little different. On a real note though, the time from when I created my character to when I actually got to control my character was over 11.5 minutes. And this is what happened when I finally did get control. Wow. Really, man? Can I just... I mean, it's just cutscene after cutscene with this game. My god. The whiplash I got from playing RuneScape, where cutscenes are rarer than a comment not accusing me of copying Jimmy, to this, where it's just 20 minutes of straight cutscenes to start, was wild. When you can finally get full control and freedom with your character, you'll be starting on a sort of tutorial quest line. This lady, Mother Mioni... Wait a second, this game gives me a mommy too. Anyway, back to mommy. She gave me the tutorial quest line that required me to do 3 pretty simple tasks. But first she made fun of my name? Like, what the fuck did I do to you? It also really feels like these mini in-game cutscenes should have voice acting, but they don't, so it's just kind of silent. Like I said before, this tutorial doesn't take place in a new player only zone. You'll be surrounded by both new and veteran players, which I really like. As far as I'm concerned, the faster you can get a new player into the main game world, the better. And having experienced players who might be able to offer help to new players could be a really great experience for those new players. Look at this cool social interaction I got to have with a player who also happened to be new. You can tell because they have a little leaf icon next to their name. A person! Can I wave/wave? I can wave! And they wave to me! What the fuck are they doing? What the hell is all this? Stop that. Stop. No. Stop doing that. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Damn, that's impressive that you knew how to emote just like that. You must be so smart. But that's where you're wrong. Luckily for me, there's a quest that teaches you how to emote by dancing in front of this sad girl whose parents just died. So, remember how I criticized the OSRS tutorial for having too many text dumps you had to read through to learn about some mechanics? Well, that's all Final Fantasy is. It's just text dump after text dump after text dump. I mean, holy cow! And being a normal human being, I skipped through all of that. Maybe I'm not the best person to be reviewing new player experiences. This meant I had no idea that equipment like armor and weapons goes to a completely different inventory than your normal inventory. I turned in a quest and I got a brand new pair of pants, which I just couldn't wait to equip, but my little caveman brain just couldn't figure out where it went. For the record, you have to press Control-I to open the secret equipment inventory, so... You're welcome. Text dumps are unfortunately how you also learn about one of the coolest mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV. Despite having to pick a starting class at character creation, you aren't locked into that class for the entirety of your character like in World of Warcraft. You can train literally anything. Your abilities and skills are going to be based off of what you have equipped, and that's awesome. It's like the way RuneScape works, but on cocaine. It's such a cool mechanic, but I didn't love just reading about it. It would have been so cool to have a section of the tutorial quest line that rewards me with a new weapon and then presents me with a challenge where I need to use a different set of skills than my starting class so I can tangibly see how this mechanic works and have fun playing with it. Because you know, it's a game. I want to play the game. But as long as I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV, I guess I'm gonna have to learn how to read, so it kind of sucks. You follow this tutorial quest line and get fed little chunks of information from time to time, but you can really do whatever you want in the game at this point. There's no solid introduction to combat, but you get the hang of it just from doing some side quests around town. One thing I'll say though is that I found this town extremely confusing. The map in Final Fantasy XIV is broken up into sections and you go from one to the other and there's little loading screens. When you look at the map of the town in game, it has these like long corridors, and for some reason I could not wrap my head around traversing this area. The map interface in World of Warcraft was great because it had the quest log built in next to the map with very clear labels for quests. My aforementioned tiny caveman brain had so much trouble figuring out the labels and areas in Final Fantasy XIV. I swear I spent half my time questing just looking at the map. Since Final Fantasy XIV doesn't really have like a hard end to its tutorial, I'm just gonna go into the next section. I don't have a transition. First steps is what I'm calling the section of the game that happens right after the tutorial. How does the tutorial section prepare you for the main game? Are you still guided by some sort of mechanic, or have the game developers just left you entirely to fend for yourself in this whole new world? I've already talked about how Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have a tutorial with a hard end, but it does have a way of easing you into the rest of the game. Achievements. After playing the game for only a little bit, you'll naturally unlock at least one achievement, which at least for me had me interested in what else I could achieve. I found the achievements page and it was full of things to do, ranging from way out of my level range to extremely obtainable goals. And I think it's great for me as a new player to see things that are in the near term and long term. Like when you walk around RuneScape for the first time and you see someone with a skill cape and you find out that you can get 99 in some skills. It's not something you're going to do anytime soon, but it's just cool to see what could become of your character. The normal life cycle of an MMORPG once you finish a tutorial is to do every single quest you can until you need to grind to do more quests, and that's usually a fine progression. But having this achievement system to give me a motivator outside of just trying to make all the exclamation marks over people's heads go away is just really cool. Plus, I am a man-child, so a little pop-up congratulating me makes me feel pretty good. But here's the best part. Sorry, I'm yelling and I'm standing because I'm excited now. The game will even give you this little pop-up over here that tells you about achievements that you're close to completing, so you're always motivated about something near term, and that's just a great idea. Good. Listen, I just had coffee. I'm sorry. Once you start exploring the world of Final Fantasy XIV, you'll just naturally run into new mechanics like fates, which are basically mini world events that you get rewarded for completing based on how much work you put in. Fates and other world mechanics that I'm sure I haven't discovered yet are the perfect example of not everything needing to be explained in a tutorial. The feeling of running randomly into a fate and trying to figure out what it was awesome, because the stakes on this particular one were low, and it gave me a chance to learn the mechanics of it by playing through it. It made the world feel alive, and it made me feel like I was discovering it. But this is also what makes designing a good tutorial so hard. You want to cover everything a player needs to know, but you don't want to spoil the whole adventure. And on top of that, you have to make it interesting. Basically what I'm saying is, if any game developers are watching this, I don't envy you. You're doing great. Keep it up. The main quest storyline will also introduce you to some other mechanics, like these instant fights with level syncing. This means you can't just side quest your way to max level and then one-shot the entire main storyline. It'll bring you back down to whatever level it was designed for. Wait a minute. There's voice acting now? What the fuck? What? Why is there voice acting all of a sudden? Final Fantasy XIV is kind of weird to look back on in retrospect because there's clearly so much depth to this game, but there's not really a whole lot of time invested in teaching you about that depth. I really don't think it's reasonable to expect any new player to just read a bunch of text and memorize it like it's some sort of exam. The basic questline does serve as a decent sort of tutorial, but the ease at which you can go off-road from that questline, both intentionally and unintentionally in my case, means you can get lost in the deep end pretty quickly. But at least Final Fantasy XIV is one cohesive experience. Unlike World of Warcraft, I have never been more confused than I was after finishing the World of Warcraft tutorial. I, a Blood Elf mage, was immediately brought to the capital of the Horde and put in front of Sylvanas, aka Mommy from earlier. You might remember her. For, you know. I was sent on a diplomatic mission to recruit this nation of pyramid people to the Horde's cause, and I was deemed the champion of the Horde? What? Me? The champion of the Horde? I just got here. Literally 5 minutes ago, I was leaving an island where the only thing they referred to me as was recruit. So all of a sudden, I went from a low-ranking nobody to instantly one of the most important people in a war I know nothing about. You remember when I got confused about which expansion I was playing earlier when it said Dragonflight in the corner but played the Battle for Azeroth cutscene? Well, it turns out I'm playing through Battle for Azeroth, and that's a shame because I paid for the Dragonflight expansion after someone told me it would be the best experience for new players. So naturally, I thought maybe I picked the wrong option somewhere along the way, and I made a new character, a human rogue. This time, I had the choice of going back to Exile's Reach or going to the human starting zone, Elwyn Forest. I assumed by choosing Elwyn Forest as my starting zone instead of the tutorial, I would be in Dragonflight, and that's where I had gone wrong before. But no, I don't know for sure since I don't really know anything about the World of Warcraft expansions, but I'm pretty sure I was put back into Cataclysm, which is not the most recent expansion. So basically, I'm really fucking confused. I think at this point, it just makes sense to press forward though, and make another character and go back to Exile's Reach since I really didn't like the mage anyways. This time, after the tutorial, I'm not told I'm the champion of the Horde. I'm actually the champion of the Alliance. So, making 3 characters wasn't a waste of time. Anyway, it turns out you have to play through Battle for Azeroth if you're a brand new player, no matter what, but that's okay because it was made clear to me. Nowhere. This got me started on a whole series of quests that basically played out as a single-player RPG, removing me from all other players entirely right off the bat. In these quests, I have to do a lot of different stuff, like escaping from prison, escorting this drunk guy, kidnapping kids. Wait. That can't be right. Oh my god. Listen, I can excuse kidnapping kids, but an escort quest this early into the game should be illegal. This whole experience is such a mess though. Narratively, I get whiplash since the tutorial and the main game could not possibly feel more separate from each other. I get that not everyone plays these games for the story, but a cohesive story, or at least one that ramps up a little better than this, lends itself to cohesive gameplay. I'm not doing any starter quests that ease me into the more advanced mechanics or harder fights than I would have faced in the tutorial. When I get to the mainland, I'm thrust into high-stakes instance quests that follow the story of something I know nothing about. Oh, wait, no, actually, there was this one quest to learn about how to use the microtransaction shop. That was a starter quest. I've really never felt so disjointed going from a tutorial to a main game experience before. Yeah, I mean, I've had moments where I don't know what to do after a tutorial. Like when I was a kid playing RuneScape for the first time, and after I got plopped onto the mainland, I was just told to play. The RuneScape tutorial section would hold your hand every step of the way, and then like a dad teaching their young child to ride a bike would just let you go, and if you were going to crash and burn, you were going to crash and burn. Maybe I shouldn't have kids. But in 2022, Jagex changed all of that with a new update called Adventure Paths. This was their earnest attempt to make the new player experience as smooth as possible. But did it work? I don't know. I've never tried them, so let's find out. I'm not a new player to old school RuneScape at all, but I will do my best to put myself into the shoes of someone who's never touched old school RuneScape. Just give me a second here. I'm not a virgin. I'm not a virgin. I'm not a virgin. I'm not a virgin. Adventure paths are introduced to you right after hitting the mainland if you said you were a brand new player back on Tutorial Island. My man Adventurer John, with very normal facial hair, will introduce you to 2 paths, Gatherer and Combat. And I have to say, this is awesome. I thought adventure paths were just going to be a list of quests that you should do or something of that nature. That's probably because I thought adventure paths was the same thing as the activity advisor, this little orb next to the minimap that if you click on it is very much just a list of quests. But no, it's actually completely different. Adventure paths are much more involved and have a reward system, so you have a real motivation to go for these goals. The rewards won't progress your account much faster than if you ignored them completely, but that's not really the point. They show you what the upgrade path for items is. They teach you the basics of training combat better than Tutorial Island does, and it really sets a new player up with the fundamentals as they find the groove of gameplay. Like, getting 5 attack on a new character is a pretty simple, normal thing to do, but when I get to go claim a steel longsword, which is a pretty great upgrade this early on, it really adds new motivation, and it makes me want to keep playing. And I'm saying this as a veteran, I genuinely felt excited. Also, when you complete a path, you get this fun pop-up, just like when you get an achievement in Final Fantasy 14, and let's just say I was a fan. Adventure paths don't really continue much beyond the Gatherer and Combat paths, but I would like to see them extended to the main game and maybe to incorporate doing some quests. I think it's one of the best new player mechanics Jagex has ever come up with. Basically, I give them 10 out of 10 idle points, which I've decided we're doing now, I guess. Adventure paths are just a really great way of smoothing out that experience from tutorial to main game. They remove that moment of now what that can be present with so many people when you're just plopped into this massive world that has been growing for 5, 10, 15, 20 years in the case of a lot of these MMOs now. And it's a part of the new player experience that I feel is the most often overlooked. It's a moment that leads so many players to just close the game from decision paralysis or boredom, and they'll never reopen it. MMORPGs have the highest barrier to entry of any video game genre. That means this genre needs to work harder than any of the other genres to convince these players it's worth the time investment. And the truth is, for World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, and even old school RuneScape, if I wasn't making a video about the new player experiences, there were moments in all of them where I probably wouldn't have kept playing. But explaining the fundamentals in an entertaining way and using systems like adventure paths to get players players into the core gameplay groove is a great way to get those players investing the first 10, 20, 50 hours before we finally have our hooks in them and they become forever addicted to this genre, and then they can join our cult and finally understand why we're so mentally ill.
I knew it. $99.9 with 300 HP. Oh, fuck. What? Shit. That's close. Just one more. Oh shit. Still the same. 3. Damn. What's the sound? hate this thing so much. They hit so hard. Ooh, heal. Heal. No proc. Healing too. Damn, this. So much of it. It's getting slower now. It's like 3%. It's insane. Fuckers. What? Oh. Ah, fuck, man. Supposed to be fire arrows. Not gonna hit. I'm done. You know what? I'll keep that one. What the fuck? Yo, so lucky I got this one, scouting scarf. Should I buy with it though? This shit's so expensive. How much are these? It's like 10. That's shit. Okay. I'm done for now. Thanks for all watching. Thank you all. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. And if you're, make sure to subscribe to my YouTube and follow me on Twitch or Kick.